The position as the continent Atlantis occupied is that as between the Gulf of Mexico on the one hand and the Mediterranean upon the other. Evidences of this lost civilization are to be found in the Pyrenees and Morocco on the one hand, British Honduras, Yucatan, and America upon the other. There are some protruding portions within this that must have at one time or another been a portion of this great continent. The British West Indies or the Bahamas, and a portion of same that may be seen in the present, if the geological survey would be made in some of these, especially, or notably, in Bimini and in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity, these may be even yet determined. The position as the continent Atlantis occupied is that as between the Gulf of Mexico on the one hand and the Mediterranean upon the other. Evidences of this lost civilization are to be found in the Pyrenees and Morocco on the one hand, British Honduras, Yucatan, and America upon the other. There are some protruding portions within this that must have at one time or another been a portion of this great continent. The British West Indies or the Bahamas, and a portion of same that may be seen in the present, if the geological survey would be made in some of these, especially, or notably, in Bimini and in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity, these may be even yet determined.
The Americas is the oldest landmass. Further evidence to support the fact that America is the Old World can be found in the book Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, by Augustus Luplongeon. The Mayas were the ancestors of the Egyptians. Like the Mayas, the Egyptians regarded the West as the region of darkness, the place where the souls of the dead returned to the bosom of their ancestors in the realm of Amenti. Their king Osiris sat on a throne in the midst of the waters. There, also, it was that Thoth performed his office of scribe was, then, the worship of the cynocephalus, his totem, brought to Egypt from the lands of the West. Pythagoras borrowed his knowledge of numbers and their meanings from the Egyptians. Theses received their science from the Mayas, those civilized strangers, their ancestors, who in remote ages, coming from the east and from the west, had settled and brought civilization to the banks of the Nile. Such being the case, it is but natural that we should find the same doctrine regarding cosmogony and the meaning of numbers in Mayak, their mother country in the lands of the West. See Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, by Augustus Luplongeon. The Maya sages doubtless had reached similar conclusions, since they called their country Mayak, that is the land that first emerged from the bosom of the deep, the country of the shoot, and the Egyptians, according to Herodotus, boasted that their ancestors in the land of the West were the oldest men on earth. See Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, by Augustus Luplongeon. Evidence to support the above statement coming from the Queen Mu book, Mayak, that is the land that first emerged from the bosom of the deep, can be found in Jean-Louis Agassiz's book Geological Sketches, 1866, Chapter 1, America is the Old World. According to Jean-Louis Rodolphe Agassiz, a renowned biologist and geologist from Harvard, America is the Old World, and he states as follows.
Quote, "The cradle of symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago, but at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same." In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt in the Promised Land, or land of the constellation of the Eagle. Study of the American constellations Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricornus reveals the immemorial antiquity of the name America and the significance of the arms of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land shadowed with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appeared two grand eagles. The red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steeds, Pegasus and Equus, all the wings known to astronomy. Without taking the bear from Russia, Perseus from Persia, and a flood of light is poured upon the history and mythology, and where heretofore much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able to at least see men as trees walking. When following the course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America are reached. It will appear, while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America. Atlantis, as the curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and America, is lifted. It would be seen that the people of the eagle on the Nile, being descended from the original people of the eagle on this continent, the twain are one, and that prehistoric America was the original Egypt, or Eagle Land, prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the great globe itself was nearly rent asunder. End quote. Quote, says Agassiz, first born among continents, America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land lifted out of the waters. Hers was the first shore washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth besides, while Europe was represented only by islands, rising here and there above the sea. America, Atlantis, already stretched in an unbroken line from Nova Scotia to the far west.
The possibility of a Mayan-Georgian connection. Some researchers think that there might be Mayan ruins on this site. And if so, I mean, we're talking about a huge new chapter of American history being opened up. I tried to get to this site, and the government would not let me do it. That's why this was Plan B. The main thing is, if there's something here, we're hopeful that your equipment will pick up these terraces.
Both cultures, the Maya and the Creek Indians, used the exact same symbols to record the exact same event. It's a star map. I believe that this records an event which happened in 536 AD, which was a comet impact event, and that would explain why they went through the effort to carve this into this boulder. This was no easy task.
No, it wasn't. Tell me what you know about Maya blue.
Now, Maya blue was a pigment that the Maya used in their murals, and it lasts a very long time without fading.
And I think I understand the reason for that. Maya blue is a very interesting combination of a clay mineral called palygorskite that they mix with an indigo pigment made from an anil plant. And there's lots of palygorskite in Georgia, but relatively little of it in Mexico. Gary, I think that the Maya blue in Mexico could have been made with the palygorskite clay in Georgia.
And those are not the only connections. It goes much deeper than that. Now check these out. This copper plate was unearthed in North Georgia. What's interesting about this is that almost an identical image as this was found at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan.
Wow. This looks like some type of shaman or somebody in the middle of a ritual. Is that a severed head?
Yep.
And you have this in Chichen Itza as well?
Exactly.
Wow. Are there any other sites that might tie into what we're looking at here?
Absolutely. Just a few hours from here, there's a site called Okmulgee. They found an elite burial that showed cranial deformation,
Maya and Egyptian pyramids, a hidden connection? An Egyptologist and a Mayanologist explore the pyramid connection. Whenever I go south to Mexico, I marvel at the monumental stone structures, which reach toward heaven, that were left behind by the Maya. When I went to Egypt, I stood at the base of pyramids that point toward the sky and contemplated the cosmology of the pharaonic civilization that built them. Even though many centuries elapsed between the construction of the Egyptian and earliest Mexican pyramids, was there a connection between the two pyramid-building people, I wondered? Stories circulate about coca leaves found in Egyptian tombs, aliens bringing knowledge to both Egypt and the Maya, and even a common connection to Atlantis. But they seem to be just stories. There is no scientific evidence. I recently took a trip to Mexican ruins accompanied by a Mexican Mayanologist and archaeologist named Yolanda Ruinova and Manal Saad, an Egyptian-born Egyptologist and historian. Is there a connection? I asked them. Yolanda, who is a well-known and much-esteemed tour operator and guide, planned the trip for us. We started out at Comalcalco, in Villahermosa, where the special characteristic of the Maya site is that cooked bricks were used in the construction. They were covered in stucco made from clay and oyster shells, and the shells were also used in the binding of the bricks. We climbed up to the main palace. Wow! Manal exclaimed. I thought she was referring to the porch, vaulted ceilings, and circular walls that Yolanda showed us, but she was overcome by the lush, tropical foliage around the site. The Egyptians built in the desert, she mused. This is so green. In Dendra, north of Luxor, there is a temple for the cow goddess Hathor. It is the only temple in good enough condition that you walk on it. You look out and see the desert, the dust, and then, in the distance, the green banks of the Nile. Being here reminds me of that green. Then, of course, she spoke about the archaeology. The palace is fascinating, she offered. Ramses III had a palace on the west bank of the Nile that was similar. Both of them are built close to holy places and temples. As we climbed down to look at the images and figures on the exterior of the Temple of the Masks, Manal stopped and pointed. This face looks like the Egyptian god Bes. His face was put on the two sides of a headrest to chase away bad dreams. This was just one of his characteristics. He was the only Egyptian god who was carved full face, just as we are seeing here. Article continues after. I think that the two cultures had a lot in common, Yolanda said. How is it possible that people who lived at different times and so far away can have so many things in common? Humans always have the same needs. They need to believe in something, create gods, have rain and sun, all of which give them life. They give different names to gods, but they are the same. The Maya and the Egyptians had good architects, priests, technologists. Then she and Manal exchanged knowing professional glances. But there is no proof for contact, they said. When we arrived at Parque Museo de la Venta, an Olmec archaeological site in Villahermosa, Tabasco, there were no Maya ruins, but we stared, in unison, at the huge stone heads constructed during the pre-classic period, which began about 3,700 years ago and went to the 2nd century BCE. The Olmecs are generally considered to be the mother culture of Mesoamerican civilizations. The heads seemed like they had African features such as full lips and broad noses. One of my archaeology colleagues felt that the heads were stylized by the Olmecs to look like jaguars, Yolanda said. I mused. We walked around Parque Museo de la Venta, visiting the rich collection of living jungle animals, and stopped in front of the jaguar habitat. Those jaguars had thin lips. No stylization of a jaguar would result in broad noses and plump lips. Did some Africans travel to Mexico a long time ago? Egypt, after all, is mostly in North Africa. Last year there was a startling find at Stonehenge in Britain, the body of a teenage boy who arrived from the Mediterranean 3,500 years ago in a wooden boat. People have always traveled. It may have taken them longer, but they traveled huge distances by land and sea. Why would contact between the Olmecs in Africa or the Maya and Egyptians, or people who had been to Egypt and seen the pyramids and stone carvings, be impossible? From about 300 BCE to 300 CE, there was an Egypt-inspired pyramid revival in what is today Sudan, in Africa, and the pyramids had a decidedly indigenous spin. How far-fetched was it to think that African travelers to Mexico introduced the idea or the technology of pyramids, and the locals gave their pyramids an indigenous spin too? The Olmecs built pyramids, but with mud. That's why they are destroyed, and not well preserved, Yolanda said. Well, I mused, the Egyptians started out with experimentation too. These Olmec heads have African features. People traveled the great waterways of the world for thousands of years. Why wasn't contact possible? Article continued. To this day, the meaning of the Olmec heads remains uncertain, Yolanda explained. Because of the facial features, a lot of people have suggested that the Olmecs came from another continent to populate the Gulf Coast, but all the archaeological research in the nuclear area indicates that they are Mesoamerica natives, so the features must be explained otherwise. But isn't it possible that they haven't yet found proof in the nuclear area, or the proof lies elsewhere? I asked. Menel and Yolanda shook their heads. No concrete proof, therefore no provable contact. At the site and in the museum, Menel was scrutinizing the stone stele. The Egyptian stele were bulkier, but they were basically the same idea, writing and carving on stone. In Egypt, a son could offer a stone to his parents, or to mark the birth of a new baby. For the Maya, they represented rulers or the history of rulers. And also wars and special events, like the birth of a royal baby, Yolanda said. Some of the figures here have animal heads and human bodies. Like Horus, the falcon god. And look at this carving called the walker, Menel offered. The pharaohs always had their left foot forward, to show action and movement. Just like the walker. Oh, wow, look at this! I exclaimed as we stood in front of the altar of the children. There are images of 4 men, and each is carrying a child. They remind me of the stele I saw in Carthage, where a priest carries a child to be sacrificed. And where is Carthage? In Tunisia, in North Africa. The women looked quizzically at each other. Palenque, which emerges dramatically from the jungle, is one of the most celebrated sites from the ancient Maya world. There is a lot of history here. Breathe deeply. You will feel the energy, Yolanda said. Menel and I breathed. We could feel it. Menel stood at the base of a huge pyramid and quietly said, "It's like you are looking at the plan of an Egyptian pyramid upside down." The burial chamber is close to the top of our pyramids. Here is it at ground level or below. And in the chambers, we found amazing riches associated with burials, like the gold mask of Tutankhamun. Here they found the jade mask of the ruler Pakal, Yolanda said. She led us to a room in the Palenque Museum that housed an exact replica of Pakal's tomb. Menel stared at a carved, full-body image of Pakal. Around his neck, she saw an elaborate collar. "It's like the collar the pharaohs wore," she observed. We climbed up to the elaborate and extensive royal palace. The terraces and levels and corridors or porches remind me of Hatshepsut's tomb, Menel mused. Once again, she looked at the tropical foliage, the greenery surrounding the site. The Egyptians buried pharaohs in the desert because, we think, the dryness would preserve the bodies. We never had this kind of fertility. At least we don't think we had it. But who knows? Yolanda pointed out the individuality of the figures carved by the ancient Maya and asked Manal if the same was true in Egypt. The images of the pharaohs were stylized, she replied. Here they feel so unique you think they are ready to speak. They are almost alive. I have always wanted to see the famous murals at Bonampak, and Yolanda took us there. Large, brilliantly colored images of gods, the famed leader Chan Muin, nobles, a procession, musicians, war, priests, and prisoners adorn the walls of 3 rooms. Overcome by the beauty and power of the murals, Manal asked, what colors did they use? Maybe they were of a higher quality than what the Egyptians used. Ours were preserved by the dry climate, but these have survived so vividly in a wet, humid, difficult climate. After Bonampak, Manal had to leave our private tour, and she and Yolanda hugged goodbye. As I continued on with Yolanda to other ruins and other sites, I understood that both she and Manal were fired up by questions raised when they were together. But, understandingly, with their formal training, they were cautious about stating that there were any historical connections without visible, tangible proof. Who knows, they quietly conceded before they parted. Who knows?
The entity was in the Atlantean land, or in that place or position called Poseidea, during those periods when there were the destructive forces, and when the tensions arose between the sons of Belial and those of the Law of One. The entity then was among the lesser priests, and a minister to the ills of the peoples who came for judgment and understanding. And when there was the egress to the now known Yucatan land, the entity was among those chosen to act in the capacity as the priest, or the minister of judgment, both as to the relationships of individuals among themselves, or one with another, and as to the spiritual and physical instruction of those people who journeyed to the land. The entity was in the land of the present nativity, in the early periods, when there were those activities established there by those from the Atlantean land after the destructions had come. The entity came to the south and west from what is now the Yucatan. The entity was in the land now known as the Atlantean, when there were the disturbances upon which those divisions arose. Throughout those periods the entity became, then, that one that led the first establishing of the activity in the varied lands that came to be known as later the Mayan, the Yucatan, the Inca, the Peruvian, and later the mound builders in the northern portions of the entity's present sojourn. Not that the entity remained there, but established those activities, which has become a part of the entity by those divisions. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the beginnings of the exodus owing to the destructive forces that had been begun by the sons of Belial. The entity was among the princes of the land that made for the separating of those influences wherein there might be established the journeyings to other lands, with the keepings of records, with the permanent establishments of activities that have become a part of the equal civilization in the present time. Hence we find the entity making for the establishments in the Yucatan, in the Luzon, in what became the Inca, in the North American land, and in what later became the land of the mound builders in Ohio, also the establishments of those activities in the upper portion of what is now the eastern portion of the land. The entity then was not only one skilled in aircraft and in watercraft, as an aviator and a navigator, but made great strides in keeping in touch with other lands through the forces of nature in the experience. Hence those things of nature that have to do with communications become a part of the entity's experience. The entity was in the land of the present nativity, during those periods when there were the spreadings of those teachings that had come from the lands from which those peoples came that were known as the lost tribes, as well as from Atlantis, Yucatan, the Inca, and the land of On. They were portions of the entity's people then, in that part of the land now known as the central portion of Ohio, during the early portion of the mound builders. There the entity was a priestess of those peoples that were part of the experiences there of those peoples. For while confusions arose from the tenets of the Hebraic as well as the Atlantean, as well as the Inca, these became centralized or localized in the expressions of those peoples and those groups in that particular period of their activity. Yet the greater blessings that the entity in its activity rendered the people in that experience were in the building of individual homes. And this will become a part of the entity's experience in this sojourn. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the journeyings to many another land. The entity was among those who were sent as the directors to what became the Yucatan land, and in the setting up of the temple and the temple service, the temple of worship, the temple of differentiation in the labor and the ruler. Then in the name Ikunla, the entity made for a great service to a great people, that made for the bringing about of the preservation of much that may someday make for a unifying of the understandings, as to the relationships of man to the creative forces. The entity was in the land now known as the Yucatan, or Central America, when there were those activities by those peoples who came from the Inca, or the land of Og, and the Atlantean land, when there were the attempts to re-establish those activities of not only the older portions of the Atlantean civilization, but also of those who sojourned in that particular experience. The entity was in the land now called the Atlantean. There the entity was a priestess, and the entity's experience there overshadows all of those experiences in the earth that even have an influence. For the entity was of the peoples of the Law of One, and with the breaking up of the land itself and the beginning of the exodus of those peoples, the entity was among those that journeyed to what is now called the Yucatan land, or the Isthmus land. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were those activities that brought about the last destruction of same through the war rings between the children of the Law of One and the sons of Belial. There the entity was among those who waned between the children of faith, or the Law of One, and those who sought the use of the spiritual forces for their own self-indulgences, self-aggrandizements. The entity was among those, though, who was sent to what later became or is in the present the Yucatan land of the Mayan experience. There the entity rose to one of power, yet with those very wavering experiences there was not always peace brought to the entity. The entity was in the Yucatan or Mayan land, when there were those activities that destroyed the Atlantis land, or that portion of the Poseidian isle or city. The entity was among those who journeyed to other lands, knowing much of the activities of the sons of Belial, as well as the precautions and warnings that had been issued by the children of the Law of One. Hence we find the entity was among those who in the early portions of that material sojourn entered into the new buildings, the new activity that became destructive because of the influences from the land of Organon, and the activities that arose in the western portion of that particular period of sojourn. The entity was in the Atlantean land, when there were the breaking up and the separations of the children of the Law of One and the sons of Belial, the daughters of Belial. The entity was among those who were chosen for the westward activity, and in the Mayan or Yucatan land the entity was a princess of the Temple of the Sun. Hence in the present there is the love of the beautiful, the love of nature and the outdoors, the love of the crude, though it may appear to some as crude, there is beauty in same for the entity. The entity was in the Yucatan land, when there were those establishings of the peoples who had escaped from Atlantis. There we find that clothing, and things pertaining to precious jewels, were of special interest to the entity, the decorative art, and this applying to certain characters of textiles also was a portion of the activities. The entity was in the Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the land, and when there was the journeying of those to the various lands for activities. There we find the entity first coming into what was called the Mayan land, or what is now Yucatan. With the establishing of the associations of many of the peoples, in which the entity was closely associated in the Atlantean land, in the Pyrenees, and in the Egyptian land, the entity was the first, in that period of experience, to cross the waters in the plane or air machine of that period. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods particularly, when there was the exodus from Atlantis owing to the foretelling or foreordination of those activities, which were bringing about the destructive forces. There we find the entity was among those who were not only in what is now known as the Yucatan land, but also the Pyrenees and the Egyptian. For the manners of transportation, the manners of communications through the airships of that period were such as Ezekiel described of a much later date. The entity was in the Atlantean land, in those periods when the earth was being broken up, as far as the Atlantean land was concerned, and the entity came with those groups for search through other lands. The entity was among those who searched more than one place, to find those places to which there might be sent those who were to be saved. Hence there was a knowledge of the Yucatan land, as well as the settlings in the Pyrenees, as well as part of the activities in the Egyptian land. The entity was in the American land, as now known, during those periods when there were those who journeyed there from the Atlantean land. For the entity was among those who settled in what is now the Yucatan land. According to our information, the first major change in Atlantis took place hundreds of thousands of years ago. The continent of Lemuria and Atlantis broke up and the poles shifted. This left a group of large islands in the Atlantic, and in 17,000 BC a number of these broke up. This was the flood described in the Bible. About 10,500 BC the final destruction of Poseidia took place, and the people moved to Egypt and Yucatan. These migrations had been taking place for years before each destruction. All did not go smoothly after the beginning of the pure races. This is the basis for the purity of races, which has been so misinterpreted and turned to nationalistic purposes. The sons of God, the pure race, looked upon the daughters of man. Trouble continues right up to the present day. The entity was in the land now known as or called the Poseidian land, or Atlantean land, during those periods in which it was breaking up, and when the children of the law of one, to which the entity was enjoined, journeyed from the land into portions of what is now the Yucatan land. The entity then was a princess in the Temple of the Sun, or the Temple of Light, though others have interpreted it as the Sun. In that land known as the Atlantean, during those periods when there were the breaking up of the lands following the destruction of the southernmost portion, in the first eruptions, when there was the journeying of many to the various lands. The entity then was among those who journeyed to that portion of the sphere now known as Yucatan. The entity rose from the small child then to the priestess in the temple there, and the entity gained and lost through the experience. In that land to which the entity again went, not of its own accord, known now as the Peruvian and Yucatan land. The entity then among those peoples that escaped from those persecutions in the Atlantean land, as well as from the upheavals as came a little later, becoming then a priestess in a temple that has, of the same peoples, recently been discovered in that of the southern portion of this present portion of the land. The entity was in the Yucatan land, when there were those groups and individuals who sought places of refuge and shelter when there was the breaking up of the Atlantean land. The entity was a priestess in the temple of the Mayans. Hence in the present all things pertaining to symbols, numbers, and things of rote, have been in our innate and manifested, and a hope and an experience of the entity. The name then was Shalmar. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there was the breaking up and the journeying to the various lands. The entity was among those who came to what is now the Yucatan land, later journeying with many of those peoples to the south and west, or in portions of Arizona, as now known. Through the experience the entity was among those who made use of spiritual laws for material affectation, not so much in the abuse as in the negligence in supplying or in aiding others, that were of the groups of things, to attain to a greater awareness. The name then was Esdo. The entity was in the land now known as the Yucatan, when there were those activities, as various groups were being organized by the upsetting of the Earth's surface, as well as the various groups that had come from parts of other lands. The entity then was the leader in a spiritual and a material activity, as founded upon not wholly an empire, or that of a local nature, but the attempt of a unified work. The entity was in that period known as the Atlantean, among the sojourners from Atlantis who came to what is now known as Yucatan, and was in the temple worship there. The entity was in Atlantis, when there were those divisions and the breaking up of the land had been promised through the activities of the children of the Law of One. The entity was among those that chose to enter as leaders in what is now called Yucatan. And the entity aided in establishing the temple through which there was hope to be the appearance again of the children of the Law of One, as they listened to the oracles that came through the stones, the crystals that were prepared for communications in what ye now know as radio. The entity was in the Egyptian land when there were preparations of individuals for activities in others' lands. Then entity was among those who were prepared in the temple beautiful for those activities in what is now Yucatan. There the entity may find much which would appear as a part of its own experience, just as it may among the peoples in the southern portion of this land, or the Indians who hold to the symbols of the ancients. The entity may gain much in study of custom, which may apply it in its own experience. The entity was in Atlantis during those periods when there was the breaking up of the lands, when individuals were apportioned, as it were, to the various centers from which it was hoped that there would be the spreading of the tenets and teachings. The entity became a princess in Yucatan. And in those tenets, and the temples that are even in ruins there, the entity might find much of interest, not only because of the tentative interest in the occult, but because of the abilities to organize activities for definite purposes. The entity was in the Yucatan land when the people settled there who came from Atlantis. The entity was a priestess among those who set up a form of activity there, being also then associated with records that were attempted to be preserved from the old order of things in Atlantis. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there was the abandoning of the land owing to the periods of destruction. The entity was among those that came to what is now the southern portion of the land of the present Nativity, or in what is called Yucatan, then it was called Yuc. In that sojourn the entity was among those that aided in establishing there the priests, and the priestesses in the activity of the teachings of the peoples as related to the Law of One. In the latter portion of the entity's sojourn there, many of those lands now known as the Egyptian, then of Mu or Ra, came to pass the messages for the building of the activities, and of those things that made for the preservation of the thoughts and teachings of those people in that land. The entity was in the Yucatan land when there were those activities that brought the various groups from Atlantis, when the various upheavals of a physical as well as of a mental nature took place. Then in the name Yama, the entity was a leader, a teacher, an instructor. Thus a form of ritual becomes a part of the life, with those activities of orderliness ever about the entity, the neatness about the person, the abhorrence innately felt and those who are slovenly in their dress, or the like. These reactions are sometimes good, sometimes bad. The entity was in the land now known as Yucatan, when there were those establishings in the land from the Atlanteans. The entity was in the temples, said as the recorder, in the name then asked. In the experiences, there were those periods of dissension with those in authority, when there were the decisions of most of the peoples to join with the movement in what is now portions of Arizona. The entity chose to remain in the experiences there. Records may eventually be discovered again. The entity was in the Yucatan land when there were those activities from the Atlantean land, when individuals came into that portion to set up or establish new regimes from the lessons gained in the Atlantean land. The entity was with the natives, in the name Kuzan. In the experience the entity gained, and thus in those things from other lands, other peoples, other groups may the entity still find lessons for self, the unfoldment of things to be given to more peoples. The entity was in the Yucatan land where the groups gathered from the Atlantean land. The entity was rather of the natives, but able to embrace and to become a part of the general activities there. Thus becoming an associate or companion to one of those who were set in authority in the land, and thus the unusual reading of stories of adventure, reading of things which pertain to the mystical. All are of special interest to the entity. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the gatherings of those in the various lands for the knowledge of the destructive forces that was soon to come about in the experience of those people in the Atlantean land. The entity then was among those who journeyed to what is now known as the central portion of America, or Yucatan, and in those activities there the entity rose to be one in power, from the abilities to apply and to use the physical things that had their import and activity from the inmost forces in nature itself. The entity was not among those to be sent to the Egyptian land, but rather among those that went to the western portions of the land and eventually to that known as the Yucatan and the Central American land, for in those sojourns the entity was active in establishing a development in the agricultural field, or the growth of those things that made for the sustenance in the new land. With the leavings of the civilization in Atlantis, in Poseidea, more specific, Ilta, with a group of followers that had been of the household of Atlan, the followers of the worship of the law of one with some 10 individuals, left this land Poseidea, and came westward, entering what would now be a portion of Yucatan. And there began, with the activities of the peoples there, the development into a civilization that rose much in the same manner as that which had been in the Atlantean land. Others had left the land later. Others had left earlier. There had been the upheavals also from the land of Mu, or Lemuria, and these had their part in the changing, or there was the injection of their tenets in the varied portions of the land, which was much greater in extent until the final upheaval of Atlantis, or the islands that were later upheaved, when much of the contour of the land in Central America and Mexico was changed to that similar in outline to that which may be seen in the present. The first temples that were erected by Ilta and his followers were destroyed at the period of change physically in the contours of the land. That now being found, and a portion already discovered that has laid in waste for many centuries, was then a combination of those peoples from Mu, Oz and Atlantis. Hence, these places partook of the earlier portions of that peoples called the Incal, though the Incals were themselves the successors of those of Oz, or Og, in the Peruvian land, and Mu in the southern portions of that now called California and Mexico, and southern New Mexico in the United States. This again found a change, when there were the injections from those peoples that came with the division of those peoples in that called the Promised Land. Hence we may find in these ruins that which partakes of the Egyptian, Lemurian and Oz civilizations, and the later activities partaking even of the Mosaic activities. Hence each would ask, what specific thing is there that we may designate as being a portion of the varied civilizations that formed the earlier civilization of this particular land? The stones that are circular, that were of the magnetized influence upon which the spirit of the One spoke to those peoples as they gathered in their service, are of the earliest Atlantean activities in religious service, we would be called today. The altars upon which there were the cleansings of the bodies of individuals, not human sacrifice. For this came much later with the injection of the Mosaic, and those activities of that area, these were later the altars upon which individual activities, that would today be termed hate, malice, selfishness, self-indulgence, were cleansed from the body through the ceremony, through the rise of initiates from the sources of light, that came from the stones upon which the angels of light during the periods gave their expression to the peoples. The pyramid, the altars before the doors of the varied temple activities, was an injection from the people of Oz and Mu, and will be found to be separate portions, and that referred to in the scripture as high places of family altars, family gods, that in many portions of the world became again the injection into the activities of groups in various portions, as gradually there were the turnings of the people to the satisfying and gratifying of self's desires, or as the Baal or Baalalor. Activities again entered the peoples respecting their associations with those truths of light that came from the gods to the peoples, to mankind, in the earth. With the injection of those of greater power in their activity in the land, during that period, as would be called 3,000 years before the Prince of Peace came, those peoples that were of the lost tribes, a portion came into the land, infusing the activities upon the peoples from Mu in the southernmost portion of that called America, or United States, and then moved on to the activities in Mexico, Yucatan, centralizing that now about the spots where the central of Mexico now stands, or Mexico City. Hence there arose through the age a different civilization, a mixture again. Those in Yucatan, those in the adjoining lands as begun by Ilta, gradually lost in their activities, and came to be that people termed, in other portions of America, the Mound Builders.
Book is called Historia de las Indias de Nueva España y Islas de Tierra Firme. This is written by Padre Fray Diego Duran, or the Fray, the priest, friar Diego Duran. Alright, obviously I'm not going to read this in Spanish. I just wanted to show you that I have the original, written Spanish account. Alright, so in English, this book would be called The History of the Indies of New Spain, again by Fray Diego Duran, translated, annotated, and with introduction by Torres. I just want to talk about who Diego Duran was. Alright, so it says here in Wikipedia, Diego Duran was a Dominican friar, best known for his authorship of one of the earliest Western books on the history and culture of the Aztecs, one of the earliest ones, The History of the Indies of New Spain, a book that was much criticized in his lifetime for helping the heathen maintain their culture. Helping the heathen, alright, also known as the Duran Codex. Alright, so it has another name called the Duran Codex. The History of the Indies of New Spain was completed about 1581. That's what we're about to read. Duran also wrote Book of the Gods and Rites in 1574, 1576, and Ancient Calendar in 1579. He was fluent in Nahuatl, the Aztec language, and was therefore able to consult natives in Aztec codices. Alright, so he's interpreting from the actual codices and from personal conversations he had with these Mexica people, alright, Aztec, as well as work done by earlier friars. His empathetic nature allowed him to gain the confidence of many native people who would not share their stories with Europeans, and was able to document many previously unknown folktales and legends that make his work unique. Alright, go back. So it says here in the preface of the book, this New English translation of the history of Fray Diego Duran presents a work written by one of the great missionary ethnographer of 16th century Mexico, 1500s. Modern research is indebted to chroniclers such as Duran for much of his knowledge of Aztec civilization in particular and Mesoamerican culture in general. In the wake of the Spanish conquest, which violently truncated the development of civilizations in the New World, a handful of enlightened men salvaged enough information about the conquered culture to allow a detailed ethnographic and historical reconstruction of this ancient empire. Since all but a few of the indigenous historical and ritual manuscripts were destroyed during or soon after the conquest, we have little besides these colonial chronicles to supplement the information recoverable by archaeological techniques. These documents were requested by the religious orders and by royal and civil authorities in order to document the life and customs of the people of New Spain for purposes of extirpating idolatry and organizing the natural and human resources of the colony. Meaning, these books weren't just written because this guy just wanted to write a book and be famous. These were like orders. You see, these were orders by high civil and royal authorities. So they constitute a key to the understanding of ancient Mexican civilization, and through this of present-day Latin America. Alright, so this is very important. It constitutes a major key. Alright? Each chronicle contains precious information not found elsewhere. It's not found anywhere else. The dissemination of these works is thus essential to Latin American studies. Touch the hijack. Fray Diego Duran's works are exceptional for their accuracy and thoroughness. accuracy and thoroughness, and many of his descriptions of the Aztec history and culture are not to be found in other sources. Duran was one of the few early chroniclers to have contact with native informants old enough to have experienced the pre-conquest world, so before the Spanish got there. He was a perceptive and sympathetic investigator who had access to many informants and sources of information not available to other writers of his time. Because of his command of the native language, Nahuatl, Fray Diego was able to gain the confidence of native informants who told him the stories, histories, myths, and anecdotes of their ancestors. His other informants included Spanish eyewitnesses to the conquest. He also consulted pre-Hispanic pictorial codices and accounts written in the 16th century by other friars. His account of the dynastic history, ceremonial activities of the Aztec kings have been particularly valuable in recent years in interpreting archaeological discoveries in Mexico. Alright, you heard that, right? Such as the important Templo Mayor, or Great Temple, heart of the Tenochtitlan, Enoch, ancient capital of the Aztecs, now Mexico City. Again, we're in the book The History of the Indies of New Spain, written by the Fray Diego Duran, very primary source. And it says here, in order to provide a truthful and reliable account of the origin of these Indian nations, an origin so doubtful and obscure, we would need some divine revelation or assistance to reveal this origin to us and help us understand it. They're trying to figure you out so much. Alright? However, lacking that revelation, we can only speculate and conjecture about these beginnings, basing ourselves on the evidence. Alright, so let's just base ourselves on the evidence. Alright, not theories. Provided by these people, whose strange ways, conduct, and lowly actions are so like those of the Hebrews. Like what? Like who? Like the Hebrews. Fray Diego Duran telling you straight up, chapter 1, right in the beginning. Thus we can almost positively affirm that they are Jews and Hebrews. What does this mean, Jews and Hebrews? I thought it was the same thing. And I would not commit a great error if I were to state this as fact. He ain't committing an error telling you these are Hebrews, because he knows it's a fact, considering their way of life, their ceremonies, their rites and superstitions, their omens and hypocrisies, so akin to and characteristic of those of the Hebrews. In no way do they seem to differ. The Holy Scriptures bear witness to this. If you read your scriptures, you will see this. And you see their ceremonies. And if you read their codices, you will see same stories as the Old Testament. And from them, we draw proofs and reason for holding this opinion to be true. As proof thereof, we know that this newly arrived nation, latecomers from strange and remote regions, made a long and tedious journey, searching and finally taking possession of this land. They spent many months and years in coming to this place. The truth of this matter can be found by drawing on their traditions and paintings, and by talking to their elders, some of whom are very old. Alright, not because he's making stuff up in his mind and he wants to be famous and has an agenda, or he's a Sephardic Jew. You know, no. They don't, you know, it's deeper than that. That's your own hijack. Alright, he's talking to the elders. They're straight up telling him. Just before continuing on the footnote, it says here, Duran's ideas on the Hebrew origins of the natives of the Americas and the probable migration of people from the Near East to the New World constitute a favorite subject among the early colonial chroniclers. So not just him. Columbus, we already know that, right? Columbus wrote he was coming to recover the holy city and Mount Zion, right, in his book of prophecies, which is in the Biblioteca Colombina, the Colombina Library in Seville, Spain. Alright? and Amerigo Vespucci also was saying the same thing. We're in agreement with the theory that Noah, after the great flood, has sent his children to all corners of the world. Joseph de Acosta, we're gonna get into Joseph de Acosta's book too, alright? In his Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, alright, said in 1590, alright, 1590, that he had little doubt that the settlers of the New World came together with their animals from Asia, from Europe, or from Africa, alright? Always, you know, they find traits of Hebrew here, or of so-called Negroes, or whatever, you know, that's considered old world, like Egyptian, Sumerian, Phoenician, Babylonian, whatever, alright? They're always gonna say, oh, they came from all the other places, right? But this is the true old world. These similarities, these traces of culture that are so similar originated here. The Mayak, alright? Although we would like to know how and why they came, he added, they don't know. They just know they found things here, alright? The Origin de los Indios del Nuevo Mundo e Indias Occidentales by Fray Gregorio Garcia and Fray Juan de Torquemada's Monarquía Indiana. These are all primary sources, if you don't know. Both discuss, and we have the books, original Spanish books. I can verify this info. Both discuss the settling of the Americas by survivors of the flood. Although Garcia was ahead of his time in believing that the settlers, in reality, came from different parts of the old world at different times. Maybe they migrated out of here. This chronicler and others also wrote of native ideas regarding their origins, such as the mystic belief that they came from a great tree. A great tree? And are we talking about Mount Roraima? Mount Roraima? Ancient giant trees that got cut down? You think they're mountains? Get on that flat drop. Visit 432 The Drop Radio YouTube channel. Alright? And the Aztec claim that they came from 7 caves. 7 caves, very important. Alright? That was in Aslan, Tulang, Aslan. Alright? Utah, Judah. Belief in the 10 lost tribes of Israel, based on vague texts in Genesis, persisted, however, until the 19th century and even later. Its exponent was the famous Lord Kingsborough, who in 1831 published his monumental work, Antiquities of Mexico. Awesome books he put together. Alright, I have the whole 9-volume collection. You're gonna see how scholarly these sources are and how he compiled this book. We're gonna get into Antiquities of Mexico as well. Alright, consistent of numerous pictorial codices and other documents collected by the Viscount, an enterprise which put him in debtor's prison where he died. Alright, hey, he did a great thing, because you're gonna see why. These books contain so much info. The history of the Indies of New Spain. There are some people who tell fables about this subject. To wit, some say that the Indians were born of pools and springs. Others that they were born of caves. Still others that they descended from the gods. All of this is clearly fabulous and shows that the natives themselves are ignorant of their origin and beginnings, inasmuch as they always profess to have come from strange lands. And I have found these things depicted in their painted manuscripts, where they portray great periods of hunger, thirst, and nakedness, with innumerable other afflictions that they suffered until they reached this land and settled it. All these things confirm my suspicion that these natives are part of the 10 tribes of Israel that Shalmaneser, king of the Assyrians, captured and took to Assyria in the time of Hoshea, king of Israel, and in the time of Ezekiel, king of Jerusalem, as can be read in the 4th book of Kings, chapter 8. Here it is stated that Israel was taken from its own land to Assyria. From its own land, where was that? Talking about America being taken to Asia. And Ezra, in book 4, chapter 13, says about these people that they went to live in a remote and distant country that had never before been inhabited. You mean they had to work their way back? There was a long and wearisome journey of a year and a half to reach the region of the islands and the mainland, to the west and beyond the seas, where today these people are found. Other evidence found in the Holy Writ that can be cited to prove this idea is that God, in Hosea chapter 1, 2, and I believe that's supposed to be 3, up to 12, is said to have promised to multiply 10 tribes of Israel, making them as numerous as sands of the sea. And the fact that they have taken possession of a large part of the world clearly manifestly shows how great was this increase. But leaving the biblical text and coming to what the Spaniards saw in this country, one thing that amazed them was the large number of people they found here. This was remarked by the Spaniards who came early to this country before the Great Plague of 33 years ago. The Great Plague, you hear that? Before the Great Plague. Plague curses. Alright, you always want to cite only one verse in Deuteronomy 28 talking about ships, like the Spanish didn't have ships and like they didn't enslave the natives on ships. Alright, but you forgetting the plagues and all the other curses in that same chapter. When so many people died that not even a third of the Indians who lived here before the plague survived genocide. American Holocaust, the real Holocaust. And this does not include the innumerable men, women, and children killed by the Spaniards during the conquest a few years earlier. Genocide. The curious reader can find many other proofs in the scripture. In Deuteronomy, what did we just say? Deuteronomy, we're talking about 28, he knows it. Chapters 4, 28, alright, 28 and 31, who is in Isaiah chapters 20, 28, and man, with the L I always forget what the L is, but you see it right here, alright, that chapter 2, alright, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Micah, and Zephaniah. All these books you can find the same references in the Mexican codices and history is what he's telling you, which tell of the rigorous punishment that God predicted would befall these 10 tribes because of their wickedness and evil doings and infamous idolatries. We fell off. We stopped following the laws, which made them stray from belief in the true God, from whom they had received so many benefits. Did you start following Teoti, Toph, the Jehoti, and people like that, entities like that? In the places I have mentioned, it is told that in return for such ingratitude, God promised a scourge and severe punishment. And it must be noted that it was prophesied that these people would lose their lands, homes, and treasures, their jewels and precious stones, their wives and children, and they would be taken to foreign lands and be sold there. Sold. Alright, we got the enslavement videos, right? Alright, while others were to take possession of their estate. It seems to me that even without other explanation, we have here sufficient proof that these Indians descend from the Hebrews. Fray Diego Duran is letting you know, just by the curses that they went through, which match exactly what the Hebrews were said to go through and went through. Alright? Just with this alone, he says it's sufficient proof without even going into other correlation. But we are. On their migration, during the long years of their journey, they were few in number, yet we have seen that they have multiplied like the sands of the sea. And after they had populated this vast world, God, tired of tolerating their abominations, and evil doings and idolatries. So he brought an alien people, like an eagle that comes from the end of the earth, and with no respect for the old or the young, for the children or the women, without mercy he destroyed them. Alright, we're just talking about Deuteronomy 28, right? Exact same words in that chapter. Alright, he's letting you know, Fray Diego Duran in the 1500s is letting you know who the people they're talking about in Deuteronomy 28 are. He found them. They were kept in hunger and thirst, in nudity, and in perpetual exhaustion, until they were humbled, cowed, and defeated. Among the other misfortunes God foretold for these people was that they would have cowardly, pusillanimous, and fearful hearts, so that they, who were many, nevertheless would flee from few. This was true and proved when the Marqués del Valle, Hernán Cortés, disembarked on these shores with only 300 men, half of whom were seafarers, not trained in the art of war, yet they dared attack millions of Indians in this country. In this way they were guided by the hand of Supreme Lord. It was his divine will that the augury of the sacred scriptures be fulfilled, and that 300 men overcome so many people, and that all those millions be possessed of such cowardly and frightened hearts that they would flee from the 300. So we know they also had help from other American native tribes or people, right? So the rivals of the Aztecs and all these people, they, helped these Spaniards when they arrived. Even today, the natives are so weak and fearful in spirit that they dare not trust us in any way or give credence to us, even in what concerns our holy Catholic faith and their salvation. He's telling you in 1500s. But our Lord and God, we are witness to the fact that these miserable nations are now being subjected to all the labors and misery and punishments caused by their evil ways and abominations and idolatries. Let us see, O Lord, your divine mercy and their true conversion to the Catholic faith, which the same scriptures promise, with renown and praise to all people who of their own free will accepted the holy Catholic faith. Alright, so now you're saying, alright, so you guys, were Hebrews, you did your thing, you got cursed, and now the only way to save yourself is to be Catholic, right? Alright. Having resolved the question whether these people are Hebrews and from the Jewish nation, with the aid of authorities who have come to this country, I wish to prove the same idea with other reasons. It's going to show you more correlation, such as those based on the authority of the sacred scriptures. Among the narrations of these people that tell of their coming to possess and inhabit this territory, I often find great differences among the old people who tell these tales regarding the events, toils, and afflictions that took place during their journey. Yet when they narrate this story, some one way and some another, their different accounts seem to describe that long, tedious road traveled by the children of Israel, who went from Egypt to the Promised Land, told so vividly that I could cite passages from Exodus or Leviticus to show the resemblance, but I do not want to be prolix. He's letting you know, while he's hearing the stories of these elders, these Aztec elders, right? Or these Mexica people, these Aboriginal Americans, he can't help but picture reading from Exodus, Leviticus word by word, because they're telling the same story. He's letting you know, and he can go all day by citing this, but that would be mad work. He's letting you know, I understand what he's saying. I want to show you all this stuff too, but you have to go do the homework. Alright, we're letting you know. We're letting you know this is the study guide. Alright, go read those passages. Then go read the Mexican codices. Go interpret them. See what you find. Alright? It would take a long time. It would be so much correlation. It would take so long. Alright? I do not intend to follow the order of these narrations. I only wish, in order to make my point, to relate some of the difficulties and misfortunes, famines and pestilences that they claim they suffered during their migration. We shall see that in fact this is nothing other than the story told in the sacred scriptures, handed down by their ancestors. These people have traditions regarding a great man, alright? A great man. Alright, we're gonna read later on who this great man was. Many names. Meshi, Meshi was one of them. Moshe. They told me that after he had suffered many afflictions and persecutions from his countrymen, he gathered the multitude of his followers and persuaded them to flee from that persecution to a land where they could live in peace. Alright, so some American native elders telling him, right, that this great man suffered many afflictions and persecutions from his countrymen. Now, isn't that the story of Moses? Like, before he left, you know, affliction with his countrymen, meaning the Egyptians. Remember, he lived amongst them and he was considered to be one of them, right? Because they raised him supposedly. Alright? But, you know, it's telling you right now the same thing. Having made himself leader of those people, alright? Now remember, this is a narration by one of the Indians, right? Having made himself leader of those people, he went to the seashore and moved the waters with a rod that he carried in his hand. Alright? Alright? We're not in the annals of the caciques, but we are about to go into it right now. But I just want you to see, alright? Fray Diego Duran is telling you, he's retelling you a story of an elder, right? That's telling him, right? And a personal account, right? From the source, that this great man, having made himself leader of those people, he went to the seashore and moved the waters with a rod that he carried in his hand. Then the sea opened up, and he and his followers went through, and his enemies, seeing this opening, pursued him. But the waters returned to their place, and the pursuers were never heard of again.
Very curious connection that exists between the religion of ancient Egypt and the religion that was practiced by Native Americans in the Mississippi Valley. I think these similarities are the result of a legacy shared by both cultures, a legacy that was passed down from a remote common source, and that is indeed memorialized in their myths and traditions. And the second point I want to share is that actually religious ideas are and religious thought are an amazing vehicle for carrying information and ideas down time through the future. They persist when many other aspects of culture fade away. We can say in terms, for example, of the Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, if we go back to the time of Abraham and Ur of the Chaldees, we're going back at least 4,000 years. So these ideas that are still current in our society today have origins at least 4,000 years old, perhaps older than that. So it's not a crazy idea to think that notions can be carried, ideas can be carried and replicated within religious systems. I happen to believe we are souls incarnated in human bodies. We're here in this theater of experience to learn and to grow and to develop. About the mystery of life and death, something that in our society we push to one side, but that the ancients considered very deeply. We're looking here at the oldest religious writings of ancient Egypt. These are the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts. And they are so called because they are written inside pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasty at Saqqara in Upper Egypt. And they are translated into English. Faulkner's edition of the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts is particularly highly recommended. They're the earliest of a body of literature of which the most familiar to us is the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. This entire body of ancient scriptures is all interconnected. They're conveying the same essential ideas. And those ideas concern the afterlife destiny of the soul. The ancient Egyptians believed that there was it's almost like a parallel dimension, another realm into which our consciousness enters after death as we leave our physical bodies behind. And they called that realm the Duat. We might translate that as the netherworld or the other world. And the god Osiris, my wife Santha took this photograph in the temple of Dendera in Upper Egypt. The god Osiris was seen as the lord of the afterlife kingdom, the lord of the Duat. And when the ancient Egyptians looked up at the sky at night and saw the constellation of Orion, the constellation of Orion was for them the celestial image of the god Osiris. And the constellation of Orion was conceived of as a kind of portal through which the soul would travel to reach the Milky Way, which the ancient Egyptians called the winding waterway, and then would make a journey along the winding waterway, and there be confronted by challenges and trials and ordeals that we have brought upon ourselves in the lives that we have lived. On the left, the pyramid of Unas in Saqqara, 5th dynasty, with the pyramid texts on the side. On the right, the Great Pyramid of Giza. This is, Santha shot this deliberately as a double exposure. The Great Pyramid of Giza, which is completely uninscribed. There are no religious writings inside it at all. But what's intriguing about the entire Giza complex, including the River Nile, is the way that it mirrors a particular region of the sky. And that region of the sky is exactly the region of the sky that the ancient Egyptians believed our souls travel through after death. This was the Duat, the constellation of Orion, the Milky Way, and the constellation of Leo, rising in alignment with the gaze of the Sphinx. Now, I'm not saying whoever made this majestic site actually put the Nile River there, but I am suggesting that the site was chosen for that reason. This sky-ground mirroring, as above, so below. And a final point on this, because of the wobble on the Earth's axis, the positions of the stars in the sky change down the ages. And what we're looking at is not the sky above Egypt in 2500 BC, when the pyramids are supposed to have been built, but the sky above Egypt roughly between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, between 10,800 BC and 9,600 BC. And this builds on the Orion correlation of my great friend and colleague and absolute genius, Robert Bauval, the author of the Orion Mystery. So what we have at Giza, although there are no texts, what we have is an experiential three-dimensional model of the Duat, of the afterlife realm. How does the soul of the earthly deceased ascend to the Duat? Well, it's through that portal in Orion, and this is made very clear because there is a narrow shaft cut through the body of the Great Pyramid, and it targets exactly the lowest of the three stars of Orion's belt. And it's accepted by Egyptologists that this star shaft or soul shaft was the means of ascent, a symbolic means of ascent for the soul to leap up to the portal in the constellation of Orion and then to transit to the Milky Way and begin that hazardous and challenging afterlife journey. I did not expect when Santha and I came to Moundville in Alabama in the Mississippi Valley that I would encounter an almost identical religious system. Very little is left of the ancient North American monuments. More than 90% of the structures that were documented in the 19th century are now completely gone. And of the less than 10% that remain, the majority have been vandalized and destroyed. We are, however, looking at a bit of what's left of Moundville, and I was astonished to discover, as I went around the museum here and started talking to the experts, that here's a symbol. It shows a hand with an eye in it, except that's not an eye. And the hand was the way that the Native Americans saw the constellation of Orion. So I'll just read what the notice board actually says in Moundville Museum. As a group, the knotted serpents and the hand and eye are believed to be a representation of the night sky. The serpents are the ropes that join the earth and sky. In the palm of the hand is the portal or doorway through which the spirits of the dead can ascend the path of souls or Milky Way in their extended journey to the realm of the dead. The gateway or portal between the celestial realms and the earth disk was symbolized and artistically rendered as an open hand with an eye in its palm. We know this hand as part of the constellation of Orion. Once the portal was crossed, the souls of the dead began their journey by walking along a road or ribbon of light, the Milky Way. And indeed it was called the Path of Souls in Native American tradition. And thus over time, Moundville became, in the minds of the people, not only the symbolic gateway to the realm of the dead, but also its the materialized image of that sacred domain. And that, we argue, is exactly what the Giza monuments are as well. They're a materialized image of the sacred domain through which the soul travels after death. Diagrammatically, the ancient Native Americans saw Orion's belt as the wrist of that hand, and other stars formed the fingers and thumbs, and the portal is actually the Orion Nebula, which lies directly beneath the belt stars. And a number of really excellent scholars have worked together to crack the code of the Mississippian ideas. They did not have a written language. They expressed everything in symbolism. But fortunately, there are a number of Native American tribes who have carried the ideas of Moundville down, and working with them and with the symbolism, the code has been cracked. And it is understood that the portal in the hand must be entered by a leap, that the soul of the deceased must leap up to that portal in the constellation of Orion, and thence begin its journey along the Milky Way. George Langford, one of the leading scholars in the group who've been working on the Mississippian symbolic code, draws our attention to the fearsome image of a brain smasher, usually a woman, whose task is to destroy memory and humanity by removing or smashing the brain. There are, in fact, repeated references to the brain smasher in Native American tradition, a menacing female figure, usually called the brain smasher or the brain taker. And her role is the annihilation and permanent destruction of unworthy souls, of the damned, on the afterlife journey.
All right, so real quick, we're gonna go back to the book, but right now we're in the Library of the Aboriginal American Literature. All right, number 6, edited by D.G. Brinton, M.D. And we are in the Annals of the Kachikels, the original text with a translation, notes, and introduction by Daniel G. Brinton, M.D., professor of ethnology and archaeology at the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia. He was president of the Numismatic and Antiquarian Society of Philadelphia, member of the American Philosophical Society, the American Antiquarian Society, the Historical Societies of Pennsylvania and New York, etc., member de la Société Royale des Antiquaires du Nord, de la Société Américaine de France. It says here both for its historical and linguistic merits. The document which is presented in this volume is one of the most important in Aboriginal American literature. Most important, read by the native, who had grown to adult years before the whites penetrated to his ancestral home. Alright, this is a translation of the Kachikels. Alright, these were Quiche Maya people. Alright, so it's saying that this is a personal, written account of one of these Quiche people, the Kachikels, who had grown to adult years before the whites penetrated to his ancestral home. Himself a member of the ruling family of one of the most civilized nations of the continent, and intimately acquainted with its traditions. His work displays the language in its pure original form. Alright, so this book contains the original Kachikel language, the way he wrote it, right, in his language. And then it's translated from there, from the original, and also preserves the tribal history and a part of the mythology as they were current before they were in the least affected by European influences, before any so-called agenda by a Sephardic Jew or any Jew trying to establish, or any goat worshipping people. Man, you are lost. Alright, these are personal historical account from the Kachikel himself before any European influence. That's what we're about to read, and we're gonna show you what they were writing in their annals, in their documents, in their history. Again, we're just in the annals of the Kachikels. Alright, it says here, introduction, ethnologic position of the Kachikels. The Kachikels, whose tradition and early history are given in the present work from the pen of one of their own authors, were a nation of somewhat advanced culture who occupied a portion of the area of the present state of Guatemala. Alright? Their territory is a tableland about 6,000 feet above the sea. 6,000 feet above the sea. A high place, seen with numerous deep ravines and supporting lofty mountains and active volcanoes. A paradise, sounds like to me. Though but 15 degrees from the equator, its elevation assures it a temperate climate. Even though it's hot near the coast, he's letting you know, because they're so high, it's a temperate climate, just like where I live. You know, I live in the capital of Costa Rica, and we live in the mountains. And you know, since we're in the mountains, you know, it's like 70 degrees most of the year. Alright, so while its soil is usually fertile and well watered, very fertile and well watered. Alright, they were one of the group of 4 closely related nations, adjacent in territory and speaking dialects, so nearly alike as to be mutually intelligible. The remaining 3 were the Quiches. Alright, Quiches, that's their family, told you. The Tzutujils and the Acajals, who dwelt respectively to the west, the south, and the east of the Cachiquels. Alright, so that was just an introduction of what we're about to read. I just wanted you to have a clear perspective. Alright, so let's belly flop to the part that correlates with what we were just reading in the Histories of the New Spain by Diego Duran, alright, about Moses, alright, and parting the water. An Indian was telling him, right, an Aztec elder was telling him that they have a story of a great leader, right, that parted the water, alright. Alright, so this is like what the original pronunciation of their writing would sound like. So it's like Ok Sho Ul Cha Chuchi Palo Cha Ha E Hochiri. You know, so you know, that's what he's translating. I just want to show you that, alright? Alright, so we're gonna go right here, belly flop to page 79. Remember, this is their story. This is their story of how they arrived in Guatemala, alright, in their journey. So on page 79 it says, "Then we arrived at the sea coast. We arrived at the sea coast. There were gathered together the warriors of all the 7 villages at the sea. A great number perished, devoured by sorrow. There is no means of passing, nor it is told of any one who has passed the sea. They can't cross the sea." "Oh no," said all the warriors of the 7 villages. Who will find means to pass the sea? In thee alone, my brother. In thee alone have we hope," said they all. Who they referring to? We said to them, "You may go on. You may be first. Who will find the means of crossing while we are here?" All of us spoke thus, and then all of them said, "Have pity on us, our brother, since we are all stretched on the shore of the ocean without seeing our hills and plains. As soon as we were asleep, we were conquered. We, the 2 oldest sons, we, the chiefs and guides of the warriors of the 7 villages, of all my brother, 2 oldest sons. With that we had passed, and could see the burdens given us by our mothers and fathers, O my brother." So they spoke. At that time the Quiche nation had increased. Our ancestors Gagavits and Saktecao said, we said to them, "We suffer also, our brother. We do not live stretched out on the shore of the ocean, where we cannot see our mountains, where they are, as you say, oh, you warriors, you people of the 7 villages. We shall pass over at once." Thus we spoke, and soon all of them rejoiced. Now there was a red tree, again, now there was a red tree. This is the part, alright? Pay close attention. A red tree. Are we talking about a cedar tree? Our staff. Whoa, there was a red tree, which is our staff? Did Moses carry a staff?
In the 2nd verse of the Book of Mormon, Nephi states that he makes his record in the language of his father, which consists of the learning of the Jews and the language of the Egyptians. Both Hebrew and Egyptian are mentioned again at the end as Mormon and Moroni attempt to complete the Book of Mormon record. And then in Mosiah, we learn that Lehi, having been taught in the language of the Egyptians, could read the engravings on the brass plates.
There is linguistic evidence that ties Mesoamerica to the Near East as well. The Saints. Brian Stubbs, who is a Latter-day Saint and is an expert in the Uto-Aztecan languages, has been comparing them not just with Hebrew, but with languages cognate to Hebrew, such as Arabic. And he has concluded that there are a lot of remnants of the Hebrew language that one can find in the Uto-Azteco language.
As a linguist, I have found considerable evidence of Hebrew and Egyptian in at least one language family, Uto-Aztecan. I have not yet published my findings for the linguistic community. The Uto-Aztecan language family is a language, about 30 related languages that are descended from what linguists call Proto-Uto-Aztecan. Their geographic location ranges from Idaho in the north to Mexico City in the south, basically. There are a few dialects in other places. About half of them are in the southwest United States, the other half are in Mexico. Actually, what I find in Uto-Aztecan is two different dialects of Northwest Semitic and quite a bit of Egyptian that has the same sound correspondences as one of those dialects of Northwest Semitic. Northwest Semitic is the branch of Semitic that Hebrew comes out of, Hebrew and Phoenician and so forth. Now that's extremely interesting because that's exactly what the Nephite merger would be, is this merger of two different dialects of Northwest Semitic, one of them having a significant amount of Egyptian in them. And so it's extremely consistent, in fact so consistent that the probability of that happening by chance would be very low. Another thing we need to keep in mind about the Mulekites is that we don't know how they got here, except they obviously crossed the ocean somehow, but the Phoenicians were the prominent seafaring people of that time near Palestine. And in fact, the fact that the people of Mulek named their main waterway the river Sidon, well, Sidon is a major port city of the Phoenicians.
We do have archaeological evidence that Mesoamerican peoples actually did move north and settled in the American Southwest, mostly in the area of Arizona, New Mexico. Chaco Canyon, for example, in New Mexico, there's evidence of two different cultures living there side by side. And one of these is very close to what we find in Mesoamerica. They build the same kind of structures, they use the same kind of pottery, and so on. The Book of Mormon also talks about the two remaining sons of the first Helaman, who actually left and went to the North Country. We have others going to the north. We have the Gadianton robbers at one point going to the north.
First of all, it might be good to know that Uto-Aztecan is not really all that far from the Mayan area. In fact, some dialects, Aztecan dialects, are actually south of Mayan areas. Some Pipil is located in various places around the Mayan area. In fact, most Uto-Aztecan languages are located in what most LDS archaeologists would consider to be the Nephite land northward. In other words, in Mexico and then perhaps further north than that in the United States. DNA and language don't always match. In fact, it might be that they match less than half the time. For example, everybody in Europe has Roman DNA, also has Celtic DNA, also has Germanic DNA. Even though those were three separate people, they've mixed enough being in the same area that geneticists cannot isolate Celtic DNA, for example, nor Germanic DNA. There's simply this European DNA that's a mixture of everything. And so peoples in the Americas could well be descended from Book of Mormon peoples, even though they are not speaking languages descended from Hebrew or Egyptian.
Did Maya mine blue pigment from Georgia? One of the many mysteries involving the ancient Maya is the origin of a blue pigment they used to paint murals and buildings. Archaeologists have searched far and wide for the source of this pigment. It now appears that the largest source of the clay that makes this pigment can be found in southwest Georgia. This is the same location of the Kalamoki Mound site, which I've argued had a strong Mayan influence. This was the most populous site north of Mexico during its time period, and it collapsed at the same time as Teotihuacan in Mexico. Archaeologists have long wondered why such a populous site was located in such an isolated location. With the discovery of the nearby source of Maya blue pigment, this mystery may now have been solved. Read the news below. In a moment of boredom this week, a documentary filmmaker, whose passion is the archaeology of the Americas, probably solved a riddle that has eluded architects and archaeologists for centuries. Where did the Mayas mine their Maya blue pigment? Studying the mica deposits in Georgia somehow led to the subject of Georgia clays. Clay is one of that state's most important exports. Georgia clays are characterized by a wide variety of colors and chemical characteristics. Somewhere along the Wikipedia trail, Haskell stumbled onto a clay with the odd name of attapulgite, also known as palygorskite. He continued reading the article. The name attapulgite is derived from the U.S. town of Attapulgis, Georgia, in the extreme southwest corner of the state, where the mineral is abundant. It is known to have been a key constituent of the pigment called Maya blue, which was used notably by the pre-Columbian Maya civilization of Mesoamerica on ceramics, sculptures, murals, and, most probably, Maya textiles. The clay mineral was also used by the Maya as a curative for certain illnesses, and there is evidence to show it was also added to pottery temper. Were the Maya mining gold in Georgia? Is there evidence that the Maya were in Georgia and Florida? If so, why were they there? Were they mining gold and shipping it back to Mexico? Does a gold artifact discovered in a Florida mound in the 1800s offer positive proof of this? Let's look at the evidence and see what it suggests about the true goings-on in the southeastern U.S. before the arrival of Europeans. Maya in Florida and Georgia? A site in Florida called Fort Center near Lake Okeechobee offers the earliest evidence of corn agriculture in the eastern United States. The question naturally arises as to how corn, a Mexican plant, showed up in Florida before it showed up elsewhere in the southeast. If it came by land, you would expect to see evidence of its cultivation in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama long before it arrived in south-central Florida. The logical conclusion, then, is that it was brought by people who arrived by boat. The archaeologist who excavated the site, William Sears, asserted in his book/archaeological report, Fort Center, an archaeological site in the Lake Okeechobee Basin, that this is precisely how corn came to be at this site. But who brought it? Interestingly, Lake Okeechobee was originally named Lake Miami. It took its name from a tribe of Indians named the Miami who lived around the lake. This is where the city of Miami gets its name. So in the same place where the first evidence of corn agriculture was discovered, we find a tribe named Miami. In nearby Cape Canaveral, the Spanish recorded that a tribe named the Mayuaca lived. Another nearby tribe recorded by the Spanish was the Mayaca. When the Spanish first reached the Yucatan in Mexico, they encountered a tribe called Maya, living in a province called Mayam. Could the Maya have been responsible for bringing corn to Florida? The migration legend of one Native American tribe, the Hitchiti, suggests this is the case. The Hitchiti migration legend, as recorded in the book Creation Myths and Legends of the Creek Indians, seems to place them in the Lake Okeechobee area after arriving on the coast of Florida. Their ancestors first appeared in the country by coming out of a canebrake or reed thicket near the sea coast. They sunned and dried their children during 4 days, then set out, arrived at a lake and stopped there. Some thought it was the sea, but it was a lake. They set out again, traveled upstream and settled there for a permanency. At the time this legend was recorded, the Hitchiti lived in Georgia. Following this legend in reverse, the only place south or downstream from Georgia with a lake large enough to be confused with the sea is Lake Okeechobee. The fact they arrived at the sea coast suggests they arrived in Florida by boat. Pyramid of the Moon at Teotihuacan in Mexico. Courtesy Wikipedia. More importantly, this legend states that the Hitchiti's ancestors came out of a reed thicket.
mounds is set up as 7 Indian mounds. They're prehistoric, built between the years 250 and 750 AD. Well, it's thought that during the most of the year they lived somewhere either both north and south of here, then this might be some sort of central location or some sort of meeting place in a central point to gather in all the tribes from all around South Georgia, North Florida, and eastern Alabama. And basically they came here and lived anywhere from several weeks to several months at a time, and raised some crops and held the religious ceremonies on the large mounds and in this plaza that we're standing in right now. What you're seeing here is the layout of what it would have looked like in the time period that the Indians lived here. It would have been cleared of vegetation. Even all the mounds would have been cleared of any vegetation. Just the Temple Mound was cleared because it was good for the acoustics. You would have been able to stand on top and have a normal conversation with the people down below in just normal voice. Basically, you see the Indian mound, the Temple Mound, surrounded by the plaza, which is the open area here, and also the different village sites that have been found by the Lamar, the Wheaton Island, and Swift Creek cultures. Basically, it was just one huge compound with the plaza being in the center. They seem to think there was some games being played at Kalamoki here. There's a mound to the south of the large Temple Mound that they believe was some sort of like a gaming station. This is what you would have found if you would have came during that time period and saw what the Indians were wearing. These are shell beads that were thought to have been taken from somewhere down along the coast. And also they would have gotten the pearls for the ear ornaments off the coastal areas. And they would have traded somewhere up north to get the copper out of somewhere in the northern states. But the trade route would have proved beneficial in how to get all these shell beads and ear ornaments. Representation of what happened in Mound D, which is the smaller mound out in the middle of the plaza. It was basically, when the chief died, it was a great event, and also there would have been some offerings of this burial objects to come in here, and they built the burial objects in the shape of things from nature, and they called it effigy pottery. There was ducks, quails, owls, and items such as that. This is the kneeling human effigy. This effigy has human with his hands on his knees, and it also has an eagle on each shoulder, and it's thought to have been a fish in each eagle's mouth. It was one of the most exquisite burial objects found in Mound D. It's very important to preserve them so that our future generations can really learn about these Indians, and to make sure that all the artifacts that are still in the ground can get preserved, and all the mounds that get preserved, so that maybe future archaeology can tell us even more about these cultures.
Mayan pottery, pyramids unearthed in Georgia. New research reveals that symbols which appear on ancient Georgia pottery are identical to Mayan glyphs, the symbols used to write the Mayan language. The pottery known as Swift Creek was a highly decorated form of pottery produced around 2,000 years ago, beginning around 0 AD. Many of the Swift Creek designs were collected in the book A World Engraved, Archaeology of the Swift Creek Culture, where several researchers noted the similarity in designs with Mexican symbols, although this was dismissed as purely coincidental by academics. Yet the latest research proves they are Mayan glyphs, adding yet more evidence of a Mayan presence in Georgia. Maya in Georgia? Over the past 3 months, the internet has been abuzz with the idea that the ancient Maya once lived in Georgia. It started when a Georgia architect announced that he'd discovered a possible Mayan village in the mountains of North Georgia. This story was followed up by another researcher who claimed there were many Mayan words in the language of Georgia's Hitchiti Creek Indians, as well as early European eyewitness accounts of Mayan gold mining operations in Georgia's Appalachian Mountains. Another recent announcement about the discovery of a possible source of the important pigment known as Maya blue in southwest Georgia has added more fuel to the fire. Mayan glyphs on Swift Creek pottery? The new research analyzed the Swift Creek symbols and compared them to Mayan glyphs from a Mayan glyph dictionary. What this analysis found was that many of these Swift Creek symbols were identical to Mayan glyphs. Read, Mayan glyphs on Georgia, Florida pottery. For instance, the Maya had several glyphs for their word ek, which means star/Venus. One version looked like a lowercase w. Another version was diamond-shaped, while yet another version was cross-shaped. The analysis found that all of these versions of the Mayan Venus glyph appeared on Swift Creek pottery. Swift Creek designs, top row, look like Mayan star/Venus glyphs, bottom row. For example, one Swift Creek design looked like a lowercase w and included two circumpuncts or circle dot symbols. These symbols are known to represent stars among Georgia's Indians. The researcher noted that although the meaning of this Swift Creek glyph was unknown, it was logical to assume it had a stellar interpretation because of these two star symbols. The fact that there were two such symbols on this Swift Creek symbol and Venus also has a dual nature as the morning and evening star. The researcher deduced that this Swift Creek design could represent Venus just like the similar W-shaped Mayan glyph. Another Swift Creek design featured both a diamond-shaped design and cross-shaped design within a single cartouche. Once again, the researcher noted that although the meaning of this Swift Creek design was unknown, one could deduce that both symbols represented similar or identical ideas. Otherwise, why include them in the same cartouche? Both of these symbols were used independently as well as together by the ancient Maya to represent Venus. Thus, the Swift Creek design is entirely consistent with this philosophy and thus likely represents Venus as well. Perhaps the most intriguing Swift Creek design that the researcher uncovered appeared to represent a jaguar with a cleft head. It also featured a flint knife symbol in the center of the design. Yet when the design was rotated 180 degrees, it took on the appearance of a rattlesnake head, complete with forked tongue. The research reveals that this design likely represents the Mesoamerican legend wherein the jaguar god Tezcatlipoca battled the plumed rattlesnake god Quetzalcoatl. The battle resulted in a rain of stone axe heads which struck Tezcatlipoca, transforming him into a jaguar and causing the cleft in his head. Tezcatlipoca was also strongly associated with flint knives. Thus, every element of this Mesoamerican legend is represented in the Swift Creek design. Mayan pyramids in Georgia? One of the largest collections of Swift Creek pottery was unearthed at the Kalamoki Mound site in southwest Georgia. This site is located just miles from the previously mentioned source of Maya blue pigment. Archaeologist Thomas Pluckhon noted in his book Kalamoki, Settlement, Ceremony and Status in the Deep South, AD 350 to 750 that Kalamoki was the largest and most populous town north of Mexico during its time period. The site featured an enormous earthen pyramid over 6 stories tall with a base larger than a football field. It was stuccoed with both red and white clay so thick, in fact, that archaeologists joked it would take an earthquake and dynamite to ever break through it. Researchers have long been puzzled by the location of such a large town in a relatively isolated location. The discovery of the Maya blue pigment mines located nearby may finally answer the question of its size and location as well as explain the Mayan glyphs on its pottery. Megametropolises, Teotihuacan and El Mirador. At the same time that Mayan glyphs began appearing on Swift Creek pottery, construction was underway in Mexico on 2 of the largest cities on Earth, Teotihuacan and El Mirador. Building projects of this scale would have undoubtedly forced the builders to source materials far and wide, just like comparable building projects of today. Georgia has the largest source of Maya blue pigment, mica. Teotihuacan featured tons of mica and gold. A city the size of Teotihuacan would have had enormous markets, and its citizens would, like modern people, have wanted all kinds of goods which would have had to have been sourced from somewhere. And once all the local sources were monopolized by various elite families, traders who wanted to strike it rich would have to look elsewhere for new sources. Interestingly, Kalamoki mounds collapsed at the same time that riots took place in Teotihuacan, which resulted in the destruction of the elite quarters around 500 AD. Mayan glyphs on Georgia, Florida pottery? Distribution of Swift Creek sites in southeastern U.S. The arrival of corn at the Fort Center and Ortona sites in the Lake Okeechobee area of Florida by 200 AD coincides with a pottery tradition known as Swift Creek. In fact, this pottery tradition appears in the same places where the Hichiti language was spoken, thus the two are likely related. As noted in my article Mayan Words Among Georgia's Indians, the Hichiti language has several words of Mayan origin. Researchers noted in A World Engraved, Archaeology of the Swift Creek Culture that many of the symbols found on Swift Creek pottery are similar to designs from Mexico. Although this similarity has been dismissed by mainstream scholars as coincidental 26, in light of all the linguistic evidence it seems more likely that it is far from coincidental. For instance, a plumed serpent-like figure has been found on a Swift Creek pot that is similar to feathered or plumed serpent designs from Mexico 27. Due to its duckbill-like face, it has been conjectured that it represents the wind aspect of the plumed serpent known by the Aztecs as Ehecatl. As noted by Susan Milbrath, in the Codex Borgia, Ehecatl is the patron of the day wind, the counterpart of the Mayan, 28. The plumed serpent in Mexico is also associated with Venus. Olmec plumed serpent. Other Swift Creek designs known as longnose mask design and unidentified creature are similar to various versions of the Mayan glyph, which means star or Venus. Swift Creek longnose mask. Mask. Swift Creek unidentified creature. Mayan EK glyph 4 star. Mayan EK glyph 4 star. Although we do not know the meaning of the symbols on the Swift Creek pots, we can deduce that they also have a relationship to stars, since both designs feature two iterations of a symbol which consists of concentric circles with a central. It has been shown to represent stars on petroglyphs in Georgia. 30. The fact that this Swift Creek design features two such star symbols may represent Venus as the morning and evening star. Another Swift Creek design known as mask-like design with unusual mouth element appears to contain two versions of the Mayan Lamat glyph, both within a cartouche. The fact that the Swift Creek potters placed both symbols in a cartouche shows they believed these two symbols conveyed closely related or identical concepts. In Mayan, both of these symbols, the diamond and cross, are closely associated and used both separately and sometimes together to represent the Mayan word Lamat, which is a symbol for Venus. Swift Creek Diamond Cross Design. Mayan Lamat Venus Glyph. Features both a cross and diamond. Mayan Lamat Glyph. Featuring diamond design. Mayan Venus/Lamat Glyph. Featuring rounded cross design. Interestingly, these designs predate the Maya. The earliest examples show up on Olmec pottery. 31. When contained within a cartouche, they stand for the day sign Lamat. 32 on the Mayan calendar and often associated with Venus, the morning and evening star. Olmec pottery sherd with diamond version of Lamat Venus glyph as well as flint eye. On the same Olmec pottery sherd can be found another glyph that looks like an eye and represents flint. The same symbol can be found on numerous Swift Creek pots. Throughout Mesoamerica, flint was often portrayed with an eye or face. Mesoamerican flint glyphs with various eye motifs. Swift Creek flint/eye. Flint in Mesoamerican cultures is associated with the sun. Coincidentally, the Spanish friar Juan de Cordova recorded a very interesting Mayan story that relates flint with sunlight and an all-seeing eye. On the day we call Tecpatl, flint, a great light came from the northeastern sky. It glowed for 4 days in the sky, then lowered itself to that rock. The rock can still be seen at Tenochtitlan de Valle in Oaxaca. From the light there came a very powerful being who stood on the very top of the rock and glowed like the sun in the sky. There he stood for all to see, shining day and night. Then he spoke. His voice was like thunder, booming across the valley. Our old men and women, the astronomers and astrologists, could understand him and he could understand them. He, the solar beam, told us how to pray and fixed for us days of fast and feasting. He then balanced the book of days, sacred calendar, and left, vowing that he would always watch down on us, his beloved people. 33. Thus the Swift Creek flint eye is consistent with Mesoamerican beliefs. It should also be noted that Venus was also seen as a big eye in the sky. As Malbrath notes, the double-headed serpent on lintel 25, at Yaxchillan, intertwines with a volute bearing a heavy-lidded eye framed by 5 radiating elements, a form of Venus symbol that may refer to Venus as the Big Eye. 34. The Mayan glyph for sun is known as kin. It looks like a flower with 4 petals, sometimes with a dot in the center of each petal. Swift Creek pots appear to also represent this glyph. The design also includes the quincunx 5 design, which in Mayan has the phonetic value bi or b.35. Among the Maya it represented the 5 directions: north, south, east, west and center. Interestingly, the Hichiti word bih means head chief, and the head chief was known as the Great Sun. Early eyewitness accounts of the Natchez noted that each morning the Great Sun would smoke a pipe and blow the smoke towards the sun, center, and then to the 4 directions. 36. Thus we see that among the Hichiti speakers, like the Maya, bih is associated with both the sun and 5 directions. As Milbrath notes, the Mayan quincunx glyph, T585A, may represent a variant of the central Mexican Venus sign. It has considerable antiquity, having been found on an Olmec scorpion sculpture, Monument 43, from San Lorenzo dated before 900 B.C. 37, and also had an association with Venus among the Maya. Interestingly, if the Swift Creek design is rotated 180 degrees, it has a strong similarity to the Mayan/Aztec god Chic/Tlaloc, who also is associated with Venus. This will be discussed later. Another Swift Creek design, known as Buzzard's Head, looks remarkably similar to the Mayan Simi glyph, which is another calendar day sign and is associated with death and reincarnation. In fact, it is the 13th and final sign of the 13-day period in the Maya Salcan calendar, when the Trecina begins with Jaguar. Swift Creek Buzzard's Head design. Mayan Simi glyph for death and transformation. The one difference is the Swift Creek design appears reversed from the Mayan design. This could be the result of the stamping process used to create the image. The Swift Creek designs were first carved into a wooden paddle and then pressed or stamped into the side of the pot while still wet. This process results in a reversed image, thus the image carved on the paddle would have appeared similarly to the Simi glyph above. Another Swift Creek design, known as Unidentified Creature, has been noted for its Olmec-style appearance. 38. It is very similar in design to the Olmec jaguar deity. Swift Creek Olmec-style creature. Olmec jaguar deity. Mayanic glyph for wind/breath/spirit. The face of the Swift Creek jaguar appears to also contain the Mayan T-shaped glyph for wind/breath/life. To the Maya, the jaguar's spotted skin represented the stars of the Milky Way galaxy. The Maya also used a jaguar glyph with a quincunx symbol on its head to represent the planet Venus. See chart below. Thus this appears to be another possible representation of Venus on Swift Creek pottery. Jaguar is also one of the 13-day signs of the Trecina, and as just noted, when the Trecina begins with Jaguar it ends with Simi, death/transformation. Thus the breath/spirit association with Jaguar is an appropriate way to begin a cycle that ends with Simi, death/transformation. Mayan Venus glyphs. Notice the Jaguar glyph in the center of second row. Another Jaguar design appears on another Swift Creek pot, but when turned upside down turns into the head of a rattlesnake. It also includes a flint knife in the center of the design. Swift Creek Jaguar design with cleft head and flint knife nose. When rotated looks like a rattlesnake head. Mesoamerican Tlaloc with snake eyes. Proto-Mayan flint knife. Knife. Interestingly, this combination of a snake, jaguar with cleft head, and flint knife is consistent with Mesoamerican mythology. For instance, Matthew Sterling notes in his article Early History of the Olmec Problem. A jaguar god who was the forerunner of the important Aztec god Tezcatlipoca was conceived of in one phase as a jaguar. Thunderbolts or stone axes, rained from heaven, were attributed to his activities. Seville speculated that the cleft in the forehead characteristic of these jaguar axes was caused by the blow on the head received during his struggle with Quetzalcoatl, at which time he was transformed into a jaguar. One thing Seville did not mention is that the fetish or distinguishing mark of Tezcatlipoca is the flint knife, a feature shown on many of the Jaguar votive axes. 39. The Swift Creek jaguar design includes a cleft head and a flint knife nose, and when rotated appears to be a rattlesnake head. Thus the Swift Creek design could have represented the struggle between Quetzalcoatl, the feathered rattlesnake, and Tezcatlipoca, represented as a jaguar. A Swift Creek design mentioned earlier, when turned upside down, also appears to be a representation of Tlaloc. Swift Creek 4-petal W/dots designs. Same design rotated looks like Tlaloc. Tlaloc W/curved fangs and circled dots on cheeks. Tlaloc was also a god of rain and thus fertility. Interestingly, the figure at left has the appearance of flowering plants, but when rotated takes the appearance of Tlaloc, which is consistent with these Mesoamerican associations. It should also be noted that Tlaloc is often represented in Mesoamerica wearing a headdress with circumpuncts in its headband. As noted previously, the circumpunct was likely a star symbol among the Hachiti. The fact that Tlaloc had strong associations with Venus and wore a crown of circumpuncts suggests that the circumpunct was also a star symbol in Mesoamerica as well. Interestingly, there are 5 circumpuncts in the headband at left. In Mesoamerica, Venus was strongly associated with the numeral 5, which Milbreth refers to as the fiveness of Venus, which she argued symbolized the Venus almanac of 5 Venus cycles correlating with 8 solar years. 40. This further supports the argument that the circumpunct was a star symbol in Mesoamerica. The preceding myth about the battle between Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca includes symbolism which is suggestive of a meteor storm. For instance, stone axes raining from heaven could represent meteorites which fell to Earth. Tlaloc has other associations which are consistent with this interpretation. For instance, he is said to fall from the sky and bury himself in the earth. Among Native Americans, jaguars/panthers were also associated with meteors and shooting stars. For instance, the Shawnee leader Tecumseh's name means shooting star or panther across the sky, and he received this name because of an especially bright and long-lasting greenish-white meteor that shot across the sky at his birth. 41. As Pucksinwah stared at the sky on this night, he saw a huge meteor streak across from the north, leaving a trail of greenish-white flame. It lasted for fully 20 seconds and was unlike anything he had ever seen before. This was the panther spirit that the old men sometimes spoke of, and a good sign indeed. As the women around the fire talked excitedly and pointed to the heavens, a baby's cry came from the shelter. Usually a child was not named for several days while the parents waited for a sign to indicate what the Great Spirit Manito wished the child to be called, but this child must surely be named Tecumseh, the panther passing across. Shooting stars were viewed by many cultures, including Mesoamerican cultures, as the souls of the dead departing and/or returning to Earth. Another Swift Creek design is similar in design to the Xochitl flower glyph from Mexico. Swift Creek design with yin-yang element. One version of Xochitl flower glyph with yin-yang knot. Another Xochitl glyph. The Xochitl flower glyph was the last day sign in the Aztec calendar and represented both the flowering of life and the disappearance from existence. 42. As noted above, the Mayan glyph for sun, kin, also was flower-shaped and likely represented similar concepts. Another Swift Creek design is similar to another flower glyph from Mexico, the water lily glyph. This glyph was used to represent the number 13, which was a very important number among the Maya used to represent the concept of completion. 43 The Maya included this glyph as a headdress on their Chuk serpent deity. Chuk was the Maya version of Tlaloc. Thus we see the concepts of flowers, fertility, Tlaloc/Chuk, stars/Venus, and completion are closely associated in Mesoamerica. Chuk serpent with water lily headdress of classic numeral 13 head variant. Swift Creek design similar to water lily headdress. The water lily also seems closely associated with stars. The Lamat glyph sometimes represents a half star with a stylized water lily, a mix resembling a variant of the star glyph known as T510E44. The water lily serpent is also associated with IK45, which in Mayan is associated with wind, breath, life, spirit. 46 As noted by Milbreth, in the Codex Borgia, Ehecatl is the patron of the day wind, the counterpart of Ik. This suggests that god H, the water lily serpent, and Ehecatl are all related by an association with Venus and the wind. 47. Flowers were also associated with stars in the secret language of the Itza Maya priesthood known as the language of Zwiva. For instance, in the sacred book Chilambalam of Chumayel, a section called A Chapter of Questions and Answers includes question number 8, which is large flower of the night, with the answer star in the sky. 48. This secret language is believed to be related to Mixok, which happens to be the language of the Olmecs. Were the Itza priests actually Olmec? 49. Flint represented not only the sun and all-seeing eye, but also duality. The flint blade could bring life, via surgery or food preparation, or death, via the warrior's knife. 50 Likewise the Simi glyph was another calendar day sign with a meaning associated with death and reincarnation. Interestingly, the Hichiti word for star was Awachiki, which translates literally as soul house. Thus we see a clear connection between stars and the concept of death and reincarnation in both cultures. In fact, the Swift Creek Xochitl, flower, and Ek, star, designs look strikingly like a female womb with fallopian tubes giving birth to a shining star. Indigenous cultures throughout Latin America refer to a woman's vagina as her flower because many flowers, especially orchids, greatly resemble a woman's sex organs. Thus the symbolism between flower and rebirth is clear. A woman's womb, as the center of creation of new life, becomes an earthly soul house at birth in the same way that a star becomes a celestial soul house at death. Or put another way, the dead are reborn as stars. Swift Creek Xochitl. Swift Creek Ek. Diagram of a woman's reproductive organs showing similarity between Swift Creek Xochitl and Ek designs. Considering the fact that most scholars believe the potters in Swift Creek culture were women, it seems highly appropriate that they chose to represent the story of life, death, and afterlife with the female anatomy. Curiously, Venus has a worldwide association with female sexuality. The planet was worshipped by all peoples and cultures of antiquity as the divinity of fertility, the goddess of war, beauty, and love. In its role as the goddess of war and fertility, it is associated with the morning star. In its role as the divinity of sexual love, it is associated with the evening star. In the West, the planet Venus has always been linked to the female sex, women, in biology, botany, medicine, and other natural sciences. 51. It should also be noted that in Mesoamerican beliefs, Venus/Tlaloc/Jaguar were all associated with rain. 52, and thus fertility. The Maya goddess Ixchel, depicted as an aged woman with jaguar ears, was a goddess of fertility and medicine. 9 Chel was one of the most revered gods among the Contal Maya, also known as the Poton Maya. They were master seafarers and the most likely candidates who could have reached Florida and Georgia during this time period. This will be further discussed in the conclusion. Thus it is possible that these glyphs represent aspects of a 9 Chel fertility cult in the southeast. The association between Tlaloc/Chuk, flint, fertility and rebirth can also be found in the hero twin myths. In both Mesoamerican and some North American versions, the second-born twin, representing the personified placenta or umbilical cord, sometimes has a flint association. Sometimes in Mesoamerica, the second-born hero twin is depicted as a flint or chipstone knife. In post-classic central Mexico, this human knife is shown as having anthropomorphic characteristics, including eyes and teeth. According to art historians Mary Miller and Carl Taub, Czech and Tlaloc, respectively, the Maya and central Mexican hurlers of thunderbolts were thus the creators of these valued materials. 53. Interestingly, all of these glyphs have something in common. They all are related to astronomy, the sun, stars, life, death, and rebirth. In addition, many of these Swift Creek designs contain prominent concentric circles with a central dot. This symbol is used by cultures worldwide as a symbol for the sun and stars. It is known that Native Americans used this symbol for the sun as well. 54. The fact that so many of these Swift Creek symbols are similar in design to Mesoamerican symbols whose meanings are constrained within a small range of possibilities is strong proof that they are likely Mesoamerican in origin. If the designs were based on random chance, you would expect to see designs more randomly distributed across the entire corpus of Mayan glyphs. The fact that these symbols show clustering around such a narrow range meanings provides strong evidence that something more than chance is responsible for the similarities. Conclusion. As mentioned earlier, the Swift Creek pottery tradition began around the same time that corn agriculture first showed up in the Lake Okeechobee area of Florida. The Swift Creek pottery tradition also occurs in the same area where the Hitchiti tribe is known to have lived. It is also the Hitchiti language which features apparent loan words from Mayan. The Hitchiti migration legend appears to place them in the Lake Okeechobee area after having arrived on the Florida coast from a place of reeds. Their ancestors first appeared in the country by coming out of a canebrake or reed thicket near the sea coast. They sunned and dried their children during 4 days, then set out, arrived at a lake and stopped there. Some thought it was the sea, but it was a lake. They set out again, traveled upstream and settled there for a permanency. 55. At the time this legend was recorded, the Hitchiti lived in Georgia. Following this legend in reverse, the only place south or downstream from Georgia with a lake large enough to be confused with the sea is Lake Okeechobee. The fact they arrived at the sea coast suggests they arrived in Florida by boat. More importantly, this legend states that the Hitchiti's ancestors came out of a reed thicket. The actual Hitchiti word recorded in the legend is Utski, which translates literally as reeds. In the Mayan language, reeds or place of reeds is a metaphor for a large city. For instance, according to Mayan scholar Linda Skeel in her book The Code of Kings, the Maya referred to the great Mesoamerican metropolis of Teotihuacan as Pu, which means reeds. 53. The great Toltec capital of Tula was also known as a place of reeds. Place of reeds served as a metaphor relating the masses of reeds in a marsh to the masses of people in a metropolis, thus a metropolis became a place of reeds. The Hitchiti migration legend reference to their ancestors coming from reeds suggests they were Maya who left a major city in Mexico and then arrived on the coast of Florida and temporarily settled near Lake Okeechobee before heading upstream and settling in Georgia for a permanency. Interestingly, the Itza Maya referred to their ancestors as Apu, which translates as reed people. Could the Hitchiti be descendants of the Itza Maya? According to J. Eric Thompson in his book Maya History and Religion, the Itza were a branch of the Poton Maya. 57. He noted the Poton, who also called themselves the Yucatan, lived in a province named Acala. Interestingly, the first Spanish to visit Florida noted that a tribe named the Miami lived around Lake Okeechobee. Other Spanish explorers with the Hernando de Soto expedition noted they visited a town in this area named Yucatan, which was the southernmost village of a province named Ocala. 58, namesake of modern-day Ocala, Florida. They also noted that after leaving a town named Ocala, they visited one named Patano. 59. Since Native American towns were named after the people who lived there, it's safe to assume people named Yucatan and Patano lived in a province named Ocala in Florida, just like the Poton/Yucatan Maya lived in a province named Acala in Mexico. This rare Maya wooden sculpture dates from 500 AD and possibly represents an Olmec priest or trader. Mirror bearer, Michael C., Rockefeller Memorial Collection. As previously noted, the Poton Maya were master seafarers, often referred to as the Contal Maya, and the most likely candidate to have made the voyage to south-central Florida around 200 AD based on a magnificent wooden sculpture known as the Putin Maya Lord 60, which dates to around 500 AD. We know they were expert wood carvers. Researchers have noted that the intricate Swift Creek designs carved into wooden paddles show they were also expert wood carvers. Point 61. Also, as previously noted, one of the primary deities worshipped by the Poton Maya was Ninechel, a goddess of fertility and medicine. Their other primary deity was Kukulkan, the plumed serpent. Thus, if Poton Maya traders had significant contacts with an area, one would expect to find representations of these two deities. As discussed earlier, both the plumed serpent and fertility symbols have been found among Swift Creek pottery designs. The Poton Maya, Contal Maya, also claim to be descendants of the Olmec 62, the mother culture of Mesoamerica. The aforementioned Poton Maya Lord wooden statue has definite Olmec features. This may also explain the appearance of the Olmec-style jaguar glyph among Swift Creek designs. The preponderance of the evidence seems to indicate that the Itza Maya were the ancestors of the Hichiti tribe. They arrived in Florida around 200 AD as indicated by the arrival of corn in Florida, Mayan words in the Hichiti language and Mayan glyphs on Swift Creek pottery. Massive earthen pyramids were also constructed at this time, such as the Crystal River Mounds and Letchworth Mounds in Florida and Kalamoki Mounds in Georgia, which is where much of this Swift Creek pottery has been found. The discovery of one of the largest sources of the mineral attapulgite just a few miles from these sites provides one possible reason for the Maya presence in the area. Attapulgite was used by the Maya to create the pigment Maya blue, which was very important to their culture. They were also likely mining gold in the North Georgia mountains. It seems highly unlikely that all these correlations are coincidental.
Her grandfather was the one of the founding fathers of the state of Israel.
Yes, he was.
Tell us about this.
Yes, he was. The generation of my grandparents was the generation of the first Jews to take on Zionism as an ideology and take on this idea of establishing a Jewish homeland in Palestine. And he was very active. He became a leader within the movement. He was a member of the de facto Jewish government before the State of Israel was established.
And he was one of the signers on the Declaration of Independence when the State of Israel was established.
Okay, and then from there, your father actually, he was the general.
My father was, yes, both my parents were born in Palestine, so they're the first generation Israelis, if you will, first generation Jews who were born there. And my father, as a young man, while still in high school, joined the Zionist militia. He became an officer. So in the War of 1948, when the Zionists occupied most of Palestine, he was an officer already. And then he remained in the military as a career officer, and by 1967 he was already a general and a member of the Israeli Central Command, the High Command.
Somebody's pointing the finger and say, this guy's anti-Semitic. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm Jewish, so being anti-Semitic is nonsense. Number one. Number two, being anti-Semitic means being racist against Jews. I'm not racist against Jews. But I am critical of the State of Israel. I'm critical of Zionism, which has really nothing to do with Jews, although they claim to. So there's nothing anti-Semitic about criticizing Israel. In fact, most Jews don't even live there. Most Jews never accepted Zionism, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. And it's a claim that's being thrown out when there's nothing else to say. When the other side, the pro-Israeli side, the side that supports the violence in Palestine, has nothing to say, they say anti-Semitic. Well, so they say anti-Semitic.
What if someone says, look, he's just a self-hating Jew? Have you heard this statement?
Yeah, well, I certainly don't hate myself. That's nonsense. And I don't hate anybody else. I think it's one of those things they throw at you when they've got no argument.
I just had a rabbi give me an analogy. He said, look, imagine you left your home and then someone came and occupied it, and then you try to get it back, and then they went to the judge. Have you heard some of these analogies? Maybe you can.
Yeah, that's assuming that, that's taking it to a place which I don't usually go. That's making the assumption that today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago. That's making the assumption that today's Jews are really the descendants of the ancient Hebrews that used to live in that part of the world some 3,000 years ago. That's a bit of a stretch for me. And even if it was true, I don't think it. I agree with him. It doesn't justify. I did not live there 3,000 years ago. My grandparents immigrated from Ukraine. Their parents, their grandparents didn't live there, and I don't know any Jew that can trace his or her ancestors back to the ancient Hebrews. I did not live there 3,000 years ago. My grandparents immigrated from Ukraine. Their parents, their grandparents didn't live there, and I don't know any Jew that can trace his or her ancestors back to the ancient Hebrews. So that's a lot of, a lot of myth there, and I don't think it's relevant. So that's a lot of, a lot of myth there, and I don't think it's relevant.
Most Georgians, as most Americans, have formed their ideas about Native Americans from the movies and from stereotypes about Western Indians, or particularly Plains Indians, and much less so about the Indians who lived in this area. In fact, it's very hard to break those stereotypes about expectations concerning Native Americans. The idea that Indians ride on horseback and have the rituals that we associate with the Plains Indians has found its way into our movies, and the Southeastern Indian culture, like most Eastern cultures, in fact, have sort of been passed over, both in terms of education and general public awareness. But I hope children in particular come away from this with the idea that before we were here, there was a rich and wonderful civilization that dates back thousands of years and which still has vestiges of that life in the present. Because Native American life goes on, it changes, it becomes more and different things.
Atlanta, Georgia, one of the largest cities in the American South and capital of the state of Georgia. Yet Atlanta was not the first great city to exist in Georgia, and its structures were not the first to rise above the dense southeastern forest. For over 4,000 years, the original Native American inhabitants of Georgia constructed some of the most impressive monuments in all of North America. Hidden in the dense southern forests, these forgotten ancient cities are only now beginning to give up their secrets. And what they're revealing are civilizations more complex and advanced than was ever imagined possible.
The story of the southeastern Indians is a story that is in bold contrast to what most people seem to know about American Indians. Native peoples who lived in this region were relatively peaceful, had a sophisticated political system. They were agricultural people. They had a well-defined system of government and social practice. They hardly fit the stereotypes that we're familiar with. The Mississippian culture is the culture that was in place at the time of European discovery and of De Soto's travels in the southeast, particularly in Georgia. He said when he came into our region, the upper Etowah region, that everywhere he went, they were within sight of villages and seemingly large populations of people. This painting represents a scene in the Mississippian culture. The political figure in the painting is a woman, as was frequently true in Mississippian culture. Behind, you see important elements of Mississippian culture. It is in a riverway. It's agricultural, but primarily within the river bottoms. They also have a fishing element of their culture. Their culture has structure as exemplified by the mounds themselves. They represent the rise of generations of political leadership from one family dynasty to another. You also see the ball field. The ball field is sort of the social center of the community, and in the Mississippian culture and southeastern culture, it's called the Little War, the way in which great issues are fought out, at least symbolically, in these ball games. These are also ceremonial grounds. This is such a rich and complex culture, and the interaction between the cultures has gone on for so many generations, dating back to De Soto and before in the early 17th century. These are so complex and interesting. I think we're just at the very beginning of understanding what all of this means.
Mississippian people arrived from somewhere else. We know this by the different pottery they brought, by the narrow-bodied arrowheads that were different than anything that had been seen here before. But most importantly, the three things they brought that changed society and the people who were here was the cotton, the corn, and the social living in large groups. Cotton, it supports an entire economy all by itself. Because where the cotton growers live is where the weavers live. And where the weavers live is where the loom makers and the string makers find employment. And if you're going to make seashell jewelry, you go live near the cotton growers because that's where the traders come to get the blankets. And you're going to be there to sell your seashell jewelry too. The pottery tells us a lot about who they were and where they came from, as does the products. Cotton and corn came from Mexico in the desert southwest in the Four Corners area. Pottery of shouldered bowls resembles the pottery we find out west. This site was a massive site, 1,500 to 2,000 people. There was a courtyard area between the greater and lesser mound. But much of what was here, we can't tell if there was a ball court area. There was certainly a gathering plaza between those two mounds. But since this area was used as a farm in the 17 and 1800s, much of the data is gone, destroyed by the plows. yard area between the greater and lesser mound, but much of what was here, we can't tell if there was a ball court area. There was certainly a gathering plaza between those two mounds. But since this area was used as a farm in the 17 and 1800s, much of the data is gone, destroyed by the plows and the cows of the dairy farm that were here. Well, we have 7 mounds here, and oftentimes the mounds are used for different things. The Great Temple Mound, the Lesser Temple Mound, these are social gathering places. Places that people got together for all the many reasons we gather in places where we don't actually live. Getting together for religion and ceremony to celebrate life. Getting together for the harvest. Getting together to watch the sky as it changes at night. Traders, getting up on top of this mound, could light a fire and let everyone down below know they were there. And religious leaders and political leaders could exemplify their power and their strength and their importance by living near or on these places. These mounds, back when they were used, would have had steps. On the Great Temple Mound, actually 2 layers of steps going up this side that's looking at us. They would have been covered with colored clays and kept free of vegetation. These mounds are phenomenal. The Great Temple Mound had buildings on top of it, a great place for people to gather. And it went up in stages, and we don't find much inside. The Funeral Mound had 7 different layers, and every imaginable type of burial, from log crypts, prone burials, flexed burials, even bone bundlings, where people partially cremated their ancestors and gathered their bones over time and then buried them together. The Earth Lodge is probably the most spectacular thing we have here at Okmulgee National Monument. The Earth Lodge is a social idea, and it was a spectacular development of society and culture here. A circle of seats. And this was not the only one. There were 3 others here, which infers the need for social places like this. This was the largest one. A circle of 50 seats with a bird effigy built inside. It was a functional building, covered with dirt. It kept it cool. A hole in the center. The structure would not have raised up like a mound shape. It would have been flat-topped with a hole for the smoke to get out. In this structure, problems were solved, societies were planned, spirituality was celebrated, and the circle of life went round and round. It resembles much of what we do today, and shows us a little bit that society in ancient times had many similarities rather than the differences we so often see.
Okay, now that we got the watered down version out of the way, let's get into the true
Ancient temples in Georgia and Egypt share solar alignments. Abu Simbel in Egypt, left, and the Okmulgee Earth Lodge in Georgia, right, both align to the sunrise on February 22nd and October 22nd. Did you know that the Okmulgee Earth Lodge in Macon, Georgia, and the Abu Simbel Temple in Aswan, Egypt, are both aligned to the rising sun on the same dates? Both structures align to the sunrise on February 22nd and October 22nd each year. But why? Typically, when ancient builders aligned a structure to the sunrise, they chose dates that corresponded to the solstices or equinoxes. The solstices are the times of year when the Earth turns the curve, so to speak, in its orbit around the sun and begins traveling in the opposite direction. These dates are typically June 21st and December 21st. The equinoxes are the halfway points between the solstices and typically fall on March 21st and September 21st. Yet why did the builders of the Okmulgee Earth Lodge in Georgia and the Abu Simbel Temple in Egypt choose to align their structures to the sunrise on the odd dates of February 22nd and October 22nd? Coincidentally, or not, the Aztec solar year ended on February 22nd as well. Cosmic catastrophes. The Okmulgee Earth Lodge was burned to the ground in 1015 AD, which means it was constructed sometime before this. As I noted in my article, Archaeoastronomy of the Okmulgee Earth Lodge, 1015 AD coincided with evidence of one of the biggest meteor impact events of the past 2,000 years. Based upon multiple lines of evidence including written records, geologic clues, and ice core records, in September 1014 AD, one or two large meteors slammed into the center of the Atlantic Ocean, sending massive tsunami waves to coastlines on both sides of the Atlantic and into the Caribbean, killing untold numbers of people. Based on the date recorded in the written records of this event, it is believed to have been meteors from the Taurid meteor stream that impacted Earth. The Taurids are fragments from Comet Encke. They are called the Taurids because they appear to emanate from the Pleiades asterism within the constellation Taurus. This event was likely depicted on the Aztec calendar stone featuring two Xiacotls, or fire serpents, with 7 star symbols on their snouts representing the 7 stars of the Pleiades, which brought about the end of their fourth sun with a great flood, tsunami. The Abu Simbel Temple was built by King Ramses II around 1240 BC, over 2,000 years before the Okmulgee Earth Lodge was constructed. Yet it, too, seems to have been constructed immediately prior to a major destructive event, but this time in the Mediterranean area. The time period of 1200 BC represents the beginning date of what historians refer to as the Bronze Age collapse. To quote Wikipedia, the late Bronze Age collapse involved a Dark Age transition period in the Near East, Asia Minor, the Aegean region, North Africa, Caucasus, Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean from the late Bronze Age to the early Iron Age, a transition which historians believe was violent, sudden, and culturally disruptive. Historian Robert Drews noted, within a period of 40 to 50 years at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 12th century, almost every significant city in the Eastern Mediterranean world was destroyed, many of them never to be occupied again. Coincidentally, researchers have blamed a breakup of Comet Encke and rain of meteors onto Earth as a possible explanation for this widespread destruction of civilizations around 1200 BC. Birdmen. These two temples, constructed thousands of years apart on different continents, have other similarities. According to researchers, on the days of solar alignment, the sun entered the doorway of the Abu Simbel Temple and illuminated all but one of the 4 statues inside. The statue left unlit was that of the Egyptian god Ptah, a god of the underworld. Curiously, over time Ptah evolved into Ptah and statuettes represented him as a birdman. According to researchers, systematically, statuettes representing the human form, half-human, half-hawk, or simply in its falcon form of the new deity, began to be placed in tombs to accompany and protect the dead on their journey to the west. Etowah birdman from Georgia, left, and Ptah birdman from Egypt, right. Coincidentally, the Okmulgee Earth Lodge included a raised platform of clay in the shape of a hawk or falcon. Throughout Georgia during this time period appeared imagery of a birdman or falconman reminiscent of Ptah's hawkman form. The hawk/falcon platform in the Earth Lodge and the images of the birdman both had a shared symbol drawn around one eye known to archaeologists as the forked eye motif. This motif has been interpreted as representing a two-tailed comet. Thus the symbolism at Okmulgee and Abu Simbel seem remarkably consistent. Ptah was often represented with a green face. The Taurid meteor shower is known for its spectacularly bright meteors known as fireballs. These are often green in color. Ptah was also associated with the sacred bull Apis. Coincidentally, the Taurid meteor shower is so named because it appears to emanate from the constellation Taurus, the bull. Thus the symbolism at both Okmulgee and Abu Simbel support the hypothesis that these monuments were related to the comet Encke and its associated Taurid meteor stream. As noted earlier, February 22nd is also the last day of the Aztec solar year. This day was associated with the Aztec god Huitzilopochtli. Interestingly, he is also associated with birds and the color green. According to Wikipedia, he always had a blue-green hummingbird helmet in any of the depictions found. In fact, his hummingbird helmet was the one item that consistently defined him as Huitzilopochtli, the sun god. In artistic renderings, he also holds the blue snake, Xiacotl, in his hand in the form of an otlotl, or spear thrower. Like the Aztec calendar stone, which featured 2 Xiacotls, or fire serpents, which likely represented flaming meteors, Huitzilopochtli also was associated with fire serpents. Conclusion: February 22nd and October 22nd seem to be important dates for multiple ancient civilizations over the past 4,000 years. These civilizations went to great lengths to preserve these dates for posterity through the construction of temples aligned with the sun on these dates. It seems likely these dates are associated with meteors, especially those of the Taurid meteor stream. Only further research will answer the questions these monuments present.
Possible Mayan site discovered in Georgia mountains? Architect and scholar Richard Thornton has published his findings about an archaeological site on the side of Georgia's highest mountain peak, Brasstown Bald. His conclusion, that the site was built by the Maya, could rock the archaeological community who have insisted for decades that no evidence existed for the presence of people from Mexico in the southeastern U.S. Thornton followed several lines of evidence to come to this startling conclusion, including similarities between the terraced mountainside site with those constructed by the Maya, similarities in language, and similarities in culture and religious ideas. Read his findings below and decide for yourself if this site is, indeed, an ancient Mayan site in the mountains of Georgia. This computer reconstruction of the site on the slope of Brasstown Bald in North Georgia shows similarities with Maya sites in Mexico. See 2011 Richard Thornton. Archaeological Zone 9 UN 367 at Track Rock Gap, near Georgia's highest mountain, Brasstown Bald, is a half-mile, 800 m, square and rises 700 feet, 213 meters, in elevation up a steep mountainside. Visible are at least 154 stone masonry walls for agricultural terraces, plus evidence of a sophisticated irrigation system and ruins of several other stone structures. Much more may be hidden underground. It is possibly the site of the fabled city of Yapaja, which Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto failed to find in 1540, and certainly one of the most important archaeological discoveries in recent times. Blairsville, Georgia, December 21, 2011. Around the year 800 AD, the flourishing Maya civilization of Central America suddenly began a rapid collapse. A series of catastrophic volcanic eruptions were followed by 2 long periods of extreme drought conditions and unending wars between city-states. Cities and agricultural villages in the fertile, abundantly watered, Maya highlands were the first to be abandoned. Here, for 16 centuries, Itza Maya farmers produced an abundance of food on mountainside terraces. Their agricultural surpluses made possible the rise of great cities in the Maya lowlands and Yucatan Peninsula. When the combination of volcanic eruptions, wars and drought erased the abundance of food, famines struck the densely populated Maya lowlands. Within a century, most of the cities were abandoned. However, some of the cities in the far north were taken over by the Itza Maya and thrived for 2 more centuries. Mayan astronomers create the Forsyth petroglyph? Does the Forsyth petroglyph record the same astronomical event recorded in Temple 19 at Palenque and also depicted on the Mayan Bloganer vase? Abstract. The hieroglyphic platform in Palenque's Temple 19 records a comet breakup and impact event in 3300 BC. The same event was recorded on a Maya vase known as the Bloganer vase, which has been interpreted as a star map. The Forsyth petroglyph appears to contain information found in both the Temple 19 inscriptions as well as the Bloganer vase and likely alludes to the same event. Additionally, the use of a Mayan glyphs, chum and or YEH, and mythological symbol, Sapactli, on the Forsyth petroglyph further links it to its Mayan counterparts and strongly suggests it was carved by Maya or Mayo-influenced astronomers. In a previous paper, I argued that the Forsyth petroglyph was a star map that recorded a comet breakup and impact event in 539 AD that coincided with a severe climate downturn at that time recorded in both historical records and the Greenland Ice Core. 1. I have since found connections between the Forsyth petroglyph and Maya mythological accounts of an event which happened near the end of the last Maya calendar. That is also consistent with a major impact event. Evidence for this event is found in ice core, climate, and sedimentary records. The event known as the Maya flood myth is the basis of much of Maya religion and mythology. 2. The event is recorded in an inscription in Temple 19 at Palenque 3 as well as on a Maya vase known as the Blowgunner vase. For the Blowgunner vase has been argued to be a Maya star map. 5. Coincidentally, it contains the exact same constellations in the same configuration as those on the Forsyth petroglyph. Since the Forsyth petroglyph and Blowgunner vase show the most similarities, I will compare them first. The traditional interpretation of the Blowgunner vase 6 is that it illustrates a Maya myth wherein a figure known as Junajah, one lord or one son, uses a blowgun to shoot Itzum revealed, the celestial bird, out of the sky. 7. The celestial bird is represented as a Quetzal bird. The glyphs on the vase below the blowgun read, Itzum descends from the sky. 8. Others have taken the interpretation further and argued that not only does the vase record a myth, but also serves as a star map. 9. According to this interpretation, the tree in which Itzum is perched represents the bright band of stars of the Milky Way. The scorpion at the bottom of the tree represents the constellation Scorpio located in the sky next to the bright band of the Milky Way. The serpent on the far right of the vase rollout is thought to represent the constellation Draco. Blowgunner vase as a star map. Tree represents the Milky Way, scorpion represents Scorpio constellation and serpent represents Draco constellation. These star groups match the star map that I have argued exists on the Forsyth petroglyph. The constellation Draco is unmistakably represented on the far right of the Forsyth petroglyph, just as on the Mayan Blowgunner vase. The claws of the constellation Scorpio are represented on the left side of the petroglyph, just as on the Blowgunner vase. Interpretation of the symbols on the Forsyth petroglyph, including the constellations Scorpio and Draco, as well as a comet and comet fragments. Scorpio constellation on petroglyph. Pincers of the Scorpio constellation. Draco constellation on petroglyph. Draco constellation. Yet I've also argued that a comet is also represented on the petroglyph and this comet breaks into fragments. Does anything similar exist on the Blowgunner vase? In fact, there is. The celestial bird in the top of the tree likely represents a comet. The use of a Quetzal bird to represent this celestial bird is quite telling. The Quetzal is a bird from southern Mexico that has extremely long tail feathers. A bird flying across the sky with a long tail is a perfect symbol for a comet. 10. The Chinese actually referred to one type of comet as a long-tailed pheasant star, showing that they, too, related birds with long tail feathers to comets. The Blowgunner, Junajah, shooting the Quetzal from the top of the tree thus represents the comet impacting Earth. The Mayan glyphs below the blowgun read, Itzum descends from the sky. Thus the Blowgunner scene is a clear reference to a comet which falls from the sky, similar to the comet breakup recorded on the Forsyth petroglyph. Curiously, the glyph for YEH, revealed, is nearly identical and in the same location, between Scorpio and Draco, as the incomplete star symbol on the Forsyth petroglyph. I've interpreted this as a supernova on the petroglyph, thus the Mayan verb YEH, revealed, is a fitting description of a star that appears out of nowhere. Blowgunner vase as both a star map and account of comet impact event. This same symbol on the Forsyth petroglyph also closely resembles the glyph for the Mayan word chum, enthronement. This is an important aspect of the Mayan flood myth as recorded in Palenque's Temple 19. The first event that takes place in this myth is the enthronement of god Gi in the sky on March 10, 3309 BC. Curiously, the myths surrounding Gi have him being born and enthroned multiple times. This has confused scholars, but makes sense when one realizes that his enthronement in the sky is best explained as the appearance of a supernova in the sky. 11 supernova can brighten, becoming visible, and dim, becoming invisible multiple times before they explode. Thus GI's multiple births becomes explicable via an astronomical interpretation. Classic version of Mayan chum glyph meaning to seat on Palenque Temple 19. Possible chum glyph on Forsyth petroglyph. Just as YEH, revealed, was a perfect description of a supernova, so is chum, enthronement. Most stars are always in the sky night after night, thus they don't come to power. They are simply always there. Only a supernova appears out of nowhere and takes its position in the sky, i.e., is enthroned. The fact that supernovas are usually so bright they are even visible during daylight hours is likely another reason they are said to be enthroned, since they are the king of the stars during their short reign in the sky. A beryllium-10 spike shows up in the ice core records around 3300 BC 12, which is the same time that god Gi was enthroned in the sky. Such spikes are known signatures for supernova explosions, thus the physical evidence supports this astronomical interpretation of god Gi. The most important symbol in the Temple 19 flood myth is the decapitation of a cosmic crocodile. In my book chapter, Decoding the Mayan Flood Myth, I argue that the cosmic crocodile represents a comet. 13 Like a comet, a crocodile has a head and a long tail. The decapitation event was likely a phenomenon known as a tail disconnection event, when a comet's tail is torn off by a coronal mass ejection from the sun. In 2011, comet Elenin exploded after being hit by a CME. Interestingly, the Blowgunner Junajah, one lord or one sun, is shown with 3 spots on his body, likely representing sunspots. Sunspots only appear on the sun during active periods, which is also when solar flares and coronal mass ejections are possible. Perhaps Junajah's blowgun represents the sun shooting a coronal mass ejection at the comet, which is responsible for bringing the comet down to Earth. On the Forsyth petroglyph there is a symbol on the far right of the stone that is very similar in design to representations of Cipactli. 14 Cipactli is the Aztec version of the decapitated crocodile and is always represented as a disembodied crocodile head with a distinctive crest above his eye. 15 The Maya cosmic crocodile also always features a distinctive crest above his eye. The Forsyth petroglyph also includes this distinctive crest. Cipactli, or decapitated cosmic crocodile, featuring distinctive curl over its eye on the far right side of the Forsyth petroglyph. One version of Cipactli, which looks most similar to the Forsyth petroglyph design. The impact events represented in Palenque's Temple 19 and the Blowgunner vase happened around 3300 BC, while the event recorded on the Forsyth petroglyph likely happened around 539 AD. Yet scientists have noted that 2 major ammonium peaks in the Greenland ice core, signatures of cosmic impacts, stand out in the ice core record, one at 3300 BC and one at 500 AD. Thus the 500 AD event was similar to the 3300 BC event and likely revived the memory of this older event. The fact that this myth was recorded at Palenque sometime after 500 AD further supports the idea that the 539 AD event revived the memory of this ancient catastrophe and resulted in it being recorded in various mediums, including the vase and hieroglyphic platform. It appears this Mayan record of an ancient catastrophe was also recorded on the rock petroglyph known as the Forsyth petroglyph in Georgia. The use of Mayan glyphs and mythological symbols on the petroglyph, as well as the similarity in layouts between the petroglyph and the Maya Blowgunner vase, strongly suggest it was carved by Maya or Mayan-influenced astronomer priests. This article is based on the research paper, Comparison of Forsyth Petroglyph, Mayan Blowgunner vase and the Mayan flood myth from Palenque Temple 19. References cited. 1. Daniels, Gary C. Possible astronomical symbols on the sculptured rock from Forsyth County. observatory unearthed in Georgia was Doomsday Clock? About 3 hours west of Savannah, Georgia archaeologists unearthed an ancient Indian mound, which had a secret hidden chamber inside. Inside this secret chamber was a circle of 50 seats and an altar in the shape of a hawk or eagle. Known as the Okmulgee Earth Lodge, new evidence proves this earth-covered building was a sophisticated piece of engineering with precise astronomical alignments that likely served as an astronomical observatory. It also appears to have served as a type of doomsday clock forewarning its designers as to the next severe meteor storm. This Earth Lodge Observatory is located at the Okmulgee Mounds National Monument in Macon, Georgia, a site which dates to around 900 AD. The Okmulgee Mound site contains an enormous earthen pyramid 90 feet tall known as the Great Temple Mound. The Mayan pyramid at Chichen Itza is only 75 feet tall by comparison. This pyramid was stuccoed in bright orange Georgia clay, and magnetometer scans showed that it had a spiral ramp leading to its summit angled to the Okmulgee River below. A smaller earthen pyramid known as the Lesser Temple Mound forms a right angle with the Great Temple Mound, and the two pyramids form the boundaries of a giant central plaza. The Earth Lodge exists across this vast central plaza north of these two pyramids. Excavations revealed that the secret chamber within the Earth Lodge was accessed by a low, earth-covered, tunnel-like entrance. The doorway for this entrance was aligned with the sunrise on October 22nd. On the morning of October 22nd, the first rays of sunlight would pass through the doorway and illuminate the bird-shaped altar. This bird had a design around its eye known by scholars as the forked eye motif. This design takes on the appearance of a two-tailed comet. Most similar astronomical structures in the Americas are aligned with the vernal equinox on March 21st. Thus, what was the reason for this unique alignment on October 22nd at the Okmulgee Earth Lodge Observatory? Was there another astronomical event the builders wanted to observe? Taurid meteor shower. Today the Taurid meteor shower peaks on the night of November 5th. Yet 1,000 years ago, due to a phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes brought about by the slight wobble in the Earth's rotation, this meteor shower would have peaked 14 days earlier on October 22nd. The Taurids appear to emanate from the Pleiades star cluster within the Taurus constellation. The Pleiades would also have been visible through a hole in the roof of the structure as they reached their zenith or highest point in the sky. Why would these ancient astronomers have aligned their Earth Lodge Observatory with both the Pleiades and the Taurid meteor shower, which emanates from the Pleiades? The Taurids are one of the most dangerous meteor showers in history. It is produced by fragments and debris from the comet Enki. The Taurids regularly produce fireballs, known as Halloween fireballs due to their timing around this holiday, that are the result of large meteors entering and burning up in the atmosphere. Many of the smaller meteors produce a green color when they burn up in the atmosphere, which is likely the origins in the belief in green witches riding broomsticks across the sky on Halloween. Every so often, perhaps every 500 years, astronomers have estimated, a much larger meteor from the Taurid meteor stream targets Earth and unleashes massive devastation. One such event took place in Siberia in 1908 and is known as the Tunguska event. This meteor exploded high in the atmosphere, creating an airburst more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Its effects were identical to a nuclear blast. According to Wikipedia, the explosion knocked down an estimated 80 million trees over an area covering 830 square miles. Cosmic catastrophe. Interestingly, astronomers have noted that the 11th century, the time period in which the Earth Lodge existed, saw one of the highest activity levels of the Taurid meteor stream in recorded history. I.S. Astapovich and A.K. Tarantiva conducted a study of fireballs appearing between the 1st and 15th centuries and revealed the Taurids to have been the most powerful shower of the year in the 11th century, with 42 fireballs belonging to them, and no shower, not even the great ones, could be compared with them as to activity. Another astronomer, Dallas Abbott with the Lamont Doherty Observatory at Columbia University, has theorized that a meteor slammed into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in 1014 AD, causing a massive tsunami which impacted both sides of the Atlantic. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records such an event occurring on September 28, 1014. On the eve of St. Michael's Day, September 28, came the Great Sea Flood, which spread wide over this land, and ran so far up as it never did before, overwhelming many towns, and an innumerable multitude of people. Stephen J. Culver at East Carolina University noted in a scientific article in the journal Sedimentary Record that the Outer Banks of North Carolina were completely washed away around the same time period and took over 400 years to reform. Dallas Abbott also found tsunami deposits associated with this event in New York, the Caribbean, and northern South America. According to Aztec legend, their fourth son was destroyed in 1011 AD by a flood associated with the sky falling. This event was recorded on their famous Aztec calendar stone and features 2 fire serpents around the outer rim with 7 star symbols on their snouts. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, is composed of 7 stars, and thus this sculpture likely records this impact event as well. Coincidentally, archaeologists have radiocarbon dated the Earth Lodge to around 1015 AD. At this time it appears the Earth Lodge Observatory was burned to the ground. As noted, the Earth Lodge was designed to let its builders know the day of the peak activity of the Taurid meteor shower. Yet this shower can last a couple weeks, and large meteors can appear at any time during this shower, not just at the peak. Since this impact event occurred a couple weeks before the peak activity, did the builders of the Okmulgee Earth Lodge Observatory realize their sophisticated doomsday clock was flawed and thus burned it down after the catastrophe of 1014 AD? Learn more. The Okmulgee Earth Lodge has been reconstructed over its original floor with its bird-shaped altar intact and can be seen at the Okmulgee Mounds National Monument in Macon, Georgia.
So I was very intrigued by this scene in the ancient Egyptian Book of What Is in the Duat, one of those texts that I showed you, where we see, and I've expanded the key part of it here, we see a goddess standing with her hands stretched out towards a man who's kneeling before her. And what that man is doing, in fact, is he's smashing out his own brains with a hatchet. At least it looked like that to me. And looking at the scene, I didn't feel that the goddess was trying to stop him doing that. It felt more like she was exerting will or force to make him do that. But I went to the British Museum, and I got an expert at the British Museum to translate these hieroglyphs for me. I did not explain to her why I wanted them translated. I simply said I want a direct translation of those hieroglyphs. And in due course, she came back to me, Louise Ellis Barrett, and this is the translation she gives. She lives, referring to that goddess, she lives from the blood of the damned and from what these gods provide her, the bar soul who belongs to the damned, the demolishing one who cuts the damned to pieces. So it appears that in ancient Native America and in ancient Egypt, we have a female figure who is literally a brain smasher or a brain taker. There is a star in the constellation of Cygnus called Deneb, which stands at a fork in the Milky Way. And in the ancient Native American tradition, this star was seen as a figure of a bird, often manifested as some kind of raptor. And this bird had the power to stop the further progress of the soul on the journey along the Milky Way. And the soul would have to entreat with that bird and request it to open the way. Oddly enough, in ancient Egypt, exactly the same role is played by a different kind of bird. These traditions adapt to local circumstances, and the bird in ancient Egypt is an ostrich, not a raptor, but the soul declares, "Hail to you, ostrich, which is on the bank of the winding waterway. Open my way that I may pass." There are monstrous winged serpents in the ancient Egyptian netherworld. And there are monstrous winged serpents in the ancient American netherworld as well. And here is another challenger on the path of souls in the ancient American netherworld. He's called the underwater panther, clearly a feline figure of some sort. This is just a little clay figure of the underwater panther that has survived. I'm struck by its resemblance to the Great Sphinx of Egypt. I and my colleagues have always maintained that the Great Sphinx is more than 12,000 years old, and that originally the Great Sphinx had the head of a lion, that it was a fully leonine monument, but that the head was recarved during the period of dynastic Egypt into this human form, probably because the head was very damaged at that time. So I note the position of the forepaws on the underwater panther and on the Great Sphinx, and I note the way that the tail curls around the back. And I can't help feeling either this is some extraordinary coincidence or there is some deep-seated connection between these ideas. Amongst ancient Native Americans, there was a hero deity on the path of souls, and the role of that deity was to represent the triumph of life over death. And they called him the Bird Man, and he's depicted here carved on a whelk shell, and he has the head and beak of a hawk and a human body. Oddly enough, exactly the same role was played in ancient Egypt by the god Horus, and the god Horus has the head and beak of a hawk and the body of a human being. Amongst the Skidi Pawnee, who were not a Mississippi Valley people, amongst the Skidi Pawnee, there was, until their culture was almost completely destroyed by the radical progress of Anglo-Saxon so-called civilization, there was amongst the Skidi Pawnee a ritual functionary who was called the chief of the astronomers. The Skidi Pawnee were particularly interested in the stars. And the chief of the astronomers is interestingly matched by a figure given exactly the same name in ancient Egypt, the chief of the astronomers. He was the high priest of Heliopolis, which was the cult center of the Giza pyramid. And just as the Skidi Pawnee, chief of the astronomers, wears a robe embossed with stars, so also does the ancient Egyptian chief of the astronomers. And furthermore, that robe embossed with stars, you can see from the leopard head here, it was in fact a leopard skin that was covered with stars, and in some cases in mortuary rituals the priests would wear a leopard skin, and that leopard skin, the spots on it in themselves were thought to represent the stars. So it's intriguing that amongst the Skidi Pawnee the same function was played by the skin of a wildcat. And its spots were thought to represent the stars, and a newborn child would be wrapped up in the skin of the wildcat to show that it was embraced by the stars. Again, I feel these connections become harder and harder to explain by coincidence. Let's jump over to the Amazon rainforest of South America, where the purpose of the portal for the soul is served by a very powerful visionary brew called ayahuasca. In our society, we refer to such substances as hallucinogens. I do not like the word hallucinogen because it carries a great deal of baggage. It implies that the visions received are trivial and not worthy. That was not the view in the ancient world. Visions received in altered states of consciousness, including dreams, were regarded as valid paths to true knowledge. It's very common in ayahuasca, in the visionary state, to see geometric patterns. I speak from experience because I've had more than 70 sessions with ayahuasca myself since 2003 when I first traveled to the Amazon to drink it. And here is the art of the Shipibo, people of the Peruvian Amazon, and you can see that this is their ayahuasca art. They depict it after coming out of the altered state of consciousness, and it shows these geometric patterns. And the Tucano of the Amazon and other Amazonian people are, their whole culture revolves around ayahuasca. They regard it as so important that actually a newborn child is given a teaspoonful of ayahuasca on birth. And the reason they do this is that they believe that we are surrounded by an invisible realm, and that whether we like it or not, that invisible realm is dealing with us, and we need to be proactive in dealing with it. Our society, of course, denies any such possibility. Here we see a Tucano shaman, they call them the Payes, guiding his son through an ayahuasca experience, helping him navigate the infinite terrain of the other side. And after the shamans come out of the visionary state of consciousness, they will frequently depict their visions on any surface available. Here we see a shaman depicting his geometric visions on sand on the bank of the Amazon River. Everybody in the Tucano community may drink ayahuasca, but when important work is to be done, a group of shamans will gather together and they will drink enormous quantities of ayahuasca. And by the way, ayahuasca means the vine of the dead, or the vine of souls. They will drink enormous quantities of ayahuasca until they feel they are ascending to the Milky Way. And that isn't easily done. It's something that has to be learned. It's a skill. The apprentice may only get a foot or two off the ground, but eventually he will be able to soar up to the heavens in a single soaring flight and reach the zenith. I'm quoting here from Gerardo Reichel Dolmatov, his book, The Shaman and the Jaguar. He's one of the great anthropological experts on the cultures of the Amazon. And here's another of his book, Beyond the Milky Way. And he reproduces in it a depiction of the entrance to the other world as depicted in Tucano ayahuasca art. The origin myth of the Tucano is really rather interesting. It sounds like some kind of deliberate and purposive mission to the Amazon in which people were deliberately settled in the Amazon. What the Tucano say is that their ancestors were brought to the Amazon by a group of supernatural beings. And those supernatural beings included the daughter of the sun and a figure who was called the helmsman, because the helmsman steered the serpent canoe in which those first settlers were brought. And these so-called supernaturals taught the first settlers where they would find places that they could build their villages, where there would be good hunting, where they could make fields and propitious sites for housing. And then the supernaturals left and the Tucano were left to themselves in the Amazon and instructed to forever remember those so-called supernaturals and their teachings. They sound a lot more to me like people than like supernaturals. Oddly enough, the same story is told at the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt, but from a slightly different perspective. In the Temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt, written between the inner and outer enclosure walls, we can find an astonishing body of texts called the Edfu building texts. And these Edfu building texts, deeply inscribed on these walls, this is what they look like. We're told in the inscriptions, which again have been translated, we're told in the inscriptions that they were based on much older source documents, that there had been documents written on animal skins, which were falling apart, and in order to preserve them, the priests inscribed them deeply into the walls of the Temple of Horus at Edfu. And what those texts do is they speak of an island which was called the homeland of the primeval ones. And they tell us that it was destroyed in a great flood. And that flood was precipitated by some object coming down from the sky, a snake called the Great Leaping One, who assaults the homeland of the primeval ones and pierces it. And then it's swallowed up in a gigantic flood. But we're told that there were survivors, and that some of those survivors came to Egypt and built primeval mounds up and down the land, which were to be the site of all future temples and pyramids to be built in Egypt. And they also tell us that those survivors traveled all over the world. They didn't just confine their work to Egypt. They traveled everywhere, and there's a special word for their wanderings around the world, and their project was to reconstitute or resurrect their lost former world, or may I dare to say their lost civilization. This project wasn't only pursued in Egypt, but in many other lands, and I would suggest that one of those lands was the land that we now call South America, and specifically the Amazon.
About Atlantis, about Plato's tale, and about other things we know about Atlantis, is there anything we know? Did the Mayans and the Egyptians say anything about Atlantis? Well, they certainly don't call it Atlantis, so it kind of gets ignored in the Atlantis research. Some people have talked about it, but we are going to look at a Mayan temple today and an Egyptian temple, listened to a little Graham Hancock, and Atlantis is the name that we attach to this lost civilization. That probably went down at the end of the last ice age, and this is something that me and others have talked about, but we are down looking at Xochicalco, and if I mispronounce that, well, no surprise to me. But Xochicalco is an amazing Mayan ancient city. Here it is here. It has a kind of different feel than other Mayan places, and I have featured this in one video where I think I looked at about 10 or 12 ancient Mayan cities, but we're going to look at this one specifically today because I think it has a tail on, I think it's this structure right here, and researchers have theorized that this tells the story of an island and a cataclysm and where these people came from. But the first thing that I notice is this structure that these glyphs, and we're going to take a look at them, but the structure that these glyphs are located on, the stairway in the alignment is to the west, and that is the land of the dead. So this tells me this place is honoring people that have came before, a prior story. But this structure right here, a pyramid or a temple, it seems this whole place is centered around the structure and seems to be the most important thing. Let's go down and take a look at what possibly could be a story of what we know as Atlantis. Now here you see there is a serpent, and this is around all four sides of the temple, and this represents water, his tail, and there is what some people theorize is Quetzalcoatl right here. And he is riding the water on a boat of snakes behind him. And this is what the interpretation is. There's an island flaming, sinking beneath the water. This is a god bringing civilization to the Mayan people after his island was sank by a great serpent who brought a flood across the land. And there's a question I have been asked also. Does the serpent represent a comet? Well, for some people it certainly does. It says, and if you've listened to Randall Carlson, he speaks on this, but as according to some interpretations, the giant snake is highly suggestive of a global cataclysm. Astronomers William Napier and Victor Klube argued in their books, The Cosmic Serpent and The Cosmic Winter, that the mythical imagery of sky serpents and dragons, which is found throughout the world, was in fact a metaphor the ancient astronomers used for comets. Now here is the east side, the serpent and the tail, and there is just great indication, and it even goes up here, but some of this has been lost. But this hints greatly that this story involves a cataclysm, a serpent, and a great flood represented by the water throughout. And this is the west side, and this has been interpreted as a serpent bringing flaming destruction, and I have no problem with that. And here is the north side of the temple, the serpent all the way throughout. Some of these glyphs are the same, and it runs throughout every side of this little pyramid temple here. The god riding the boat of snakes on the water caused by the destruction caused by the serpent. And going back to the south side here just for a second, here is the glyphs, the god riding the boat of snakes on the water. But what is really fascinating is above here, and there are glyphs up here that are lost today, apparently. They are missing, but you can kind of see it here. You see a circle with a cross in it right there, and the open mouth. Well, let me show you what that looks like. These guys are called the Lords of Time, and here is the serpent's head, and this, I believe, just simply represents the world, designated by the four cardinal points of the world. The serpent is eating or destroying the world. This is the Lord of Time. What is he holding? He is holding one of these handbags. He is passing forward knowledge about when a serpent or a comet destroyed the world, flooded the world, and an island went down to where these people came from. but he is holding one of those handbags. People wonder what those are all about. It's not a thing. I think it represents an action or carrying knowledge forward, important knowledge. And then concluding here in Mexico, just to look around Zocacalco. This place is built up and it's terraced, and the ruins here are huge. There is a lot of ruins here, and they form a very large, impressive city. That is one look from towards the front of the city here. And here is a look on the terrace up by this little temple, which seems to be the most important structure in the whole place, and the one that tells the tale of the serpent. This will just give you a look at what we have today here. This is a very impressive ancient Mayan city. It's very large. Seems to be built up on a high elevation. I'm sure there are plenty of ruins still under the canopy here. Now let's go down to the temple of Horus at Edfu. And there seems to be a very ancient tale. A tale that was recopied onto the walls of the temple from much older text. Now here we are down in the courtyard of the temple of Edfu. And here is the temple, Horus here. And here is the latest pharaoh. I think this was one of the Ptolemies, I'm not sure, but this is the latest pharaoh to have his image engraved at this temple in the posture of Orion, as all pharaohs were at one point or the other. And the most famous thing at this temple is probably this falcon statue of Horus right here. Horus represents, in many ways, the soul of the king soaring to his place in the heavens. But at this temple here, we have a story inscribed, and it seems to echo what the Mayans say.
It's believed that all Native American people, no matter where you find them, that all of their ancestors came across the Bering Land Bridge, and that they all only had 4 genotypes, A, B, C, and D. Anybody who's a pure-blooded Indian or Native person in the Americas, their whole haplogroup or genetics are A, B, C, or D. But we've tested 3 of these so far, and they are not A, B, C, or D.
In the mountains. We are here at the Norris Dam State Park today. And let me tell you all why we are here. Why we are in front of the Clinch River. By the way, the Clinch River runs through North Carolina and it comes through here. But it never used to be this way. We'll leave it at that. Up until 1933, all of this was just a little creek system that was pretty much just overall hidden. And for many years, it was like that. Until the creation of TVA happened. Yes, Norris Dam, which we will be visiting today, was the first major project of the Tennessee Valley Authority. But that is not the reason why we are here. No. Well, in a way it is. Kind of. You see, along the banks of the Clinch River, while they were surveying the area, they found a mysterious temple. At first, it looked like perhaps maybe it was a small Cherokee relic, but they kept digging. And this mysterious temple, it kept growing. It kept getting bigger. And pretty soon, you had scientists and historians, archaeologists coming from far as Cambridge University and Johns Hopkins University to understand what this mysterious temple was. You guys, this mysterious temple, some consider to be an Egyptian temple. So today, guys, we are going to explore this story and we are going to talk about it. So anchor down. We must start here at the Lenore Museum. Within the walls of this museum, there is a certain artifact that we will be checking out today. One that might be connected to this mysterious tribe of people. You see, the history of this mysterious tribe of people could probably date back to before the Cherokee. The Cherokee considered them their ancestors, or as present day would call them, the Mississippian tribes. Or were they? You see, when they were digging up this mysterious temple, they were finding remains, they were finding paintings, they were finding things that were not associated with the Mississippian tribes of people. One artifact in particular was a mysterious purple paint that could only be gathered from a type of mollusk not known to the United States, a mollusk that could only be found on the banks of the Nile River. You see, this is why we believe, or I should say, this is why the people of the time believed that this was an Egyptian colony that was here along the banks of the Clinch River before the North Dam was built. But no. This could also be the mysterious Anikatani, the sorcerers, the creators of light, as the Cherokee called them. You see, as quoted in the records from one Cherokee principal chief during the time in the 1820s, he called them the Anikatani, and what happened is that the Cherokee Nation, his ancestors, went through and they chased them through the mountains and they killed them. See, this is how we believe, or at least possibly how the Cherokee began to rule the mountains of what would become the Great Smokies. Or at least that's what we believe anyway. But today, guys, there is a burial vessel within those walls, an artifact that dates to around the time of this mysterious tribe. Let's go see it. In this case, in this pot, could possibly be an artifact from the mysterious Anikatani. You see, you guys, this is a bone vessel recovered from a cave in North Georgia. This giant piece of pottery was given to the Cherokee Nation many years ago. And the museum here, they did a carbon dating of the vessel, and this vessel came from the year 500 AD, a time that lines up with this mysterious temple that was found here during the construction of the North Dam. Now, another fun fact about this vessel is when it was on display here in the museum up until the 90s, there were Native American remains that were in this giant piece of pottery. Now, with different reclamation acts, different, laws that would return remains to the Cherokee Nation and various other Native American tribes, they took the bones off display that were in this vessel. We have finally arrived at the legendary, the behemoth-sized Norris Dam. You see, it was at this very dam where they were surveying the Clinch River. And this is where they found the remains of this mysterious people, this mysterious temple, a mysterious culture that was lost.
Destiny destroyed Book of Mormon evidence. Newspaper photograph of the Hopewell Temple site on the Clinch River, East Tennessee Sea. In 1934, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TDA, was constructing a dam which would flood a portion of the Clinch River in East Tennessee. Because the area to be flooded included a Hopewell Native American mound, a group of archaeologists were called in to excavate the site. The archaeologists came upon an amazing discovery when they uncovered the ruins of a large stone and wood structure. So unlike any other find found at a Hopewell site, British Egyptologist James Rendell Harris from the London Museum was consulted. At the site, Harris identified the structure as an Egyptian temple. A single newspaper article documents this account. I know. Amazing. An Egyptian temple in East Tennessee of all places, and why is this fact not widely known? I'll tell you why, dear reader. Our ignorance of the Egyptian temple ruins in East Tennessee is the consequence of manifest destiny. When European colonists settled North America, they found immense earth mounds and earthwork enclosures, larger than Giza in Egypt. Manifest destiny and all that, it seemed prudent to plow it all under. The vanquished native inhabitants were deemed ignorant savages. In regards to the Native Americans, consequentialism was the morality of the day. In other words, the ends justify the means. Ephraim George Squire, John Wesley Powell, Lewis Henry Morgan. The geography of the Book of Mormon has been a complex issue with multiple factors involved. For example, when the book was first published, it was commonly thought that Native American Indians had never achieved the level of civilization as defined in the book Ancient Society by Lewis Henry Morgan, which had become the handbook of instruction for the U.S. government in dealing with the Indians. Morgan proposed that all human societies evolve through 3 stages of development, from being ignorant savages, a term he then used to label the Native Americans, to barbarism and finally on towards civilization. John Wesley Powell, Ephraim George Squire and Morgan were 3 highly influential men in science, politics, and Native American affairs, governing such organizations as the AAAS, American Association for Advancement of Science, the Bureau of Ethnology, the Smithsonian Institution, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and were very active politically. Both Powell and Squire's fathers happened to be Methodist ministers in Palmyra, New York in the 1820s when the Book of Mormon was first published, and these men began what non-Mormon scholars have called the wanton destruction of the ancient history of the Mound Builder civilization. Over parts of the eastern half of the United States, farmers put their plows to what they wanted to believe was virgin turf. They uncovered arrowheads by the bucketfuls, clay pots, long metal knives, and occasional stone boxes with the bones of the dead. Thousands of mounds and earthwork stockades were leveled with shovels. Native American pottery, and other artifacts, and even the bones themselves sometimes made it into private collections. For the most part, the metal was melted down and recycled. For a time, bones were ground up into fertilizer, and the unwanted artifacts were thrown into trash piles. European civilization was the victor, and it was in the best interest to promote an Anglo-Saxon version of history. As the immense earthworks were leveled, the North American native population was completely conquered by wiping away the history and accomplishments of the ancient inhabitants. Lest we frown and waggle our forefingers at our European ancestors with our modern 21st century morality, this conquering business was nothing new to humanity. One group of humans subduing another group of humans seems to me pretty typical human behavior. Conquerors all over the world, throughout recorded history, and across all civilizations, have made it part of their conquering to erase the traces of the previous dynasties. Completely demolished Hopewell Mound site of the Mississippian period, 900-1450 AD, identified as the DeGraffenreid Reed site. Our house sits on the edge of a ridge just a few yards from a large bend in the Harpeth River, right outside of the approximately 20-acre DeGraffenreid Reed site in a quiet middle-class subdivision of modest red brick homes. Most people would never guess the rich and varied history of land which has been inhabited by humankind for at least 1,000 years. Without Mr. Brehm we would know, even less, of the DeGraffenreid Reed site. Unfortunately, where these relics are today cannot be determined. An interesting bit of information from Burial Mound H1. I did a little digging for copper crosses, copper plates embossed with a copper cross design. From potash from pyramids, reconstructing de Graffenried, 40 WM4, a Mississippian mound complex in Williamson County, Tennessee. I did a little digging to find out more about Buddy Brehm, and I came across this forehead-slapping tidbit. SciUS members Bob Ferguson, center, and Buddy Brehm, right, discussing the saber-toothed cat find with an unidentified worker, summer 1971. Photo courtesy of Les Leverett. During this time there was not a state archaeologist or antiquities laws in Tennessee, nor were there any universities interested in the archaeology of the region. State laws did not yet protect prehistoric human remains, and when an ancient graveyard was encountered during development, the graves were open to whoever wanted to dig them. My memories from that time include seeing Boy Scout troops digging graves to earn their Indian lore badges, and housewives digging with their kitchen utensils. SciUS members were also present on these sites, though with the intention of recording as much information as possible before graves were bulldozed away. John T. Dowd. See, if this all weren't so tragic, it would be really hilarious in a Keystone Cops kinda way. Think about it, dear reader, if this chunk of tantalizing history could exist unknown to me, a person who loves history, right under my nose for 2 decades. This brings us to Wayne May and Rod Meldrum. Neither of these gentlemen hold degrees in history or archaeology, but instead are Book of Mormon enthusiasts who are able to think outside the box and have spent many years studying and visiting the Hopewell civilizations, documenting their discoveries. They maintain that the destruction of other Hopewell sites, similar to the de Graffenried site, was repeated over much of the eastern half of the United States, including the Midwest. May and Meldrum believe the North American Hopewell civilizations were the people of Lehi and the Jaredites, and the events described in the Book of Mormon played out not in Mesoamerica, but right here in the United States. May and Meldrum have amassed an amazing amount of data to support their claims.
Secrets about Tennessee's ancient Egyptian temple revealed. The background of Tennessee's ancient Egyptian temple is not a great secret, but it appears to remain enigmatic to many who are interested in alternative archaeology, as well as proof to others that ancient America was visited in ancient times by people from the Middle East. I do believe that ancient America was populated by an astonishing blend of people migrating from many parts of the world over many thousands of years. And it's possible that some ancient Egyptians made it to America. I'm sure archaeologists will scoff at that idea, but all I'm saying is that it is possible. The Egyptian temple assertion was made solely on the speculations of a respected British manuscript curator after he saw a photo of the excavated mound in the New York Times in 1934. The British curator, J. Rendell Harris, was a respected biblical scholar and was 82 years old when he saw the newspaper photo. He was very impressed by the photo he saw in the newspaper article describing a site that had been excavated in Tennessee. In 1935, he published a brief article about it entitled, "A Temple in Tennessee," as part of essays he routinely issued. Much earlier in his life, Harris had become convinced that Egyptians visited America well before Columbus. He thought that they initially visited the Bahamas and eventually moved into the Gulf of Mexico and up the Mississippi. He also speculated that Egyptian traders took copper from the Americas back to the Mediterranean and that they established a large colony in East Tennessee. The excavation of a building structure under a mound in Tennessee, and the photo from the excavation, was enough to convince him he was correct. When the photo was published, Harris saw what looked like standing stones forming the perimeter of a square building. It had been excavated from under what is assumed to be a Hopewell-era mound, but it's more likely it was Mississippian. There were 2 large standing stones next to each other Harris interpreted as pylons, which was a common feature in Egyptian temples. That, in essence, is the story of how Tennessee's Egyptian temple came to be. over time it has been embellished, altered, and made increasingly mysterious. It is cited as evidence of a cover-up of ancient Egyptians in America by Tennessee Valley Authority irrigationists. Indeed, the mound sites involved have been covered by water, but I'm utterly clueless why anyone would have applied the term irrigationists. In September 2007, an article in Ancient American retraced the basics of the story and brought it back to life. However, various internet sources assert that the excavation of the mound was halted when the Egyptian temple was found and that Harris, described as an archaeologist specializing in Egyptian sites, was called in to finish the work. That many of the excavated sites near the temple had large standing stones, many in straight rows, associated with them. That is true, depending on what large means. The TVA mound excavations, 1933 to 1934. In December 1933, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, convened a conference in Knoxville, Tennessee with several university representatives and other governmental agencies for the purpose of planning a survey of Native American sites that were to be inundated after the Norris Dam was completed. The dam on the Clinch River was to be the first hydroelectric dam for the TVA. By August 1933, the survey project was planned and the survey and large excavations were conducted by the Civil Works Administration and later through Federal Emergency Relief Administration funds. The project was done by late 1934. The TVA's supervising archaeologist was William S. Webb. Webb was then the chairman of the University of Kentucky's Department of Anthropology and Archaeology and also the chairman of the university's physics department. All of the actual excavation work was carried out primarily by students who were guided by a host of supervisors. The project identified 23 sites in the area that soon became the bottom of a series of lakes created by the dam. There were 29 mounds at the sites, 20 earth mounds, 9 stone mounds, and several village areas. 12 of the mounds were found to be burial mounds and 17 had prehistoric structures associated with them. A total of 54 wooden structures were identified. The subsequent report on the project related that all of important sites were excavated and all of the artifacts and other archaeologically important materials were preserved. The full report was published by the Smithsonian as Ethnology Bulletin 118 and was written by Webb. The report contains dozens of intriguing photos of the mounds, excavations, artifacts, and skeletal remains. One mound, the Irvin Mound, had a row of 10 standing stones, most of which were about 2 to 4 feet in height. Adjacent to the line of standing stones was the remains of a rectangular building formed by cedar posts. Inside this rectangular building was another line of small standing stones. Oddly, a copper coin, button, and bead were found at a depth of 18 inches inside another structure under a smaller adjacent mound. The coin was identified as a 1787 coin minted by New Jersey. Still another line of 10 standing stones was found at an adjacent structure uncovered at the same site. The photograph that so intrigued the British curator was of the Cox Mound, located about 9 miles west of Clinton, Tennessee. It is Plate 108 in the Smithsonian Bulletin. When the Cox Mound was excavated, a series of structures was found to have been built progressively, one on top of another, forming an 8-foot-high mound. A total of 49 burials were uncovered during the excavation of the mound. The photograph, Plate 108 shown at the top of this article, shows the floor of the mound. The nearly square building, that had originally been constructed before the mound was formed over it, was 37.5 feet by 36.5 feet. The outer walls were formed by upright red cedar posts about 14 inches in diameter embedded from 4 to 30 inches into the soil. This structure had a roof covered with sod. At some point the sod roof collapsed and another structure was built on top of it. The second structure eventually collapsed and a third structure was erected on the top of the earlier two buildings. However, some of the cedar posts from the original building remained in place and they appear to have been incorporated into the later structures. When the excavation was done in 1934, The excavators carefully dug around the remaining cedar posts, leaving numerous irregularly shaped vertical cylinders which appear, at first glance, to be standing stones. 2 of these posts were 72 and 82 inches tall, the tallest at the site. The remains of the cedar posts were treated with a liquid that hardened the rotted wood. Inside the building, the excavators found 72 limestone and sandstone blocks scattered around. Another pile of 200 irregular rocks was found in a different area of the building. These can be seen on the photo at the top of this page and were the only rocks found in this excavated structure. The opening of the mouth ceremony being performed on a mummy before the tomb. Credit, public domain. While standing stones were found at other mounds, strangely, none of the features shown in the photo that so impressed Harris were actually standing stones. All of the vertical features shown in this mound were the remains of excavated cedar posts. A careful review of the pottery and other artifacts found during the excavation are typical Native American objects characteristic of Mississippian villages active in that region in the 1200s to historic times. All of the sites that were excavated by the TVA project have now been underwater nearly 80 years. Out of my own curiosity, all of the measurements of skeletal remains found during the TVA were examined in the bulletin report. Several hundred skeletal remains were found during the TVA's excavations, and measurements were made on every bone and skull found. About 100 skeletons were sufficiently intact to make good measurements. The most consistent measurement of bones was the femur, and as a guideline I used the usual estimation formula, 2.32x femur in cm plus 65.53 centimeters. Using this formula, the tallest skeleton found would have been just under 5 feet 10 inches in height. The average size of male skeletons was about 5 feet 6 inches. In 1950, Webb was involved in the excavation of the Dover Mound in Kentucky. A total of 55 burials were found in the mound, but in a log-lined tomb at the base of the mound, a skeleton 7 feet tall was found. I have no reason to suspect that Webb underreported the size of the skeletons. In fact, it seems apparent that if he had found unusually tall skeletons, he would have reported them, and I also believe that if he had found Egyptian artifacts, he would have reported those as well. Written by Dr. Greg Little, AncientPages.com contributor. About the author, Dr. Greg Little is author or co-author of nearly 50 books and over 1,000 articles. He is part Seneca and is author of The Archetype Experience, People of the Web, and Grand Illusions, as well as several other books on ancient history. He has also published numerous articles on America's mound builder culture and specific mound sites. He has been featured in documentaries on the History Channel, Discovery, The Learning Channel, National Geographic Channel, MSNBC, and Sci-Fi. For more information, visit AP Magazine.
I'm here at the Crystal River site in Crystal River, Florida, and behind me is the burial mound. The mound is shaped, has an outer ring of earth, and then in the center of the mound is another central pile of earth, creating a symbol known as the circumpunct or circled dot. Among the Maya, that symbol is also a star symbol, but the Maya believed that the souls of the dead went to the stars upon death, and so here we have a burial mound that is in the shape of a star symbol, which is consistent with Mayan religious beliefs. Within this burial mound was found many unique pieces of pottery. One of the pieces of pottery, researchers in the Maya world call this type of pottery mammiform tetrapods, which just means breast-shaped 4 feet. And this type of pottery looks like a human breast with 4 tiny feet on the bottom of the pot. This type of pottery is unique to the Maya, and it was only produced by them during a very short period of time between 0 AD and 250 AD. And this type of pottery in the Maya world was only found in burials. Well, here at Crystal River site, we also have several mammiform tetrapod pots here, and they also were found date between the years 0 and 250 AD and were only found in the burial mound. So both in the Maya world and here at Crystal River, you have the exact same type of pottery made during the same time period and found in the same context in burials. So I believe that's a very strong connection to the Maya. There were also other pottery found at this site. There was pottery with what I believe are Mayan glyphs on it. The Maya had several glyphs for Venus, and one of those glyphs was cross-shaped with 4 circles in the corners, the inside corners of the cross, and that was one of their Mayan Venus glyphs. And there was also another one that was diamond-shaped with the 4 circles on the outside of the diamond, and then another Mayan Venus glyph that took those 2 ideas and combined them into one. They took the cross-shaped, and then in the center of the cross placed the diamond. Well, here at Crystal River, we have found several pots from this burial mound that have the Mayan Venus glyph on it. One pot, on the bottom of the pot, you have the cross-shaped Mayan Venus glyph with the 4 circles on the inside corners of the cross. But you also have a second version right on the same bottom of the pot. Some artisan connected the outside arms of the cross to create a diamond, and then outside that diamond they created an additional 4 circles, therefore creating the second version of the Mayan glyph. Now on that same piece of pottery, on the outside of the pottery, you see these flint knife symbols on the outside of the pottery. On the top of the pot, there's another cross-shaped Mayan Venus glyph, and each arm of the cross ends with one of these flint blades, creating thus a flint knife appearance. The Maya believed in their worldview, they associated Venus with flint knives and said its rays were like flint knives or spears with flint points at the end. So here you have a pot with 2 Mayan Venus glyphs on it, also with flint knives around, which is also consistent with Maya beliefs. So that's another connection to the Maya. There's a pottery fragment also that has been found here, and there's enough of the fragment remaining that is easily recreated, because we know this type of pottery, which is called Swift Creek Complicated Stamped, it had both vertical and horizontal symmetry. So if you have enough of the fragment, you can easily recreate the design. And so I took the fragment, I duplicated it both vertically and horizontally, and what it produced was a cross-shaped symbol with a diamond inside. That's another exact duplicate of a Mayan Venus glyph. So you have 3 of the Mayan Venus glyphs on pottery that was found in this burial mound behind me. More importantly, the archaeologists who researched this pottery said that the clay that these specific pots were made from is not found here anywhere in the peninsular Florida area. So where did this pottery come from? Who was making it? Where was it coming from? So that's really, a question that really needs to be looked into to really decide, what this site really is. The pottery that was found in this burial mound behind me with the Venus glyphs is very consistent with Mayan belief. So they were found in a burial mound that was shaped like a Mayan star symbol, and the pots themselves have Mayan Venus glyphs on them. So it's all consistent with Mayan beliefs. The Maya associated religious ideas with Venus because Venus throughout the year, it starts as the evening star, and then it stays the evening star for several months, and then it disappears for 50 some odd days, and then reappears as the morning star, rising just before the sunrise. And so among the Maya, they use this as sort of a religious allegory to represent life, death, and then rebirth. So the fact that these Mayan glyphs were found in a star-shaped burial mound is sort of consistent with Mayan beliefs that Venus is associated with life, death, and rebirth. And so the context in which these pottery with the symbols were found is completely consistent with Mayan beliefs. And what we have here behind me is Mound G, which was another burial mound, but you don't find the exquisite pottery in here. This mound was filled just with local style pottery from 3 different pottery traditions that date back for a long time period in this area. So we know that local Native Americans were being buried at this site, if not also living at this site. That then begs the question of, okay, so we have Native Americans, 3 different groups living here, and we also have this Maya influence. What's really going on here? So to me, what it reminds me of is a Spanish mission. But this would be the Mayan version, 1,500 years before the Spanish ever arrived in Florida. This would be the Mayan version of a mission. This is a Mayan mission. So what the Spanish did when they first arrived in Florida in the 1500s is they didn't come en masse and relocate to Florida. What they did was they built missions, and then they would bring in local Native American tribes to live in that mission, convert them to Christianity, and then they would then bring them into their trade networks. They would use them for labor. They helped, build the fort at St. Augustine with Native American labor. And the Native Americans would provide food, and they would provide raw resources from the area, medicinal plants, anything else that they could provide that could be incorporated into the Spanish trade network. This is exactly what this site here at Crystal River seems like, except a Mayan version of that. Just like at Spanish sites, you see Christian imagery. Here at Crystal River, you see Mayan religious imagery. At the time that the Crystal River site was rising, this was during what's called the pre-classic Maya site, and there were huge millions of people, now it has been determined, was living in this area. And you had some of the biggest cities the Maya ever built were actually built during the pre-classic. El Mirador being a case in point, with one of the largest pyramids that the Maya ever built. And then there was the pre-classic collapse. And this was around the same time period that people were arriving here, that Crystal River had a growth spurt. They're taking raw materials back to the Maya world, medicinal plants, different types of seashells, gold from the North Georgia mountains, the Palygorskite clay from Georgia that they used in the recipe for their very, very important Maya blue, that they painted religious sacrificial people and important murals with that Maya blue. And they haven't found the source of that Maya blue, all of it, in Mexico yet. So this was definitely, could have been a source for that. So they were definitely, it seems very, very consistent with what the Spanish would do 500 years later. So that's why I think, you know, this was a Mayan mission site. Okay, Mound 8, you can barely see it behind me there in the distance, but this was a very unique mound according to the archaeologists who excavated this site. They said no other mound anywhere, you know, has this shape. It's a unique shape. It's shaped like sort of a stunted T. It's a very linear mound with a wide ramp coming down from the top, giving it a T-shaped. The archaeologists also noticed something else when they excavated it. The mound had been enlarged at least 3 times, but each time they enlarged it, they were very careful to keep the exact same proportions, which sort of insinuated that this shape was really important to whoever built it. And this is unusual because there are other mounds throughout the southeast that were built and rebuilt and enlarged over time, and they were never careful about keeping the shape the same. You know, they would go from rectangles to squares, squares to rectangles. You know, the shape would change over time, each time it was reconstructed, but not this mound. And so you have to ask the question, why? Well, this mound is actually built in the shape of another Mayan glyph, which would make this a geoglyph, you know, a glyph made of earth, but it's actually made of limestone rock that was found here on the site. This glyph in the Maya world is what's called the Ik glyph, spelled I-K, pronounced Ik, and it means wind, air, but it also has spiritual connotations, meaning breath of life and spirit. And so that would explain why whoever built this mound was very, very careful to keep the proportions exactly the same so it wouldn't lose its meaning. Inside of the mound, the archaeologists excavated in the center of the mound, and they discovered a deposit of seashells. Well, that's very consistent with the Maya association with wind and air, because they believed seashells were the source of all air. I assume this comes from the phenomena when you put a seashell to the air, it sounds like you're at the beach, you hear wind and air blowing. So I assume that's probably the origination of that idea. But so to find these seashells in the center of this T-shaped mound in the shape of the Mayan glyph for air and wind and breath of life and spirit it supports the theory that this mound was meant to represent the Mayan glyph for air. It's also interesting that it has those religious associations with spirit and breath of life, because this whole site is a burial site. There are 2 burial mounds. One, it appears based on the artifacts found in it for commoners and locals, and another where the exquisite artifacts were found for higher ranked people. So the fact that they have a mound here in the shape of the Mayan glyph Ik, which has the spiritual connotations of breath of life, you know, and spirit, is again consistent with the overall Mayan symbology at this site. Here at the park, there were also some standing stones, which you can see here inside this fence here, which archaeologists refer to as stele. And so you see one here, it aligns, there is another stele across, get a good look at the stele here. There's another stele across the site, all the way over on the other side of the site, that it aligns with. And so this stele behind me, it aligns with another stele across the site, and this aligns with the winter solstice sunrise. When you line these 2 points up, this stele here and the stele right here, to the the stele across the park, it aligns with the winter solstice sunrise. We have the stele across the park also aligns with the large flat-top pyramid at the site called Mound A, and that alignment is with the summer solstice sunrise. So you have two solar alignments based around one stele, stele 2 across the site. This is another. The Maya always align their sites with solstices, with equinoxes, with various stars, including Venus was one of the really important ones. So this is again consistent with Maya site design. Another view of the burial mound. You can see the central mound, and then it's encircled by another outer embankment, circular embankment of Earth, taking on the form of a Mayan star symbol. This mound is right near Stela 1, which is the largest standing stone on the site. And this is a stone that is the center of the two solar alignments, the one with the winter solstice sunrise and the other the summer solstice sunrise. Behind me here is Stela 1. This is the standing stone that has both of the solar alignments, one with Mound A, which is a summer solstice sunrise alignment, and one with Stela 1, which is the winter solstice sunrise alignment. In front of me, I'm walking towards Mound A. This is the largest flat-top temple mound at this site. This is the location from where it aligns with Stele 2 across the plaza here with the summer solstice sunrise. So I'm standing in front of what's called Mound A here. This is the largest of the flat-top pyramids at this site. According to the archaeologists who excavated this site and radiocarbon dated it, these are the oldest flat-top pyramids outside of Mexico. After this time period, this type of architecture would spread all through the southeast and the Midwest of the U.S., but this is where it began. These are the oldest. And so you have to ask the question, why? Why this type of architecture during this time period? Why here? Did the locals just all of a sudden invent flat-top pyramids? Or did someone who has already had that architectural tradition come here and use their labor, of course, to build them? So certainly the Native Americans themselves built these flat-top pyramids, but were they the reason they were built? We could say that the Mohawk Indians of New York, the Mohawk tribe, are the ones who built the skyscrapers of New York City, and we'd be right. They are in fact the ones who provided the labor to build many of those skyscrapers, but they weren't really the reason the skyscrapers were built. There were people higher up in the food chain, so to speak, who caused those skyscrapers to be built. I think the same thing can be said here. The local Native Americans certainly provided the labor to build these flat-top pyramids, but they were not the reason, the impetus for why these pyramids were built in the first place. And so you have to, when you look at the preponderance of the evidence, the overall pattern of the evidence, you see these are the oldest flat-top pyramids in the U.S., the first of their kind outside of Mexico. You have the Mayan glyphs on the pottery. You have the unique form of pottery, the mammiform tetrapods. You have the Mayan religious symbolism of the Mayan glyph-shaped mound with its associations with spirit and breath of life, and the star-shaped mound with its association with the afterlife, where the Maya believed that the souls went after death, and the Venus glyphs on the potteries, which also have the spiritual associations with life, death, and rebirth. And so the pattern of the evidence suggests it just doesn't seem likely that the local Native Americans created all these things, the totality of it, independently. You know, that's not the most reasonable explanation. Now, I don't know if Native Americans went there and were influenced, but again, you have to remember, the advanced civilization was Mexico. The people living in Florida at the time were hunters and gatherers, and before this time hadn't built anything larger than a sand burial mound. So which is the more likelier explanation? That Native Americans went to Mexico and were influenced and then came back and then copied what they had seen? Or that Maya came here and missionized the Native Americans here in order to exploit them for labor and resources back in their expanding metropolises at the time. Based on human nature as we see it today, the first world exploiting the third world, the advanced civilizations exploiting the less advanced civilizations. So it would seem the most likely situation here that the Maya were here. I don't know in how many numbers, but it eventually spread. This type of architecture, this type of pottery, it spread throughout the Southeast very quickly. And so at that point, you have to ask the question, how many traders were here? Because I don't think one family of traders was responsible for what we see happening in the Southeast at this time.
When Captain Juan de Grijalva landed for the first time on the shore of Tulum, he thought it looked as big as Seville in his native Spain. He would have seen buildings painted in vermilion red, light blue, white, and bright green. Unfortunately, only a few traces of these colors remain today. The castle, or El Castillo of Tulum, is certainly the most important monument of this city. It was partly destroyed in the early 20th century and was restored based upon the illustration Catherwood made of it when he arrived in Tulum. No one was sure of the function of El Castillo. In fact, not very far from Tulum is the island of Cozumel, which in Mayan language means place of the swallows. In ancient times, there were many vessels that sailed back and forth between the island and the mainland. The sailors of these boats probably relied on the help of lighthouses like the one at Tulum to get their bearings. The Maya enjoyed a civilization and a culture that is a study in contrasts. They had respect for nature and considered animals sacred, and yet the animal called human was expendable in sacrifice. Blood was the mortar of Maya life. They were great historians and builders, and yet it never came to them that the wheel could be used as a means of transport. They were superstitious and feared thunder and lightning, but studied and predicted astral phenomena with modern precision. The contradictions of the Maya represent their greatest mystery. What we do know is that they spent their time in unison with the forces of the universe. Poet Miguel Ángel Asturias wrote, "The Maya were a people who counted their days like diamonds. They had faith in their gods, in their smoke rites, in dreams, and in the wisdom of words, things that 5 centuries of devastation, exploitation, and oblivion could not destroy. The Maya live on, thanks to what they have left for our civilization to
When the first Spanish explorers hit the Florida Peninsula, they asked where would the gold come from, and they said, they pointed to the north, and they said it's 2 weeks north among the Appalachians, they have lots of gold. And so you look at the maps from the 1500s and 1600s, and the mountains of North Georgia are labeled the Appalachia or the Appalachian Mountains. Appalachian is just the plural of Appalachia. But, and then of course the Georgia Mountains have the purest gold in the world. We still have gold here. So that all makes sense, except that when the DeSoto expedition entered Florida, first near Bradenton, which is south of Tampa, and then they kind of cut diagonally to the northeast across northeastern Florida, then cut back west, they encountered a town named Appalachian. And so then they assumed that the name of the entire tribe in the area around Tallahassee was the Appalachee. Of course, they didn't understand any of the language of the Appalachee. We're telling them, no, that's just a village. What Appalachian was a trading village of the Appalachians in North Georgia. And so here we have today, 500 years later, everybody thinks that the name of the tribe down in northwestern Florida was Appalachia. They never called themselves that name. And they are totally unaware that the most advanced Native American culture north of Mexico were the Appalachians of northeast Georgia, who were really extremely advanced. They looked like people from South America. In fact, they spoke a language that mixed Mexican and Peruvian words, and they gave us the name Appalachian Mountains. There's also where they live is called the Appalachian River in northeast Georgia, but they're totally left out of the history books. Yet they were the most advanced people of all, and they were the ancestors of the Creeks. When the British first settled Savannah, the Creeks said our name is Appalachia or Apalachee, and the British ignored them. They'd call them Creeks. Most of Georgia is not Muskogee Creek, it's Ishiti Creek. They couldn't translate the word, and so they just guessed. And actually, there are very few Cherokee place names in North Carolina either, or Tennessee. It's just fascinating that all the rivers in western North Carolina have creek names, or else English names. So it's a problem that extends beyond the state's boundaries. So you understand how it does affect the belief system of archaeologists. Back in 2007, I was contacted by the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. They asked me to create architectural drawings of Misión Santa Catalina de Guali, which was on St. Catherine's Island on the coast of Georgia, a very famous Spanish mission. But they also wanted to make sure I did it right, so they sent me a box full of archives, photocopied archives from the Spanish colonial library in Seville, Spain. And then they also sent me archaeological reports, and I started noticing that these archaeologists working on the coast of Georgia were calling words that were definitely not Creek words. They talked about the people on the coast speaking another dialect of Creek. Well, they know they were absolutely not Creek words. And it took me years and years and years. We're talking about 2007 to when I wrote this book, to be able to translate their words. I kept on going farther and farther away, purchasing dictionaries to find one that would translate those place names on the coast, and it turned out that most of the people on the coast were from South America. And that drastically changes one's interpretation of what the artifacts you found. And also found that you're familiar with the Taino of the Caribbean. They had a major presence in Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. Tennessee actually means descendants of the Taino. So in other words, they were up in Tennessee too. What they say is Tennessee is believed to be a Creek word meaning unknown. Well, that's because they didn't follow far enough, to get to why did the Creeks call that land Tennessee, Tennessee, and it was called where the Tainos lived.
So,
that actually came beyond the coast of South America. There's people from eastern Peru and the Amazonian basin settled in the southeast. That's a language distinct from what was spoken by most of the Mayas in the Yucatan Peninsula. And the Mayas probably came from somewhere else earlier, but over time they picked up some Maya words and it blended with their old language. They probably were from, say, Ecuador or Peru right there originally, but they became the foundation that built on top of an earlier immigration by people from Peru. So the culture of the Creeks was really a mixture of Peruvian and southern Mexico. And that's a lot of Native Americans take that hard to believe that they're not pure-blooded American, but when you look at the genetics, it's very hard to find any American Indian with more than around 38 to 40% American Indian DNA. Everything else is from other parts of the world, which is telling us that they carry their mixed blood people and that the Native Americans really are a new race created by people from many places.
Well, and we cannot rule out trans-Pacific arrivals as well.
I mean, how else do you explain the substantial Polynesian DNA? Other than they were here. Now, also, we should say that my coordinator, my fellowship in Mexico, Ramon Pinachan, told me that they thought Polynesians came to Mexico before American Indians, and that definitely the tribes located between Los Angeles and the tip of Baja California were Polynesians, and this has been documented now. They've been able to do DNA tests on their skeletons, and they were Polynesians. There's also Polynesians in southern Mexico. When they came, they don't know. But, he believed that it was not a radical idea, that they just saw the cultural influences of the Polynesians on the Americas, and then they saw skeletons that were definitely not American Indian skeletons. They were Polynesian skeletons. They'd find them, in certain sites, so they were convinced that those people came also. So, and what we have in Georgia is a lot of ethnic groups near the coast that when you translate the word, it means sea people or ocean people. So it all ties in. It does not make any sense logically, but again, there's no other explanation for these foreign words from the other side of the Atlantic meaning the same and being pronounced the same. If they were just, you can't say just because bat means a bat in English means the same thing as bat in Maya, because bat in Maya means boy. And in English it means like a baseball bat. So you can't just say because two sound the same. It has to be the meaning and the sound, and they mean the same on both sides of the Atlantic. I can't explain it. I have no explanation how this occurred. I'm just telling you that the history as we're being taught in school is far too simple and not very accurate. There's too much evidence that the past in North America is very complex, involved mixing of peoples, movements of peoples, very vital societies. They're undergoing change. They were not the staid, conservative societies that are painted in anthropology books that stayed in the same place all the time for 2,000 years. That's definitely not the case. And it's also not the case they were pure American Indians. They were mixed into a lot of other people.
Tulum is the only walled city of the Mayan culture that is located in front of the Caribbean Sea, a true wonder of the pre-Hispanic world. Thanks to this, it was one of the most important commercial ports of its time, and its inhabitants were excellent navigators. Tulum is located at kilometer 230 of the federal highway Chetumal-Cancun, 80 miles south of Cancun, and is easily accessible through Federal Highway 370. In addition to being an important maritime center, Tulum was a Mayan community specialized in the study of the stars. Their fascination for them was of such magnitude that the city was dedicated to the planet Venus. As a matter of fact, their first building was the astronomical tower, and the city was built around it. Undoubtedly the most emblematic archaeological site on the Quintana Roo coast, due to its privileged location and the impressive conservation of its structures and wall paintings. Its wall delimits the main complex of its north, south, and west sides, with the eastern side facing the Caribbean Sea. It has 5 entrances and 2 watchtowers. La Casa del Noroeste is located at the northern end of what used to be Tulum's main street. It is the first building found when entering the complex through the northwest axis. It is a rectangular building with a portico with 2 columns that form 3 entrances. The Temple of the Frescoes was built in several stages. It is considered of high religious relevance for its decoration and paintings that cover the walls. These wall paintings portray a series of supernatural beings from the underworld, which constitute one of the most important testimonies of pre-Hispanic Mayan mural painting. This is the structure that preserves more decorative elements of the time. It consists of 2 levels. The lower level in turn consists of 2 temples, one inside the other, where the decoration is preserved. Continuing along the road, you can see the palaces known as the House of Columns and the House of Halach Winik. The House of Columns is the largest residential complex, also known as the Great Palace. It stands on a platform with a single body in the shape of an L. It is said that here the high officials of the time met. The castle is the tallest building on the site at almost 40 feet high. The main facade dominates the interior enclosure. Mayan discoveries were so important that they were visited by nobles by nearby and faraway communities, such as Zapotecs and Aztecs, to learn about astronomy. In the pyramid of the castle, the astronomical and maritime wisdom of the Mayans were fused. In addition to making the passage of the sun on its doors in the summer and winter solstices, it also served as a beacon and guide for sailors, who only by following in a straight line at the height of its central doors, avoided running aground in the reef of the coast, the second largest reef. There is a platform for dances, and to the southwest is the temple of the Serie Inicial, where the earliest documented date in Tulum was found, 564 AD. The back rises vertically on the edge of the cliff, resulting in an easy visibility from the sea. It preserves a temple with 3 entrances decorated with serpentine columns and 2 animal-shaped masks in the corners in front of the castle. Called the Temple of the Descending God for the sculpture that crowns the entrance door. It is a room with access to the west. Inside there are 2 side benches and a ventilation window. It has a small base on which a building decorated with the image of the deity was built, the main iconographic element of the city. The temple of the god of the wind is located on a natural elevation of the cliff. It is the only building on a circular platform, named for its circular basement, related to Kukulkan, god of the wind. It is a single room with an entrance from the north, and inside there are remains of an altar. The way in which the Mayan astronomers of Tulum studied the night sky was with obsidian mirrors that were covered with water and in which the stars were projected. According to the archaeological discoveries, these items were also used in other cultures, such as the Aztec. Some others were made of pyrite, such as those found in Teotihuacan and that can be admired in the National Museum of Anthropology and History in Mexico City. The temple of the descending god is one of the most beautiful in Tulum. Neither the walls nor the door adjust to the vertical, which is not a result of its age, as it was originally built that way. It was erected on another temple which was filled in to serve as a base. In the niche located in the upper part of the door, the sculpture of a character descending from the sky stands out. He has wings, a headdress on his head, and holds an object in his hands. The temple was adorned with decorations inside and out, with numerous representations of gods in murals, which unfortunately can no longer be admired. This divinity was venerated especially in Tulum and other inland places such as Cobá. The real identity of this deity is not known. Some experts relate it to a swallow god worshipped in Cozumel, others with a bee god named Amusencab. Tulum is one of the few Mayan archaeological sites where some of the original colors of its frescoes are preserved. Here you can admire some hands printed, as well as the colors red and lapis lazuli, which in terms of use as a paint could be said to have been invented by the Mayans. We know that in ancient Egypt, this semi-precious stone was used for the first time to make jewelry and amulets, which is why it was a highly appreciated and valued mineral. A perfect example of this is found in the funerary mask of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, which is adorned with lapis lazuli and gold. The Mayans, however, began to use it in a very different way, since they used it to paint. They used the powder that was obtained from the mineral itself, also called azurite, which resulted in this sea blue pigment so highly valued by painters. It is known that even Leonardo da Vinci used azurite to paint his creations. The idea of a god coming down from the sky was very common among Mesoamerican people, so it is possible that the descending god of Tulum is not necessarily the sun, but perhaps the rain, the lightning bolt, or the bee. In the northeast axis, the Casa del Cenote highlights the importance that the Mayans gave to the aquatic cult linked to the cenotes. In this part of Mexico, there are hundreds of them, all of them natural wonders.
Scholars who got it all wrong, because the Americas is Atlantis, which is the mother country of Egypt. This is the link to the Kansas City Journal article entitled Prehistoric Man, Monday, October 12, 1886. This article was written by Edwin Walters. Clipped from Kansas City Journal. America is the true old world. This article proves that the oldest civilization was in Yucatan and in Central America, and that Egypt was first people by immigrants from the Yucatan. This article gives 6 facts to support it. The article states in pertinent part, after correlating all data that has been made public to the present time, the conclusion is unavoidable that the oldest civilizations was in the Yucatan and Central America. Future discoveries may change this conclusion. It seems that Egypt was first people by immigrants from Yucatan. Space will allow only a few facts that clearly indicate the truth of his assertion. First, the pyramids of Yucatan are, some of them, much larger than any found in Egypt, that of Cheops not accepted. Second, the pyramids of Egypt bear structural evidences of having been modeled on those of the Yucatan, notably, of the one at Coloma, which covers 23 acres. Third, the early Egyptians and the Mayas of the Yucatan had the same system of reckoning time, but the Mayas developed a system that was far superior, and which antedated that of Egypt. Fourth, the Mayas manufactured a cement that was of the same material as that of ancient Egypt. Fifth, the architecture of Yucatan is of the same general type as that of ancient Egypt, but it is finer and seems to have been a model that the Egyptians attempted to imitate. Sixth, the art of both countries, as displayed in their ceramics and architecture, is of the same type or school, that of Yucatan being much more highly developed. According to one of these traditions, a portion of the Mayas, about 40,000 years ago, rebelled against the ruling king, and finally withdrew to the north. This branch seems to have passed along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico and to have reached Louisiana and the lower Mississippi Valley, between 30,000 and 35,000 years ago. A few years ago, some caissons were sunk for bridge piers, on Bayou La Fourche, Louisiana. At a depth of about 62 feet, some graves were uncovered. They had been made on the sandy beach of the Gulf of Mexico, and had been covered with oyster shells. The present coast is about 110 miles from that point. The average thickness of the freshwater mud, so far as surveyed, is not less than 40 feet from this point to the Gulf Coast. Taking the average amount of solid madder mud that has annually passed down the Mississippi River to form these delta and Gulf plain, and we have a measuring unit. United States government observations made daily since 1872, if I remember correctly, gives the annual amount at 57,872,000 cubic yards per year. By this unit, these graves are at least 29,000 years old. From the lower Mississippi, these people spread over much of the central portions of the North American continent, especially throughout the valleys of the Ohio and Mississippi and the Lake region. They seem to have been the original mound builders. Hard evidence suggests that Sanskrit is the father of most world-class languages. If we use Sanskrit to explain the true meaning of Atlantis, we'll learn that the initial A means not, no longer. The final tis derives from the Sanskrit desa, Atlantis discovered. Atlantis was in the Americas. Hard evidence suggests that Sanskrit is the father of most world-class languages. If we use Sanskrit to explain the true meaning of Atlantis, we'll learn that the initial A means not, no longer. The final tis derives from the Sanskrit desa, des, or tes, meaning nation. Atlantis equals no longer the Tlan or Talon nation. When Atlantis sank under the ocean named after it, it certainly ceased to exist. However, the westernmost extreme of Atlantis, which is Mexico, is still above water. It continues to be Talon or Tlan. Now that we have established the meaning of the initial A and final tis in Atlantis, we must search for the meaning of Tlan or Talon. In Sanskrit, Talon equals surface, a place on the surface. The N refers to the people living on this surface. A, not, no longer, Talon, on the surface, tes/des, nation, land. Tlan or Talon, Mexico, is the part that remained above water. Even in Nahuatl, Tlan/Talon equals surface, a place. In Greek, Tala means to bear, support, hold up. There is still another Sanskrit meaning, God Shiva. Talon equals people of God Shiva. Sanskrit Atala equals not to bear, not to hold up, bottomless, underneath, underworld, hell. Atalon can mean any or all of the following: people of hell, people of the underworld. Padala and Atala were both Sanskrit names for America. End quote. We all know about the Atlantis that is in the eye of the Sahara in Africa, but few of us know about the Atlantis that was in the Americas. The Atlantis that was in the Americas is the oldest because of the Maya connection. Atlantis was of course the mother civilization of Egypt, so I hope this information settles all debates about who civilized who and who is the oldest. The oldest throne is in the Americas. Renowned Emerald Tablets of Thoth, 36,000-year-old sacred text. The priest King Thoth established Egypt after the destruction of Atlantis, his mother country, and built the Great Pyramid of Giza, according to the preface of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which states in pertinent part. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange and beyond the belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years BC. The writer is Thoth, an Atlantean priest king, who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In it he incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and also securely secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt, from approximately 52,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race among which he and his followers had settled had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Thoth was an immortal, that is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed and even then, not through death. His vast wisdom made him ruler over the various Atlantean colonies, including the ones in South and Central America. Mayan words among Georgia's Indians? Mayan words in Hitchiti Creek language suggest ancient connection. The Hitchiti language, one of many languages spoken by Creek Indians, was spoken in Georgia and Florida during the colonial period by tribes including the Hitchiti, Chiaha, Oconee, Sewokli, Apalachicola, and Miccosukee. Based on the number of place names derived from the Hitchiti language, scholars believe this language was once spoken over a much larger area of Georgia and Florida than it was during colonial times. Curiously, the Hitchiti language appears to contain words of Mesoamerican origin, pyramid at Chichen Itza. Other Mayan words also appear in Hitchiti dictionaries. Chi is the Hichiti word for mouth. Chi also means mouth in the Itza dialect of the Mayan language. One of the Itza's most famous cities was Chichen Itza. Chichen is translated as mouth of the well, with Chi meaning mouth and Chen meaning well. Chani means well in Hichiti, thus Shishani would mean mouth of the well in that language. John Mitchell's 1755 map of Georgia shows Chiaha listed as Chiha. The next entry in the Itza Mayan dictionary after Chi is Kayaha, which translates as water's mouth or water's edge. Chiaha, sometimes also corrupted as Chaha and Chiha 6, was a common town name among Hichiti Creek Indians 7 whose villages were located beside rivers and streams. The earliest record of a town by this name appears in the journals of the De Soto expedition, who visited a town named Chiaha that was located on an island in the middle of a river. 8 Thus Edgewater is an appropriate description of these villages. Interestingly, the area around Lake Okeechobee in south-central Florida was known as Chia 9, and the people who lived there were called the Miami. One researcher theorized, based on absolutely no evidence, the word meant high place, but due to its use for the area surrounding Lake Okeechobee, it seems more likely a corrupted form of Chiaha, Chiha, meaning edge water. In Hichiti, Okeechobee means big water, where Oki means water and Chobe means big. And linguist John R. Swanton, the Natchez word for blood was Icha, which, although different from the usual Creek word, reappeared in Hichiti as a Chiki. 10 The Hichiti dictionary lists Pachichi for blood. Yet it also lists the prefix pichi as to give, thus it is likely Pachichi actually means to give blood, and Swanton's Achiki is the correct word for blood in Hichiti. The Hichiti word bih means head chief, and the head chief was known as the Great Sun. Early eyewitness accounts of the Natchez noted that each morning the Great Sun would smoke a pipe and blow the smoke towards the sun, center, and then to the 4 directions. 11 Thus we see that the Great Sun is associated with the 5 directions. Mayan Kain glyph with quincunx design. Among the Maya, the quincunx design, consisting of 5 dots, represented the 4 directions plus a center direction. In Mayan, this design has the phonetic value bi or b. 12 It is often integrated in the Kain glyph, which means sun. Thus, like the Maya, the Hichiti word bih is associated with both the sun and 4 directions. The Hichiti word for rattlesnake, chitmagun, translates literally as snake chief. Likewise, in many Mayan languages the word for rattlesnake is composed of the word for snake preceded by aha, w, lord, 13 So, although the actual words are not the same, the ideas are identical. There are also words of Mixoc origin in Hichiti. For instance, the Hichiti word for 3, tuchini, is very similar to the Mix word for 3, tuk. 14. The typical scholarly argument suggests these are just coincidences, or at the very least very recent additions to the Hichiti language during the colonial period. The argument goes that if they were truly ancient, then they would have changed in the intervening years. 15 Yet recent linguistic research shows this is not the case. In fact, researchers showed that the frequency with which a word is used relates to how slowly it changes through time, so that the most common words tend to be the oldest ones. 16 Chiki or house is certainly a very common word, thus it could easily have survived the ravages of time unchanged. In fact, the word was already part of several place names when the first Spanish explorers entered the southeast in the early 1500s. The conquistador De Soto recorded a town named Kofachaki and Kafadacheki in his journals. Nearly 500 years later the word is still in use among the Seminole and Miccosukee with 0 change. Why do several seemingly Mayan words appear in the Hichiti language? How many other such words are there? In his article, The Natchez, an offshoot of the civilized nations of Central America, famed early Mayan scholar, Dr. D.G. Brinton, noted over 100 words of Mayan origin. 17 In his article Maya Stock in Mexican Languages, Carl Herman Berendt, acknowledged as undoubtedly the greatest scholar of the Mayan language, 18 also compared Maya with Natchez. In Miscellanea Maya in the Berendt Linguistic Collection, number 179, Berendt showed similarities between Natchez, Apalache, and Mayan. 19. In his article, On the Language of the Natchez, Brinton later backtracked somewhat from this position and noted, "It is very evident that the Natchez is a dialect of the Muskoke or Creek, with a small percentage of totally foreign roots, 20, but then notes, the body of roots wholly dissimilar from any I have been able to find in the Chota-Muskoke dialects, embraces a number of important words, and makes up a sufficiently large percentage of the language to testify positively to a potent foreign influence." 21. He did not speculate as to whom this foreign influence might be, but it seems reasonable to assume that, based on his previous writings, the Maya were one likely candidate. Brinton also noted that among the Natchez, the commoners spoke one language, referred to as the Stinkard language, while the elites spoke another. As Brinton notes, the Natchez offered one of several examples among American Indians where in the same community two independent tongues were employed, one by the nobles, the conquerors, another by the vulgar, the conquered. 22. Although, again, Brinton would later question the idea of two separate languages, the legends of several tribes suggest they were, in fact, ruled over by foreigners who lived atop the earthen pyramids scattered throughout the region. 23. These foreigners were always referred to as a priestly clan. Among the Cherokee they were known as the Anekotani, and among the Choctaw the Unkala. The Choctaw legends stated they controlled an important temple called the House of Warriors and chanted hymns in an unknown tongue. 24. Some legends even noted that these foreigners came from the sea and maintained rule within a single family for 13 generations before dying out. 25. The Cherokee claimed to have massacred the foreigners who ruled over them. Were these priests actually nobles of Maya descent ruling over local indigenous tribes? Does this explain why only certain Mayan words such as for blood, house, head chief, etc., showed up in the commoners' language? Another clue that may help determine the most likely source of this foreign influence arises from symbols that appeared on pottery in Florida and Georgia around 200 AD. Known as Swift Creek pottery, these symbols were similar and, in some cases, identical to Mesoamerican symbols and Mayan glyphs. Boys find Sphinx in Mexican wilds. Scouts see traces of buried city and pyramids on hike in state of Guerrero. Experts TO study region lawyer, architect and guide will go from Mexico City to begin excavations.
Last night, when you make 250 videos on a subject and you can still find info like this, well, this shows you how vast ancient America is. This is the Ocmulgee National Historic Park, just right outside of Macon, Georgia. Notice the Allman Brothers Band Museum there. Never knew they had that there. Pretty cool. But let's just talk about these mounds very quickly. And a site that is right next door here that I have not talked about. I did a video on this place maybe about a year and a half ago or so. But this mound here really caught my eye. And the more I looked and what I found, this was one of the largest mounds in the ancient US right here. We will take a look at some old pics of this massive mound. Not quite the way it looked when it was originally built, but the focus of today's video, mound site I have not talked about. It is very close to here. If we just back up, it's right down here. There's two large mounds just kind of lost in the woods here. One of them very unique, in fact extremely unique. But right down here you can kind of get a look in the woods here. You can see one of the mounds. This is a square pyramidal mound right down here, fenced off, just kind of lost in the woods there. The other mound, can't really see it here. It's not fenced off. It has trees growing in it. And that is the unique mound. I'm not sure why they have this one all fenced off but not protecting the other one, because the other one is totally unique to ancient America. But there used to be a village out here, a large palisade fence post with clay and mud attached to it, encircling the whole village here. Here's a diagram of what they think the Lamar site looked like. And that wooden palisade fence here is an artifact found at the site, but those two main mounds, they also found pits. They weren't sure what these were for. Then they realized that they kept fish in them. They built these little ponds. They caught a lot of fish in the spring, put them in the ponds, and they stayed alive for a long time. Just one cool thing about this site here. Historians think the Lamar Mound site is the ancient town of Ichisi, encountered by Hernan de Soto on his voyages. This is part of the Ocmulgee National Historic Site, but this place, the history here, just kind of lost in the woods. I showed you Mound A on Google Earth there, fenced off, enclosed here. This is Mound B, just kind of sitting out there in the woods. This is the very top of it. This is one of the most unique mounds in the ancient U.S. Let's look at a pic here. Here's a look in the woods. This mound has been totally covered up by leaves and centuries of growth and debris. What did this mound look like originally? Well, it's covered up. They don't have this place accessed. They have no interest in making this history available for people to see. Here's what this mound originally looked like. It was a spiral-shaped mound. Here's a pic of it, one of the most unique mounds. The only one, spiral-shaped, large one in the ancient U.S. But why did they build a mound like this? Well, historians have no clue. They could only guess. Some people say, well, it might be because it represents a coiled snake's tail. Other people say maybe representation of the spiraling galaxy, but historians really are clueless about this. Where did the idea of the spiral mound come from? Well, there is one mound in Mexico, right here. Tuxtlan, I believe it is called. But is that where it came from? Does this have any connection to this? Well, it might. And I think I'm going to be making a video down the road here on the Olmecs and a possible ancient connection to the mound builders. Historians think there might have been 3 centuries that separated the phases of these mounds up here and the ones stuck in the woods that are not seen by the public. But let's go down to this mound here. I found some very cool pics. Last night, I was sitting there just mumbling to myself. My brother thought, he found something cool. Now, when I made my video about 1.5 years ago, this thing really caught my eye, this mound site right here. It's just not this large mound here. It's the whole area here. It looked like one big, large step pyramid mound, kind of like the one at Cahokia. That's what it just looked like to me. But I found some old pics, some really cool ones. Let's just take a look here. When I first looked at this, some things kind of confused me. It seems like an area here was kind of raised up. But in my mind's eye, this just looked like a huge step pyramid, like Monk's Mound at Cahokia. But I found a pic that gives it away here, what this place used to look like, right here. Here's a look. This was a large step pyramid mound. That raised area must have been right here, and all this area here has just been kind of hacked away. You notice right down here, you see those lines? Well, there was actual steps built into this original construction. And this next pic is one of the coolest I've ever found in ancient America. Now, this is slightly smaller as far as total area than Monk's Mound, but who knows how much has been lost to history here. It looks like this has been shaved off, and not sure how much has been lost over here. But let's take a look at a pic that was taken right down here when this place was being excavated decades ago. Right down here. Here's an old pic. Now, this huge mound was added onto at a couple different points of history. But what did the later add-ons cover up? What was the original form of this thing? Well, here are some steps leading up the west side of this pyramid mound here. That is a pretty cool pic. I've been saying all along, some of these mounds, if we could take the grass off, get down to the original form, we'd be pretty impressed. Well, here's steps. That is a very cool pic right there. A lot of the larger mounds have clay features built into them, also have gravel, stonework in them. But these here, I believe this is just made out of baked clay. These steps here going up, 14 of them total. I figured this step pyramid mound was about 175 by 225 meters. Massive mound here. Stairways coming up. I just get the feeling, the more I look at this ancient America stuff, stonework in them. But these here, I believe this is just made out of baked clay. These steps here going up, 14 of them total. I figured this step pyramid mound was about 175 by 225 meters. Massive mound here. Stairways coming up. I just get the feeling, the more I look at this ancient America stuff, that some of these mounds The origin of when they were first constructed is way off. I think some of these are much older, just like places in South America or Egypt. People building on top of older ruins here. There was burials found here. Here you can see logs supporting like a stone casket here. One of the burials found right here just had thousands of shell bead ornaments adorning the body here. That is pretty interesting. Somebody buried here probably about 1,000 years ago, according to the history of this place. Could it be older? Yeah, could be, sure. Here is a look at just the upper mound of that massive step pyramid mound. Here's the side of it looking down. Who knows how much has been eroded away, but those stairs would have been right down here. That might even be the outline of them right there. They say this place was thriving around 1,000 years ago, but if there's 2 or 3 different periods of construction in these larger mounds, when does the original construction, how far back in time does that take place? That's what I wonder. Here are some pics. Artifacts found at the site. These could be owl effigies here, maybe a bear effigy. Animals were important, just like the gods of Egypt were represented as animals. Here is a jar or vase. Human face on that little thing right there. Here is the Earth Lodge at this mound site when it was excavated here. I'll show you that in just a second. Here are some more human effigies, little bowls or cups. Maybe one of these or 2 of these are pipes. Looking at some more artifacts here, but the symbolism found very similar to Etowah and a few other ancient mound sites down in the area. Here are those steps again. That is very impressive. Glad I found that pic. Here is an axe or a celt found at the site here. Here is right below that upper mound. I believe the man-made construction starts all the way down here. Comes up to a terrace, a large terrace, on this upper mound here on top. This is one of the bigger mounds in all of the ancient U.S., that is for sure. Here is the Earth Lodge at Ekmulgee. This is a reconstruction based on the remains, the post holes, other things they found here at the site. Once again, the Lamar mounds, there's a couple of them out in the woods. This one has trees growing on it. They have no interest in preserving this one. Why is that? The only spiral mound in the U.S. That's just a little bizarre to me. Here is what they think this ancient Lamar site looked like with the palisade fence all the way around it. One square pyramidal mound, one spiral mound right there. The only spiral mound in the U.S. lost to history in the woods down here. There is one mound still kind of fenced off that I guess you can go trek to. All part of the Ekmulgee mound site here near Macon, Georgia.
Joyce. Now there was a red tree again. Now there was a red tree. This is the part, alright? Pay close attention. A red tree. Are we talking about a cedar tree? Our staff. Whoa, there was a red tree, which is our staff? Did Moses carry a staff? Which we had taken in passing from the gate of Toulon. The gate of Toulon, Aslan, Utah. And therefore we are called the Kachikel people. The people of the red tree or staff. The red tree where the cedars are. We're talking about Lebanon, Aslan, place of whiteness. Oh, our sons said, Gagabits and Saktekau. The root of this, our staff, was pushed into the sand of the sea. Okay, what did they do? The root of this, our staff, was pushed into the sand of the sea. The staff was put onto the sand of the sea. And soon the sea was separated from the sand. The sea was separated from the sand. And for this the red tree served, which we brought from Toulon. That's what the red tree, the staff, served for. So it can part the sea, separate. Sea was separated from the sand. When the root of this staff was pushed into the sand of the sea, and the sea was separated from the sand, they parted the sea. The Kachikels parted the sea, their leader, with a staff. This is their writing. We're in Exodus. We're in chapter 14. We're going to start in verse 9. It says, the Egyptian army, with all the horses, chariots, and the drivers, pursued them and caught up with them, where they were camped by the Red Sea. They were camped by the Red Sea. Camped by the Red Sea. So they were living on the shore, just like the Kachikels just told us. When they arrived at the shore, they couldn't see their planes. They wanted to cross near Fi Hahiroth and Baal Zephon. When the Israelites saw the king and his army marching against them, they were terrified and cried out to the Lord for help. Didn't we just read the Kachikel telling us? The angels of the Kachikels. Again, who will find means to pass the sea? In thee alone, my brother, in thee alone have we hope, said they all. We hope, said they all. Again, they were terrified and cried out to Hawa for help. They said to Moses, they said to who? Oh, brother, they said to their brother Moses, were there any graves in Egypt? Did you have to bring us out here in the desert to die? Look what you have done by bringing us out of Egypt. Didn't we tell you before we left that this would happen? We told you to leave us alone and let us go on being slaves of the Egyptians. It would be better to be slaves there than to die here in the desert. Do you want to be a slave? Is it better to be a slave? Moses answered, don't be afraid. Stand your ground, and you will see what Hawa will do to save you today. You will never see these Egyptians again. Hawa will fight for you. And all you have to do is keep still, just chill, just breathe easy. Wow. And Hawa said to Moses, why are you crying out for help? Tell the people to move forward, keep it moving. Lift up your walking stick. Your stick, we're talking about a staff. Lift up your red stick, alright, that you got from Toulon. Your red stick, Kachikel, and hold it out over the sea. The water will divide, and the Israelites will be able to walk through the sea on dry ground. I will make the Egyptians so stubborn that they will go in after them, and I will gain honor by my victory over the king, his army, his chariots, and his drivers. When I defeat them, the Egyptians will know that I am Hawa. Alright, so this stick helped Moses divide the water, separate the water. Angels of the Kachikels. And we had a red tree, which was our staff. We had a red tree, my people, our staff. Alright, the root of this, our staff, was pushed into the sand of the sea, and soon the sea was separated from the sand. And for this the red tree served, which we brought from Toulon. Soon the sand was as line, and we passed out. It became wide above the sea and below the sea. Then all rejoiced. We rejoiced when they saw sand in the sea. When they saw the sand split, when they saw they can walk through it, they gave thanks, they rejoiced. And many consulted together. There indeed is our hope. We must gather together on these first lands, they said. Here only can we arrange ourselves since leaving Toulon. And they're talking about arriving at Mexico. So where was this Red Sea? Alright, so I just want to show you a couple maps, but first just want to show you this, how they depict the aboriginals and American natives. Over here you see the skin color. Alright, now I have a different version of the same map. It's like a year after, and it changes a little bit, but it's a larger image, so it doesn't look pixelated. But I wanted to show this first. Alright, so this is the other version, but it's the same exact map, just like a year after. And you can see how they lighten them up a little bit. You see that? But you can still see kind of like, let me show you. Look at this person's hair right here. You see that? Alright, so they're trying to lighten them up a little bit. Alright, so just wanted to show you something in this map real quick, because we're talking about a parting of the seas. And we're talking about these caciques who went to Mexico, right? And we're talking about the Bible tells us it's on the Red Sea. You see here on this map, which is the codfish map of North America from Herman Moll, 1720. Alright, you can see that it says in between the Baja California and Mexico is the Gulf of California. And we see it says Gulf of California or Red Sea or the Red Sea. Alright, let's back up so you can see where we are. Alright, US, Louisiana or Florida, New France up here, the whole, look at this, the whole East Coast. Alright, but you see the Gulf of California or the Red Sea shows California as an island. Alright, we know where was Utah around over here. We're talking about Aslan and migration. You know, we know that also the Colorado River, right? The Colorado River empties into the Gulf of California. You can see on old maps as well. Alright, Rio Colorado just means red. So did the sea really extend all the way up here before? Right? We know that the Salt Lake is a salt. You know, that was an ancient ocean up there, right? Alright, so Colorado, Gulf of California or Red Sea. Alright, so I found this article. It's called Names for the Gulf of California, a historical review by R.C. Brusca with great assistance from Ezekiel Escura and Jorge Soberon. Compiled in 2005, updated in 2018. Summary: the Gulf of California has been called many things, but collectively, with spelling variations aside, these boil down to 4 names. See chronology below. So it says here, number 1, Mar Bermejo, or Vermilion Sea, Vermilion Sea. You're going to see that in a lot of maps on the Gulf of California. The original name given by Francisco Ulloa in 1539. So even though we just saw that map in 1700s, this was a reference they were given to the Gulf of California since at least 1539. The first person in historic times to sail to the head of the Gulf. The name also appears as Vermiglion, Vermijo, and Rojo. So Vermelho, right, or Vermelho, right? Etymology: from Old Portuguese vermelho, red. Red. Again, vermelho means Red Sea, so the Vermelho Sea means Red Sea since at least 1539. The first person in historic times to sail to the head of the Gulf. The name also appears as Vermiglion, Vermijo, and Rojo. So Vermelho, right, or Vermelho, right? Etymology: from Old Portuguese vermelho, red. Red. Again, vermelho means Red Sea, so the Vermelho Sea means Red Sea. Again, as an adjective, vermelho, right, it says red, having red as its color, red, socialist or communist. So vermelho, noun, as a noun, red, color, color, as an adjective, red. Alright, as a noun and as an adjective, it means red, red. Alright, so we're in this map, is the map of North and South America, and it shows the northwestern part of America blank. Some say because it was all occupied. Many maps have this area blank, and a lot of people on YouTube saying because this is the land of giants. So, you know, it was, you know, you couldn't get through there, and they couldn't map it, whatever, but, you know, it shows that a lot, and it shows California as an island as well. And it says here again, Mare Vermelho, Mare Vermelho, Red Sea. Alright, we know what that means now, Red Sea. So when you see this on maps, you know that means red. And then we got Mare Rubrum. Alright, we're gonna get into that. Alright, so Mare Rubrum, remember Mare Rubrum? So it says here on the Red Sea, in Wikipedia on the Red Sea. Alright, let's go to names. It says Red Sea is a direct translation of the Greek Erythra Thalassa. In Latin, what is it called? Mare Rubrum. Mare Rubrum. Alright, Red Sea is Mare Rubrum in Latin. You're gonna see that in a lot of the maps. Again, we got Mare Vermelho and Mare Rubrum. 2 different languages just to make it clear for you. Red Sea. Again, we're returning to the anus of the Caciques. Now that we got a clear perspective, right, what they're crossing. They rush forth and passed across the sand. This is a account of one of them. This is their personal history. This is not European influence. This is direct translation of the Caciquel language. Alright, it says, they rushed forth and passed across the sand, and following one another we came to the shore of the sea, and we arrived at the edge of the water. Again, don't forget we were in the history of the Indies of New Spain by the Fray Diego Duran, a primary source during the time of conquest. Alright, and he was telling us right before we left that what clearer proof do we need that these people, he's talking about the Mexica, were Jews or Hebrews, than their own reference to the flight from Egypt, wherein Moses moved the waters with his rod. The sea opened up, a path appeared, and after Pharaoh followed with his army, God caused the sea to return to its place, with the result that all their enemies drowned in the deep. And if this account is not convincing enough, I should like to tell about another event that the Aztecs claim happened on their long migration. Alright, so he's telling you straight up that the elder, Mexica elder, told him this, telling their history, explaining it word by word, the same story in Exodus. Alright? While they were camped by some high hills, continues Diego Duran, a great frightful earthquake occurred. The earth opened up and swallowed certain evil men who were among them, an occurrence that filled the other people with dread. Having seen the painting of this event, I was reminded of the book of Numbers, chapter 16. Go read it, where it is told how the earth opened up and swallowed Korah and Datan and Abiram. Now I just want to read this footnote regarding what Diego Duran said about, his story about them parting the sea, separating the sea. Right? It says Duran's leaning toward biblical interpretations is seen in his claims that Quetzalcoatl, opened a path in the sea with his rod, the waters returning to their place and drowning the pursuers after the followers of the divine personage had fled to safety. Quetzalcoatl, whose name means feathered serpent, was also called Se'acautl. One read, his birth date in Topiltzin, our Lord. Right, so Se'acautl Topiltzin, right? Or Quetzalcoatl, our prince. One read, feathered serpent. Look at the time. Is a mythologized figure appearing in 16th century accounts of Nahua historical traditions, where he is identified as the ruler in the 10th century of the Toltecs. This was a real person, alright? Of the Toltecs, by Aztec tradition, their predecessors who had political control of the Valley of Mexico and surrounding regions several centuries before the Aztecs themselves arrived on the scene. In later generations, he was a figure of legend, often confused or conflated with the important Mesoamerican deity Quetzalcoatl. Alright, according to the legend in Salvador, the city of Cuscatlan, the capital city of the Pipil Cuscatlex, was founded by the exiled Toltec Se'acautl Topiltzin. Alright, so this is what he looks like in the codices. I have, the exact codices, and you can see they depicted him with copper color, right? That's a brother right there, a so-called Negro, because they show the difference between lighter-skinned people in these codices as well. He's holding up the snake, right? Moses also held up a brass snake, right? Once he left Tolan, the name was used by other elite figures. Again, once he left Tolan, that same name, what name? Quetzalcoatl, was used by other elite figures. Are they talking about his descendants? To keep a line succession, it was also used by the Mexica, Meshach, to more easily rule over the Toltecs. Alright, so we're back in the history of the Indies of New Spain, and where we left up, basically the rest of the page are not there. Alright, so that it goes right into the appendix, almost the end of the book, 565, right? Page 565 from page 7. So they took the rest of it out. You gotta buy it. Alright. But you know what? Again, I have the original Spanish version, so we are going to get back into this book in the future. We're going to continue to read from it. Alright, so we're in the book Antiquities of Mexico. Alright, so this is a 9-volume series here. It says here, comprising facsimiles of ancient Mexican paintings and hieroglyphics. And these are, the sources of these, the book he compiled here, the person, are from the Royal Libraries of Paris, Berlin, and Dresden, the Imperial Library of Vienna, in the Vatican Library, in the Borgian Museum at Rome, in the Library of the Institute at Bologna, and in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, together with the Monuments of New Spain by Mr. Dupox. We're going to get into all these people. He's one of those persons we're going to get to know later on. Alright, and this is compiled by Lord Kingsborough. Alright, we're also going to get a little bit more in depth with him. This is volume 6. Alright, volume 6. Alright. And it says here, this is part of a footnote. It is certainly remarkable, as connected with the expectation which the Mexicans entertained of a future redeemer, the Quetzalcoatl should have been called by them by the other name of Mexictli or Mexictli. Cortez, in describing to the Emperor Charles V the horrors which the Mexicans sustained during the last days of the siege in Gomara, and repeating the same history, both mentioned that they consoled themselves in their last sufferings with the hopes of going to heaven to Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl was worshipped by the Mexicans under the name of Huitzilopochtli. Alright, very important, remember that name. Alright, so Quetzalcoatl was worshipped by the Mexicans as Huitzilopochtli, so they're the same, which name was corrupted by the Spaniards into Ochilobus, so that the accounts of Cortez and Gomorrah perfectly agree. In Cholula, this god was known by the peculiar appellation of Quetzalcoatl. Alright, so Cholula, right? Before the Aztecs, that was a Toltec city, the Toltecs, alright? Which signifies the green feathered serpent, Dracan, alright? Dragon Kings, feathered serpent, snake dynasty. The brass serpent, Meshi. With respect to the appellation Mexictli, the Spanish thus marked being always pronounced like a C. It is very remarkable that it is precisely the same as the Hebrew name, and it has these words, and I believe as Meshech or Messiah, for Tli does not form a part of that proper name, but it is a common termination to Mexican names. This name, from which I think it's Christos right here, Christos, in Greek is derived, signifies anointed, and is peculiarly applied by Christians to Christ. The following passage, translated from the second section of the 7th chapter of the 3rd book of Garcia's Origin of the Indians, shows that the attention of that learned writer had been drawn to this coincidence. In New Spain, the word Mexico or Mexico is found, which, as Brother Stephen de Salazar remarks in Hebrew, and is therefore produced in the 2nd Psalm, and signifies his anointed. And although there is that province, it is the name of a city, and here in the Psalm, the name which the Jews bestowed on their kings and priests. Their kings, priests or priest kings, Khans, Dracons, feather serpent, and our Christ our Lord, who, as they expected, was to come and redeem them. Still, I do not attend to this difference, as this name might easily have been given to a city, since the leader who conducted those people, Mexico, was named Moshe, or as others write, Meshi, and the city and nation were afterwards called after him, in the same way as we see that many cities, provinces, and nations have been named after those who peopled or founded them, or to whom they owed their origin. As we shall presently point out, the word Meshi should be noted as being really Hebrew. It's Hebrew, and it agrees, surprisingly, with the name of the chief head or captain of the Mexicans or Mexicans, alright, after Meshi. Now this is a part of the book where they're talking about the explanation of the Codex Vaticanus, alright, one of the Aztec codices, alright, because now we're going into the another of the works of the Holyoke Society, is the Natural and Moral Histories of the Indians. This is volume 2. Again, The Natural and Moral History of the Indies of America by Father Joseph de Acosta. This is reprinted from the English translated edition of Edward Grimstone in 1604. Alright, so in 1604 this was translated from the original Spanish. Alright, again, I have the original Spanish book written by Acosta. Fray Joseph de Acosta, Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, publicada in Seville in the year what? 1590, from 1590. This is written in 1590. So who was Jose de Acosta? Jose de Acosta, born in 1539, Medina del Campo, Spain, and died in the February 15th of 1600, Salamanca. He was a Jesuit, theologian and missionary to the New World, known chiefly for his Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias from 1590, the natural moral histories of the Indies, the earliest survey of the New World in its relation to the Old. Its relation to the Old. How did it relate to the Old? That's what it was about. This book was written so I can show you how the New World was related to the Old. His works, missionary and literary, marked the zenith of the period of religious and scientific incorporation of the newly discovered lands into the Western culture. Acosta joined the Jesuits in 1570 and went as a missionary to Jerusalem in 1571. He served as provincial of his order there, was appointed theological advisor to the Third Provincial Council of Lima, and later wrote catechism in Spanish and in the Quechuan and Aymaran languages, the first book printed in Peru. He also founded a number of colleges throughout Peru and missions near Lake Titicaca. On returning to Spain in 1587, he wrote Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, which we're about to read, which attempted to place his observations on the physical geography and natural history of Mexico and Peru, including the native religious and political institutions, in the context of contemporary Jesuit and scientific thought. Alright, so we gotta remember, we gotta dodge our own hijack, because he's gonna throw in his contemporary Jesuit and scientific thought to what we're reading. You're gonna see what I'm talking about, alright? So Acosta's work is especially valuable as a first-hand account of Western South America at this time. Alright, it's a valuable first-hand account. We're in the Encyclopedia Britannica website. Alright, so it says here, chapter 4. I remember we're in the Natural Moral History of the Indies by Jose Acosta. Alright, volume 2. And it says, of the Mexicans' departure of their journey and peopling of the province of Michoacan. It says 302 years after the former two lineages had left their country to inhabit New Spain, the country being now well peopled and reduced to some form of government, those of the seventh cave, or line, the 7 tribes, 7 caves, right, arrived, which is the Mexican nation of the which, like unto the rest, left the province of Aztlan and Teoculhuacan, a politic, court-like, and warlike nation. They did worship the idol Huitziliputztli. Alright, we're gonna get into that, and they also mean Huitziliputztli with an H. Alright, it's the same. So they're saying that they worship this Huitziliputzli, whereof an ample mention has been made, and the devil, he says, but it's devil he's saying, that was in this idol spoke and governed this nation easily. So he's saying the idol inside of Huitziliputzli, or the devil, governed the Mexica, or the nation, the Aztecs. Alright, that's his interpretation of it. Remember, it says, you know, he's a contemporary Jesuit. This is contemporary Jesuit thought. Alright, he's gonna throw his hijack in what he's finding. But it says, this idol commanded them to leave their country, promising to make them princes and lords over all the provinces which the other 6 nations did possess, that he would give them a land abounding with gold, silver, precious stones, feathers, and rich mantles. Whereupon they went forth, carrying their idol with them in a coffer of reeds, supported by 4 of their principal priests. What? So they carry their idol in a coffer of reeds. They're talking about an ark. You're gonna see. and they were carried by 4 of their priests, just like the ark the Hebrews carried, with whom he did talk and revealed unto them in secret. So there was some kind of supernatural power with this ark, and something was talking to them, right? The success of their way and voyage, advising them of what should happen. He likewise gave them laws. He gave them laws. He's a lawgiver. Didn't Moses give laws? And taught them the customs, ceremonies, and sacrifices they should observe. Alright? They should observe these things. Meshech. They did not advance nor move without commandment from this idol. He gave them notice when to march and when to stay in any place, wherein they wholly obeyed him. The first thing they did wheresoever they came was to build a house or tabernacle for their false god. So they're saying wherever they went with this idol, with this ark, right, they built a tabernacle. Right, when they stopped, they built a house, a holy place, a tabernacle. Just like the Israelites, every time they camped and they had the ark, they put it in the middle and make a tabernacle, a holy place for it, right? And only the priest can go in. Right? And he's calling it their false god. Alright? Which they said always in the midst of their camp. They always put it in the middle of their camp. Just like the Israelites when they were carrying the ark. And there placed the ark upon an altar. I told you it was an ark. They're carrying an ark. Alright? In the same manner as they have used in the holy Christian church. This done, they sowed their land for bread and pulses, which they used, and they were so addicted to the obedience of their God that if he commanded them to gather, they gathered. But if he commanded them to raise their camp, all was left there for the nourishment of the aged, sick, and weary, which they left purposely from place to place, that they might people it, pretending by this means that all the land should remain inhabited by their nations. So they left the corn. I don't know if you read the book, if you saw my corn videos, you see how a lot of scripture says, you know, take what you need and the rest just leave it for the needy, the poor, so they can gather it. Well, that's what they did here too. This going forth and peregrination of the Mexicans will happily seem like to that of Egypt, just like the one in Egypt, and to the way which the children of Israel made. Alright, so now you heard him say he's calling their idol, you know, he's saying that their leader is an idol, you know, it has a devil in him, and that they're creating tabernacles for false gods. But then he's admitting their history is exactly the same, right, as that of Egypt, and to the way which the children of Israel made, seeing that they as well as those were warned to go forth and to seek the land of promise. And both the one and the other carried their God for their guide. They carried an ark, consulted with the ark, and made him a tabernacle. And he advised them, giving them laws and ceremonies. And both the one and the other spoke many years in their voyage to their promised land, where we observe the resemblance of many other things, as the histories of the Mexicans do report, and the Holy Scriptures testify of the Israelites. Alright, even though Jose de Acosta, with his contemporary Jesuit thought, trying to throw in the devil and talking about false gods, he's admitting that it coincides with the Holy Scripture of the Israelites, the history of the Mexicans. And without doubt, it is a true thing. He's telling you, without doubt, it is a true thing. Alright, that the devil, now he's gonna go back to his hijack, the Prince of Pride, has labored by the superstitions of this nation to counterfeit and imitate that which the Most High God did with this nation. Alright, so he's trying to say that it's so much the same history as the Hebrews, that it was taught to them by the devil. That's his only argument. That's his only way of explaining why he found Hebrew culture similarity, history, and tradition, same pilgrimage. He's saying it was the devil who taught him that. Alright, this is what a lot of these people did in this time. You're going to continue to see this. We're going to continue. We have already. We're going to continue to see this from different people, not just Spaniards, English, Dutch, Portuguese, all of them. Alright? Alright, so past the hijack, further on a little bit, Jose de Costa says, the chief and captain, right, the cacique, Katzing, chief Katzing, the cacique, whom they followed was called Meshi. Alright, so I thought it was Vits Greek Twinkling, I thought it was an idol in an ark. So it was actually Meshi talking to the ark. Meshi, whence came the name of Mexico, and of the Mexican Khan nation. This people marching thus at leisure, as the other 6 nations had done, peopling and tilling the land in diverse parts, whereof there is yet some shows and ruins. And after they had endured many trials and dangers, in the end they came to the province of Mechoacan. He's telling you that there is evidence of this migration and that they even settled in people to certain lands. We're talking about the southwestern pueblos. Alright, if you saw part 2, go watch that. Alright, their stories in the Pueblo region, the ancient people, it's all about migrations and keeping it moving. They were always on the move, temporarily building these pueblos. Alright, read the history. This is the same migration. Alright? Which is as much to say a land of fish. They're talking about Meshek, Moshe. But there is great abundance in godly great lakes. So again, their chief and captain whom they followed was called Meshi. Moshe, Meshek, Meshi. So it says here, South and Mesoamerican Mythology A to C from by Anne Bigham and Jeremy Roberts. And it says here, Aslan, or White Land, the place of whiteness, the legendary place of the 7 tribes who developed the cultures of the Valley of Mexico. We're talking about Utah, including the Aztec. Aslan originated at the beginning of the 5th sun, also known as Tulan, Suiba, Tulan. Also is Tulan of the Maya, same place, the 7 caves, just like the Quiche, the place of the 7 caves. Aslan was a land of plenty, where no one suffered, no one went hungry, and no one ever got old. Fountain of youth, Prester John, no one ever got old. Many myths with varying details tell how the Aztec came to leave Aslan. In one version, a bird tells the people to leave. In another, it's Huitzilopochtli. Alright, we just got him, right? The idol, supposed idol. The Aztec supreme god who speaks directly to the priest. He speaks directly to the priest. Who's the priest? Meshi. So the same person. Depending on the story, the 7 tribes leave one at a time, with the Aztec leaving last, or all leave together. So we're in this document written, it's called Aztec Mythology, the Influence of Aztec Mythology on Mexican Culture and History. James W. Saltero Torres, Jordan High School for Careers. I know it says high school report, but you should see what's in here, man. He's pretty knowledgeable. This guy does a lot of research, alright? So it says, this unit will point out similarities between the Aztec mythology and other world mythologies, from the Aztecs, creation myth and its variations, to the long northern trek of the Aztecs led by their tribal god Huitzilopochtli. Their tribal god is a person who refers to them as the chosen, until they receive a sign indicating where they should build their capital, Tenochtitlan. Students will compare this journey to Moses. Alright, leading, if you're a real student, you're gonna see this compares to the journey of Moses leading the Jews from Egypt into the promised land of Israel. We're in dailygrail.com, one of their, I guess, blogs here says, since I've mentioned the Hebrews. I'd also like to point out some interesting parallelisms between them and the Aztecs. Not only did both cultures view themselves as the chosen people and had their own Exodus story in search of the promised land, as we have already stated, 40 years with the Hebrews, 261 years with the Aztecs according to this person, but the legends of their pilgrimage are rather similar. According to the friar Bernardino de Sahagún, we're gonna get into his books soon too. Alright, a priest or leader among the Aztecs named Mexitli, or Meshi, right? Mexitli was the one who would speak with Huitzilopochtli. Alright, so Acosta's saying it's an idol, it's a devil, Huitzilopochtli, but it's actually Meshi. Or is it the same person, or do they just refer to Hawa as Huitzilopochtli, the power, in the ark that only Meshi spoke to Moses? Alright, the same way Moses would get in contact with Yahweh. Other chronicles report that Huitzilopochtli was an actual warlord who led the Aztecs out of Aztlan. Actual person, as with many aspects of ancient Mexican history, there are huge gaps in the records, causing a lot of confusion. Gaps, one should point out, caused by the burning of the old codices at the hands of Sahagún's colleagues. Alright, they burnt all your documents. Alright, so now we're in the book, the works of Hubert Howie Bancroft. Alright, this is volume 5. The Native Races series he has is a lot of volumes. We actually read from his books in part 2 of our Aboriginal series, Indigenous American to African American. Alright, go check that out. Who is Hubert Howie Bancroft? It says that he was an American historian and ethnologist, alright, who wrote, published, and collected works concerning the western United States, Texas, California, Alaska, Mexico, Central America, and British Columbia. Right? Hubert Bancroft collected and published 39 volumes on the history and peoples of Western North America. His work remains one of the great sources of information on the West. Great sources. Again, great sources of information on the West. We read from this on part 2. Go check it out. Again, this is Encyclopedia Britannica. Alright, so now we know who he is, right? Let's go back to the book. The Mexicans have a tradition of a journey undertaken at the command of a god, and continued for a long time under the direction of certain high priests. High priests led them, right? Who miraculously obtained supplies for their support. Miraculously. You hear this, right? This bears a striking resemblance to the Hebrew story of the wandering in the desert. And who were they with? Moses, right? After the Exodus. Alright, another correlation here. This is again from Garcia, another person. There are striking similarities between the Babel, flood, and creation myths of the Hebrews and the Americans. Both Jews and Mexicans were fond of appealing in their adjurations to the heaven and the earth. Both were extremely superstitious and firm believers in prodigies. The character and history of Christ and Huitzilopochtli, again, Huitzilopochtli, remember that, present certain analogies, right? Christ, they mean Meshach, an anointed one, a Messiah. That's what they mean. They don't mean Jesus. The Mexican temple, like the Jewish, faced the east. As amongst the Jews, the ark was a sort of portable temple in which the deity was supposed to be continually present, and which was accordingly borne on the shoulders of the priest as a sure refuge and defense from their enemies. So amongst the Mexicans and Indians of Michoacan and Honduras, an ark was held in the highest veneration and was considered an object too sacred to be touched by any but the priest. Alright, the same religious reverence for the ark is stated by Adair, alright, to have existed among the Cherokee and other Indian tribes inhabiting the banks of the Mississippi, and his testimony is corroborated by the accounts of Spanish authors of the greatest veracity. The nature and use of the ark having been explained, it is needless to observe that its form might have been various, although scripture declares that the Hebrew ark was of the simplest construction. And again, it would appear from many passages of the Old Testament that the Jews believed in the real presence of God in the ark, as the Roman Catholics believe in the real presence of Christ in the sacrament, from whom it is probable the Mexicans borrowed the notion that he, whom the heaven of heavens cannot contain, and whose glory fills all space, could be confined within the precincts of a narrow ark, and be borne by a set of weak and frail priests. Alright, so they're telling you that a lot of Indian tribes had an ark. They went to war with it. It was sacred to them. It was carried by priests. Alright, every time they stopped with it somewhere, they created a tabernacle or a temporary temple for it, right? Just like the Hebrews, right? Starts to hijack with Jews, right? But again, we're in the book The Native Races of Volume 5 by Hubert Bancroft, and we're just more different sources, the same thing, right? We also read in the last part with the Seminole, who also had an ark, alright? If the belief of the Mexicans had not been analogous to that of the ancient Jews, the early Spanish missionaries would certainly have expressed their indignation of the absurd credulity of those who believed that their omnipresent God, Huitzilopochtli, was carried in an ark on priests' shoulders. Alright? But of the ark of the Mexicans, they say, a little fearing, as it would appear to tread too boldly on the burning ashes of Mount Sinai. It says here, the Yucatec conception of a trinity resembles the Hebrew. It is probable that Quetzalcoatl, whose proper name signifies feathered serpent, was so called after the brazen serpent which Moses lifted up in the wilderness, the feathers perhaps alluding to the rabbinical tradition that the fiery serpents which God sent against the Israelites were of a winged species. Fire serpent, we're talking about dragons, dracons, is that what we're talking about? Alright, and see how they linked again Moses with Quetzalcoatl, aka Huitzilopochtli. Alright, we got that on the other book. Alright. Alright, so real quick, just to read the footnote right here, it says, representations of the lifting up of serpents frequently occur in Mexican paintings. Alright, lifting up of serpents, just like Moses. And the plagues which Moses called down upon the Egyptians by lifting up his rod, which became a serpent, are evidently referred to in the 11th and 12th pages of the Borgian manuscript. Alright, you hear that? So they have that in their story, is what he's saying. Alright, the Mexicans. An allusion to the passage of the Red Sea. Red Sea, is that the Gulf of California? UB News, thank you for that. Seems also to be contained in the 71st page of the Lesser Vatican manuscript. Alright, also, alright, a passage of a Red Sea in the Vatican manuscript. In the destruction of Pharaoh and his host and the thanksgiving of Moses may perhaps be signified by the figure on the left in the same page of a man falling into a pit or gulf, and by the hand on the right stretched out to receive an offering. They're talking about the Mexican codices, interpretation of it. Alright?
Mounds of Kitchi around the end of the first millennium of the Common Era, the Mississippian mound building culture began to appear on a high plateau northeast of the Ocmulgee River in East Macon and at other locations around the state of Georgia. Many of you may know of the two Indian mounds which are located south of Dublin at the end of the Sportsman's Club Road on the grounds of the Sportsman's Club and the Archaeological Conservancy on the north. These grounds, known as the Sawyer site, were well documented by Dr. Mark Williams, of the University of Georgia in 1996. There are additional small mound sites south of the Sawyer site along the banks of the Oconee River and likely more undiscovered mound sites in other parts of the county. But, you may have never heard of the most mysterious site of them all, on which, according to local legend, was occupied by a village of Indians under the leadership of Chief Kitchee. Topographical map of the legendary village of Kitchee, with XSTO indicate possible mound and village locations and current landmarks. On August 8, 1934, Dr. Arthur Kelly, below, an archaeologist of the Smithsonian Institute and future chief archaeologist of the National Park Service, spoke to the Dublin Lions Club and to a committee from the local Daughters of the American Revolution recommending the development of Indian mounds near Blackshear's Ferry. Dr. Kelly told the assembly that all that is necessary for development was the raising of a small amount of money locally. Dr. Kelly declared that the Federal Emergency Relief Administration would furnish labor and supervisors for the work. He estimated that $200 would be sufficient so far as local funds were concerned. Dr. Kelly, with Dr. W.B. Childs, and Warren Grice of Macon, and Victor Davidson of Irwinton, attended the regular luncheon of the Lions Club at the Hotel Fred Roberts. Meeting with the party following the luncheon were Mrs. E.R. Freeman, Mrs. E.T. Barnes, Mrs. Andrew Stevens and Mrs. Millard Rogers, who formed a committee from the John Lawrence chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, which had been quietly working on the proposed development of the mounds for some time. Some 5 months earlier in March 1934, Dr. John Swanton, left, a premier Native American anthropologist, joined Dr. Kelly on a boat trip down the Oconee River in search of the point where he thought the legendary Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto crossed the river during his expedition in 1540. Confident that they were successful in locating the crossing point, Dr. Kelly added that when he came back later looking for Indian mounds, he was surprised to find that some of the finest mounds known were located at the same point where de Soto crossed. I feel thoroughly confident that de Soto's expedition forded with some difficulty the Oconee River at what is now Carr's Shoals, Dr. Swanton told a writer for the Macon Telegraph. Swanton's conclusions were based on 2 river trips and exhaustive examination of the sites along with the testimony of the oldest residents of the area relating to what was there before the federal government began the deepening of the river channel. Swanton spent years tracing de Soto, left, and his 600-man army's path through current-day Georgia. Swanton looked to the journal of de Soto's secretary, Rodrigo Rangel, whose descriptions of their course matched the area between Hawkinsville and Dublin in Swanton's mind. Swanton relied heavily on his conversation with riverboat Captain W. W. Ward, who plied the waters of the pre-dredged Oconee for many decades. Ward's important description of the Bend and Rock Shoal crossing substantiated Swanton's theory. The accounts say the expedition spent the night on a hill, possibly Carr's Bluff, on the other side, and although there is an elevation to the east, we cannot use this evidence because no mention is made of how far they had traveled after crossing the river, Swanton stated. The question has always been whether or not the account of the 2 branches of the stream, the rapid current, smooth stones in the water and the possibility of fording by lines of 20 to 40 men tied together, the Smithsonian anthropologist said of the area, where today the river is split into 2 channels with thousands of rocks in the shoals. Aerial view of the crossing of the Lower Uchi Trail at the Okmulgee. The sandy white area in the center is usually covered with water when the river is a medium to high levels. This is the area known as Carr's Shoals, where many thousand rocks lie and which afford an excellent place to ford the Oconee River. Carr's Bluff is opposite the white area on the east, right side of the river. Along for the ride was Dr. W.B. Childs, a dentist from Macon, James A. Ford, Dr. Kelly's assistant, Ford's wife, Linton Solomon, and Joseph Evans. While in the area, Drs. Swanton and Kelly made preliminary inspections of the mounds in East Macon. Following Kelly's speech at the Fred Roberts, The party, accompanied by several local citizens, went to the site of the mounds that afternoon for another view of them. Carr's Shoals, just below the bend of the river below Blackshear's Ferry, is about 5 miles from Dublin, where Dr. Kelly said some of the most wonderful Indian mounds in existence are to be found here. Dr. Kelly warned against any commercial exploitation of the mounds, saying that this type of development is generally fatal so far as the educational and historic value is concerned, but added that as a business proposition the return from anything expended in development of the mounds would be profitable to the community, because they would attract many visitors to Dublin. Remains of an old Indian village called by some historians a cute and an Indian burial ground, with perhaps 80 to 100 graves on the outskirts of the village, were located by Dr. Kelly. The arrowheads and pottery and other Indian trinkets which have been unearthed there were entirely different from any others found in Indian mounds over the state, Dr. Kelly stated. The project which Dr. Arthur Kelly proposed never materialized. The lack of local funds during the depth of the Great Depression, along with the more alluring and important archaeological work in the Oak-Mulgee fields in Macon, led to the abandonment of the study of the area where Dr. John Swanton believed to be of great archaeological importance, and where De Soto actually crossed a theory now discounted by modern-day anthropologists and archaeologists. One enduring and unsolved mystery is the location of a mysterious Indian spring rock described in Volume 1 of the History of Lawrence County, which states the rock is located 1 mile north of the present site of the ferry. The tiny trickle of crystal clear water comes from the rock itself. The rock is about 4 feet high and about 7 feet long, and on one of its sides it has been made as smooth as it were turned out of one of our marble plants. Across the wide face, written or carved into its hard surface, are character never put here by nature. The hieroglyphics are carved in a long line across the entire surface. They have the appearance of Egyptian character, yet they have never been deciphered. During the years since, the area has remained virtually undisturbed, except for the construction of a few homes, the Dublin Country Club, and the current erection of the newest bridge over the Oconee River. Recently, a group of Middle Georgia archaeologists discovered a possible mound site at the northwestern margin of the country club. The area deserves further study. Perhaps a future archaeologist will come along and discover more information about the people who once lived in around the lost village of Kitchee. Mayan glyphs, figurines at Mandeville site in Georgia. The Mandeville site in Georgia is the earliest site in the state to feature a flat-topped earthen pyramid mound, and may be the earliest in the entire southeastern U.S. A large plaza was located in front of the earthen pyramid, making this also the first instance of a pyramid plaza site plan found in Georgia, if not the entire southeastern U.S. Archaeologists who first studied the site, such as Edward McMichael and Arthur Kelly, noted in addition to its Mesoamerican architecture and site plan, the Mandeville site also featured clay figurines similar to those produced in Mexico. They argued the site was built by or strongly influenced by people from Mexico. To the above evidence, I offer that Mayan figurines are, indeed, found at the site, and Mayan glyphs are found on the pottery. Mayan figurines. A figurine was unearthed at the Mandeville site of a person wearing a unique head covering. The black and white photo, left, of this figurine, published in the dissertation, A Reanalysis of the Mandeville Site, shows a circular design on the upper right side of the headdress. The figurine is currently housed in the Columbus Museum of Arts and Sciences in Columbus, Georgia. Color photographs shot from 2 angles reveal the same circular design clearly in the top view, right, as a bulge in the headdress at the same location. This design feature suggests something was attached to the headdress. The top view also reveals the folds in the headdress. The figurine appears to be a crude version of a more exquisite Mayan artifact unearthed at the Jaina Island site in Mexico. The Mayan figurine shows a headdress with similar folds as the Mandeville version. Interestingly, the Mayan figurine also shows a circular design attached to the right side of its headdress. One researcher in the paper, Mushrooms Encoded in Pre-Columbian Art, suggested the design represented the Amanita muscaria hallucinogenic mushroom. Instead of the Mandeville figurine being a crude copy of the Mayan figurine, it could simply be a representation of the same individual, or class of individual, i.e., trader/shaman, created by a local Mandeville artisan with less skill than her Mayan counterpart. Perhaps the person represented in both figurines was a type of trader, drug dealer, who advertised his goods via this specific headdress. The drum he's holding in the Mayan version could be the way he announced his presence when entering a new village. Or he could be a shaman or other religious person who used drumming and hallucinogens as part of a religious ceremony. The researcher noted in her dissertation that one more similar figurine was known from Florida. Mayan glyphs. Some of the earliest Swift Creek pottery was also unearthed at the Mandeville site. This pottery featured complicated designs that were first carved into wooden paddles, then stamped into the wet clay of the pot and then fired. These designs have been noted for their Mesoamerican designs and Mayan glyph motifs. One such Swift Creek design unearthed at the Mandeville site featured a central diamond shape surrounded by 4 circles. This design is similar to the Mayan Lamat glyph, which is a symbol for Venus. Below are several different versions of this glyph found throughout the Maya region. Another design from the Mandeville site featured a cross figure surrounded by circular designs. This design is also similar to another version of the Mayan Lamat glyph, which is a symbol for Venus. The Mandeville glyph also contains another design feature associated with Venus, the quincunx. The quincunx is a pattern of 5 dots with 4 dots forming a square with a 5th dot in the middle. Among the Maya, this design was closely associated with Venus. The Mayan Lamat glyph had 3 basic variations. One featured a diamond-shaped design surrounded by circles like mentioned previously. Another featured a cross-shaped design surrounded by circles such as the one above. The final version combined both the cross and diamond-shaped figures, sometimes with the surrounding circles and sometimes without. The Mandeville site also had 2 versions of this third cross and diamond type. As stated previously, the Mayan Lamat glyph is a symbol for Venus. Although we do not know the meaning of these Swift Creek designs, we can assume they also have a stellar interpretation since they featured a circle dot or circumpunct in their design. The circle dot or circumpunct design was a known star symbol among Georgia's Native Americans. It was also a star sign in Mesoamerica. For instance, there were 5 circumpuncts in the headband of the god Tlaloc, who has Venus associations. The number 5 has long associations with Venus throughout Mesoamerican, such as with the quincunx glyph. The previous Mandeville glyph featured 5 circumpuncts in a quincunx design, with the center circumpunct taking on a 4-pointed star design. Tlaloc with 5 circumpuncts in headband. Interestingly, both Mandeville glyphs were cleverly designed with 4 crescent shapes to form the cross shape. The second glyph included the circumpunct star symbol inside the crescent, suggesting a starring crescent design, most familiar as an Islamic symbol but actually predates Islam. The star and starring crescent symbols nearly always represents Venus, since this is the most common star to appear near the moon in this configuration. It does so on a nearly monthly schedule. The Maya also had a version of this starring crescent symbol associated with their goddess Ixchel, lunar goddess of medicine. Ixchel was often depicted sitting in a crescent moon holding a rabbit. Since the Mayan word Lamat literally means rabbit and the Lamat glyph is also a symbol for Venus, decoded it becomes a depiction of the crescent moon holding Venus. Thus this one Mandeville pot features 3 separate designs with Mayan Venus associations: the Lamat glyph, the quincunx glyph and the starring crescent design. Coincidentally, during the same time period as the Mandeville site, a mound complex in the shape of a starring crescent design was constructed at the Ortona Mounds site near Lake Okeechobee in Florida. Thus it was likely no accident the potters at Mandeville included this starring crescent design in their glyph. It was an idea spreading through Georgia and Florida at this same time period. There's also evidence the Ortona Mound site was also a Mayan-influenced site with its serpent mound, starring crescent mound complex, and extensive canals. The starring crescent mound complex was likely a temple to Nine Chel, one of the Poton Maya's most important gods. The Poton Maya, also known as the Maritime Maya, were the seafarers of the Maya world and the most likely candidate to reach Florida and Georgia. Coincidentally, the Spanish noted 3 groups of Maya lived in Florida: the Miami around Lake Okeechobee, the Mayajwaka near Cape Canaveral, and the Mayaka due east of the Crystal River site at Lake George. Between Lake George and the Crystal River site, the conquistador Hernando de Soto entered a province named Ocala. It consisted of 2 villages, Yucatan and Patano. Coincidentally, in Mexico, the Poton Maya lived in the province of Acala with their neighbors the Yucatan. Ortona Mound site near Lake Okeechobee in Florida, featuring a starring crescent mound complex. The Mandeville site also featured a pottery design similar to the Mayan Ek glyph, which means star. Among the Maya, this W-shaped glyph was oriented both right side up and upside down. Here's the version from the Mandeville site. This multitude of Venus and star glyphs at the Mandeville site is consistent with research on Swift Creek pottery at other sites. This suggests there was a Venus cult at the Mandeville site and elsewhere. Among the Maya, Venus was associated with life, death, and rebirth. Since these glyphs were found on pottery within Mandeville's burial mound, they are in the proper context for such rebirth symbolism. Finding one such similarity between a design in Georgia with a Mayan glyph could be dismissed as coincidence. Finding 3 such designs in Georgia that each matched a separate version of the 3 known Mayan Lamat glyph designs, the cross-shaped, diamond-shaped, and cross and diamond-shaped, decreases the probability that the similarities are due to chance. Finding them on pottery within the right context, i.e., burial mounds, further decreases chance as an explanation. Finding them along with figurines that also have a strong Mayan appearance further decreases random chance as an explanation. Finding them at a location that also had the same architectural and town planning designs as the Maya further decreases chance as an explanation. The odds of all of these similarities from architecture, town planning, symbols and figurines all happening at the same time at the same location and being due to chance is astronomical. The simplest explanation is that these similarities are the result of contact between tribes in Georgia and the Maya. Archaeologists have long noted that the Mandeville site had trade connections with the Crystal River site in Florida. The Crystal River site has long been noted for its Mayan characteristics. Recent research shows Crystal River was the location of a Venus burial cult. Despite all the evidence of a connection between the Crystal River site and the Maya, researchers suggested in the book New Histories of Village Life at Crystal River, the Crystal River site borrowed the ideas from the Mandeville site instead. Mounds A, H, and K at Crystal River were probably not the earliest such features in the region. At a minimum, the platform mounds at Mandeville, in southwestern Georgia, would seem to date slightly earlier. There is relatively good evidence of contact between Crystal River and Mandeville in the form of the sharing of rare negative painted and incised ceramics, so we don't dismiss the possibility that the idea of building platform mounds was borrowed from elsewhere. But it is probably safe to rule off McMichael's idea that Crystal River was a waypoint for Mesoamerican travelers. Page 139. Yet, as we now see, the Mandeville site has just as many Mesoamerican similarities as does the Crystal River site, thus shifting the source of influence to Mandeville doesn't solve the problem of the ultimate origin of that influence. The simplest explanation is that Poton Maya traders explored the coastal areas of the southeastern U.S. around 1 AD and set up ports for the extraction and accumulation of natural resources to send to market back in Mexico. The megacities in central Mexico, Teotihuacan, Cholula, and southern Mexico, El Mirador, Tikal, Palenque, Copan, would create high demand for such resources. These raw materials would then be transformed or consumed and disappear amongst the tens of millions of other trade goods circulating throughout Mesoamerica. The location of the Mandeville site far up the Chattahoochee River shows these Poton Maya traders were not simply building coastal port sites like at Crystal River and Roberts Island, but also exploring up major riverways. Unfortunately, the Mandeville site now sits beneath 40 feet of water in the Walter F. George Reservoir. It is very unlikely that new research will ever be done there again, if the site even still exists. Mounting evidence of Maya-Taino connection. Evidence continues to grow that the Maya seafarers did not just control coastal trade routes in Mexico and Central America, but ventured further afield, including the islands of the Caribbean and the southeastern U.S. Just as the Maya-Georgia connection is currently scoffed at by mainstream academics, the Maya-Cuba connection was also once dismissed as well. This was, of course, before hard evidence showing evidence of Mayan ball courts and Mayan gods was discovered on the island. Now the same academics who once dismissed the claims are busy trying to downplay the connections. Read below to learn more about the evidence showing contact between the Maya and the Taino throughout the Caribbean. The Tainos were accomplished seamen and traveled throughout the Caribbean in their handcrafted canoes. Some large canoes could carry 30 people. The caciques owned these larger canoes and were thus responsible for public transportation. The importance of the canoes in the daily lives and in the expansion of the Tainos cannot be overstated. Due to their navigating skills, the Tainos were able to travel from their land of origin, the Orinoco Valley of Venezuela, and island hop from Venezuela to the Dominican Republic and Haiti, the Bahamas and Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and as far west as Cuba. This expansion did not occur over a short period of time, but it did guarantee a Taino presence in the Caribbean. Another important consequence of their navigation skills and their canoes is that the Tainos had contact with other indigenous groups of the Americas, including the Mayas of Mexico and Guatemala. Ancient Peruvian skulls unearthed in Florida. Recent research has hinted at an ancient Peruvian presence in the southeastern U.S., including Peruvian DNA showing up in Native Americans in North Georgia. Now 2 ancient Peruvian skulls have been unearthed in Florida. The skulls were found with a newspaper that dated to 1978, which led archaeologists to hypothesize that these skulls were recent burials of ancient skulls looted from Peru. That's certainly one possibility, but it is also possible that someone discovered these skulls on their property and then simply reburied them elsewhere in order to avoid the hassle of dealing with authorities. Other possibilities exist as well. Read the story below. In January, a plumber installing pump pipes for an in-ground pool in the backyard of a 1-year-old house in Winter Garden, Florida, found a piece of bone in the sand. He reported it to the police, who brought the fragment to Orange Osceola County Medical Examiner Dr. Jan Garavaglia. She determined that the bone had come from the face of a child of around 10 years. There was some mummified tissue still attached to the bone, which concerned her because most archaeological remains are devoid of any tissue. She informed police that there might be a recently dead child illegally buried on the work site. University of Central Florida archaeologist Dr. John Schultz worked with the forensic specialists to ensure the site was handled as an archaeological dig instead of just as a pure crime scene. They didn't find the remains of a murdered child, but they did find 2 crania, a dozen shards of pottery, bits of newspaper from 1978, Textiles including an embroidered purse still carrying woven slings and a netted bag with a strap made out of non-human hair. When Dr. Garavaglia x-rayed the skulls, she and Dr. Schultz were able to confirm that they were at least hundreds of years old. Were Creek Indians from West Mexico? Many of the cultural traditions and artifacts discovered in Mississippian period archaeological sites in Georgia have strong similarities to cultural traditions in the West Mexican states of Nayarit, Jalisco, and Colima. These traditions include the creation of circular pyramids, shaft tombs, dog effigy pots, human ancestral pair sculptures, and tree of life symbolism. Other artifacts discovered in Georgia have strong similarities to Olmec artifacts from the West Mexican states of Guerrero and Jalisco, including birdman masks, three-pronged ceremonial maces, and jaguar deities. Migration legends of historic Muskogee Creek Indian tribes living in Georgia also suggest an origin in West Mexico. Two of the most famous artifacts discovered in Georgia are the male and female human effigy statues found at the Etowah Mound site. Carved from local marble and discovered buried in a log-lined tomb in the funeral mound, Mound C, at Etowah, they are believed to represent venerated ancestors. It is theorized that these statues were part of an ancestor worship cult that existed throughout the Mississippian time period. A similar tradition of ancestor pair ceramic sculptures buried in specialized tombs is known from West Mexico. These sculptures were part of what is referred to as the Western Mexico shaft tomb tradition. Such tombs and their associated artifacts are distributed across the states of Nayarit, Jalisco, and Colima in West Mexico. It should be noted that in Colima by 600 AD the ceramic figures had become solid and they also integrated stone elements with their gods' representations. 2. Male and female human effigies from Mound C at Etowah Mounds. Ancestral pair from Chinesco culture of Western Mexico state of Nayarit, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Notice the face painting is very similar to the Mississippian styles. Show less. In addition to the ancestral pair sculptures, dog effigy pots were also found buried in these shaft tombs. The most famous of the canine effigy pots are the Colima dog pots. These pots are thought to represent the Tachichi breed. The Tachichi was a small, mute dog that was fattened up to eat. 3. The pots show the fattened up version of these dogs. The Tachichi is the breed from which the Chihuahua is derived. Colima dog pot. Colima dog pot with spout. In Georgia, a similar dog effigy pot showing a fat little dog was discovered at the Bull Creek site in Muskogee County. The pot includes a swirling design painted on its surface that suggests it was associated with the Creek Indian Wind Clan. Creek tradition holds that the Wind Clan was the most ancient clan among the tribe and the aristocracy of all the clans. 4. The breed of dog represented on the pot appears to be the Chihuahua. It has an upturned snout, bulbous forehead, erect ears, and curved tail, all consistent with the Chihuahua breed. The pot has been dated to 1325 AD. Dog effigy pot from Bull Creek site. Modern-day Chihuahua for comparison. Historical eyewitness accounts of Chihuahuas or Takishis in Georgia exist in the journal entries of Spaniards that were part of the Hernando de Soto expedition. This expedition traveled through Georgia in the 1530s. In several entries, the Spanish mentioned that Georgia tribes raised a little dog to eat which they kept very fat for that purpose. Like the Tachichi, the Spanish noted that this dog could not bark. Later historians thought the Spanish accounts could have referred to possums instead of dogs. 6. Yet the eyewitness descriptions of these little dogs along with the dog effigy pot from Bull Creek seem to confirm they were Chihuahuas. In addition to ancestral pair statues and dog effigy pots, another type of artifact found in West Mexican shaft tombs were tableaus. One such tableau from Nayarit shows a multi-layered tree with birds. 7. The tree is uniquely stylized. A similar uniquely stylized tree with birds was found engraved on a marine shell in Craig Mound at Spiro, Oklahoma. The object, known as Tree of Life with Birds, is the only such design known to exist throughout the Southeast. 8. Tree of Life with Birds, AD 1200 to 1450, Spiro, Oklahoma. A Nayarit tableau showing a multi-layered tree with birds. The Spiro site, part of the Cadone Mississippian culture, is known to have had trade contacts with the Etowah Mound site in Georgia. In fact, the population of Spiro moved away around 1250 AD 9, the same time that a new population arrived at Etowah Mounds, X. Is this a coincidence, or did people from Spiro move to Etowah at this time? In fact, the funeral mound at Etowah was constructed after this 1250 AD repopulation of the site. It is in this funeral mound that we find the ancestral pair statues and other objects that seem to reflect the same West Mexican tradition as exemplified by the Tree of Life with Birds artifact found at Spiro. Additionally, other artifacts at Spiro have shown it had trade connections with both Mexico and the ancestral Puebloan peoples of the Southwest. For instance, a single obsidian scraper unearthed at Spiro was shown to have come from Pachuca in central Mexico. 11. Also, pottery from the ancestral Puebloan peoples of the American Southwest has also been found at Spiro. Turquoise and pottery from the ancestral Puebloan cultures of the Southwest have been found in other Cadone areas of Texas as well. 12. It should be noted that the ancestral Puebloans are known to have had trade contacts with the people of West Mexico, and thus it is possible that these West Mexican cultural traditions arrived in the Southeast via the Southwest. The Cadones also produced unique pottery featuring human faces with distinctive scarring. The people in the western Mexican state of Colima also created such pottery showing distinctive scarring not only on human faces, but also the aforementioned dog pots. This famous Cadone human effigy pot shows distinctive scarring on its face. This head pot includes a Puebloan sun symbol on its forehead. This hunchback pot from Colima in West Mexico also shows facial scarring. This Colima dog pot also shows facial scarring. Show less. Another artifact from the West Mexican state of Nayarit shows a model of a mortuary temple constructed on a mound covering a tomb. Similarly, a temple topped the funeral mound constructed at Etowah, and within the mound were specialized log-lined tombs. Continues. A ceramic model of a mortuary temple constructed over a shaft tomb from western Mexico. It is thought to represent the house of the living above the house of the dead.
stone effigy mound that is behind us is one of two such effigies or configurations that can be found east of the Mississippi River. Both of those effigies are here in Putnam County. This mound at Rock Eagle is from head to tail 102 feet high and has a wingspread of 120 feet. The Rock Hawk, which is located on at Wallace Dam on Lake Oconee, has a wingspan of 132 feet and is a little bit larger than the mound that we're looking at this moment. There's quite a bit of discussion about how old the two mounds are. Early archaeologists believe that it might have been as old as 5,000 years. However, more recent studies have determined they think it's probably 1,500 to 2,000 years old. Rock Eagle Mound was excavated in 1937 and 1938 by Dr. Kelly. Dr. Kelly thought that this mound was probably a part of the Hopewell Indian culture, which existed from, I believe, about 200 BC to 500 AD, and that Indian culture was found primarily in the Ohio River region, where there are also a number of other rock mounds, primarily the serpent mounds there. Again, in 1954, when the 4-H Center was being constructed, Dr. Vincent Petrilla from Venezuela did some excavation into this mound and found some burnt human and animal bone in the mound. There was also an ovate tool found at the site that was believed to have been part of the old quartz age, which is one of the reasons they believe that the mound may have been as old as 5,000 years. However, archaeologists today actually think that the tool was probably just found in the area and added to the mound, or was maybe just laying on the ground here, and that probably the dating of the age of the mound from 1,500 to 2,000 years ago is more accurate. Most of the rocks that you would find on this mound are white quartz stones, which is a very common stone in the area, so they could have been brought from the woodlands around the area. Some of the stones are quite large, at a size that one person certainly could not move them by hand and would probably have to be drug in skins and brought to the site. There were also different types of clay were found at this site. Those clays are not all found here in Putnam County, so some of those clays may have been brought in from many miles away. Both of the mounds are faced east, and while we don't know why they face to the east, well, we know that the sun always rises in the east. If you look at topo maps of the area, you notice that we are standing on a relatively high point at Rock Hawk. It is also on a very high point up off the Oconee River. We're at approximately 600 feet above sea level right here. It may be just a little bit higher than that, and this is certainly one of the highest points in the county. Some people believe that it may have been a religious ceremony site. You know, a leader of the Native Americans that lived in this area may have been buried here. We don't know what the facts may be. Obviously, this site itself is a man-made phenomena that if it were constructed 1,500, 2,000 years ago, it took a lot of work. It would take quite a bit of manpower to build something like this today, even with using equipment. And to know that in that day and time, the rocks were probably brought here or drug here in skins, because there were no other way to get those rocks into this site. So just understanding our past is very important, and hopefully we'll always preserve these sites and others in the state and around the United States, around the world, that are important to the history of our society.
Well, the local Cherokees didn't know any more about it than we do. They had stories about it. It's a stone wall, approximately, 900 or so feet, stretching about the top of the mountain. I think it's not a fort because there's no, for one thing, there's no water inside this stone wall or anywhere around it. We really don't know. There have been excavations into that wall and they reveal nothing. In the middle woodland, we begin to find mounds, sometimes constructed of stone, sometimes of sand or earth, sometimes a mixture. And presumably, this is the time also when we had construction of things like the Rock Eagle Monument, the stone walls that were at various locations in the Piedmont and mountains. There's a stone circle here in Habersham County on Aleck Mountain. We believe these things are associated with the Hopewell culture, but actually we rarely find anything archaeologically to tie them to that period. Presumably they were inspired by the same religious or ceremonial motives. I wouldn't say they were built by the same people. I would guess they were built about the same time. For instance, with a stone mound was excavated near the base of Stone Mountain. And it was one of the rare instances where we did find something inside. We found some pottery, which dates to Middle Woodland times. And they got some charcoal samples which yielded a radiocarbon date of about AD 400, which places it in the Hopewell period. Most of the time, though, when we excavate in these constructions, we find nothing. The stone circle here in Habersham County was investigated in 1959, and the archaeologists found nothing. Well, you know, they say that when archaeologists find something that we don't know what it is, we call it a ceremonial object. So my best guess is that it's a ceremonial construction of some type. But that's all we can say. We don't know. As far as I know, it's never been checked to see if there's any alignment in any way with stars or planets or anything of that nature, but that has been done at some other sites. And some of them seem to be aligned, such as some of the earth constructions in Ohio. But still, I would really have to be fair and ask, was that thing constructed with that in mind, or is that just a circumstance? Somebody went to an awful lot of trouble to build that. Not all of these are in inaccessible areas. Some are just on little hills or knolls, but I really would not speculate on their reasons for the choice of location. You see, these people left us no writing, so we don't know. We'll never know.
The Sapelo Shell Ring Complex was first occupied by Native Americans approximately beginning around 4,200 years ago. The site consists of 3 shell rings and an associated habitation area or scattered occupation around the rings. Now, based on the size of the ring, well, this ring in particular, we could estimate, a lower estimate would probably be somewhere between, I would think, 35 to an upper estimate of 120 people. And granted, that's a large range, and one of the things is it's just that it's very difficult to make population estimates. Now, it may represent a slightly larger population if, now there are 3 rings here, but we do not know if all 3 rings were occupied at the same time. If so, that would be quite a substantial population. And as it stands, this is one of the largest, if not the largest, archaeological sites of its time period here in Georgia. So it's quite a substantial site in and of itself. Before the time that the shell rings are occupied, early on from the last ice age up until this point, the general pattern for Native Americans was to live in small family groups, and they were fairly mobile across the landscape. In other words, they would move from place to place, move to the resources, move the people to the resources. Sapelo and other places have been interpreted as a sort of shift in this pattern, in that people are placing more importance on one particular place on the landscape, and in that they're not moving around as much. They're becoming less mobile, or alternatively, more sedentary.
Ruins found in the Yucatan. Tulum was one set of ruins found in the Yucatan Peninsula. It was also the only Mayan city built on a coast around the late Classic era, 200 CE 1000 CE. Their daily routines included activities that involved the coast, such as fishing and trading with other civilizations. Having the coast near home was an advantage for them because they could collect foods such as shellfish, oyster, and fish. After eating the gastropods, they used many of their shells for different purposes. It is even said that shell middens, giant piles of shells, were found in this area. Shells played a big part in most Mesoamerica civilization when it came to creating jewelry, consumption, trading, and construction. Nowadays, if a woman wants to buy jewelry, they go to a shopping mall where they can select from any type of jewelry they want. However, in pre-Hispanic Mesoamerica, most jewelry was made by using conchas, shells. They were cut and grounded using some labor-intensive tools. After being cut and grounded, they were turned into adornments such as bracelets, beads, gorgets, jewelry that covered the throat, nose ornaments, plaques, an ornament tablet, rings, pendants, and tinklers, jewelry that was attached to clothing. Most kings wore shells as jewelry, and when they died they were often buried with them. For instance, Yucatcan Luque Toc's burial was found with many different types of shells that he might have worn as jewelry. The shells that were found with him were crafted into different type of figures. There were some shaped as animals, skulls, and stars. Shells were made more exquisite when they were made with jade, turquoise, or obsidian. These shells were mainly used for decorating the floor of the temples. There were only certain shells that could make jewelry, both belonging to the gastropods and pelecypods. These were the only type of shells with which jewelry could be made. In order to have a healthy lifestyle, people must try to have a diet based on fruits, vegetables, and meats. Most Mesoamerica citizens had a variety of different types of meat. However, they also ate fish, in particular gastropods such as oysters. By eating an oyster, a person can get high protein, omega-3, zinc, and low cholesterol. Mayans probably didn't know of the benefits of eating gastropods. They probably just ate them because they were delicious. At the end of every meal, they threw out the shells and, with time, created shell middens or used some shells for other things like jewelry, construction, and trading. Every civilization needs to make a little money/goods from time to time. For the pre-Hispanic Mesoamerican, They traded shells with other civilizations as one way to get other goods. In many of the Aztec hieroglyphics, archaeologists can see that they traded using markets or merchants. Yet, many of the Mayan hieroglyphics never really mentioned anything with markets as their way of trading goods. Shellfish was normally eaten on the spot. It wasn't really a good thing to trade for money. They mainly collected the gastropods and eat the edible part immediately and would extract portions that could be used for trading. Shells were burned for lime to make cement and plaster in order to make floors. Many people don't know that conches were one way of creating different colors to paint or decorate a building. Murex, purpura, and thais were some of the gastropods they used in order to make different types of dyes. Other gastropods were used as containers that would hold the paint. They were also used to make musical instruments. Trumpets were the main instrument a Mayan could produce using a shell. They would cut the apical whorl near the apex of large gastropods. Today there have been some recently discovered trumpets that had shells as their main component. Shells were also used in the creation of masks. For instance, when Pacal, leader of the Palenque civilization, died, there was a mask of jade made for him, and the eyes of the mask were created by using shells. They used this mask to put on the deceased kings or queens as a symbol of royalty. Tulum was one of the Mayan civilization that used shells. However, shells could be found in all Mayan civilizations. Shells played an important part of the Mesoamerica lifestyle when it came to creating jewelry, construction, trading, and consumption. They had a unique part in the Mesoamerica society, and without them, Mayans would have probably not become a well-developed society.
The first thing you notice right off the bat is there is a crap load of oysters, right? There's a lot of oyster shells. But buried within this oyster shell, mixed within this oyster shell, are the remains of some of the earliest pottery in North America. One of the things that we see throughout the world with this settling down is a change in the way people use technology and the emergence of new technologies. And we see that here at Sapelo. Sapelo Island has some of the earliest pottery in North America. And we associate often, in general, pottery with a gradual settling down. And there are a few different reasons for that. This is a shell ring, right? Circular. One thing that people have noted about the shell rings and the early descriptions of them are, it sort of characterized them as being very symmetrical, kind of planned out. And as you can see, if you really start looking at this, I mean, it is a circle, but the shell is at different heights. It's not something that what you're looking at is sort of the end point of a series of actions by individuals over a long period of time. The shell ring is made up of many different layers, almost like a cake, although here we have a cake that one of the layers full of densely packed shell. Even though we see these very dense shell areas, that's not all that's in them. Again, there's just tons of tiny fish bones, terrestrial mammals, particularly deer, and other species that are from the estuaries, reptiles as well. I believe that the shell rings are located where they are for a few particular reasons. One, it's on the leeward side of the island. In other words, the side closest to the land. This would have provided protection from things like storm surge. If you're not right there on the beach, then it would have afforded a lot of protection. This is also one of the higher spots on the island, so it would be, again, not subject to flooding and things like that. Right back behind me, we have the estuaries. These are highly productive environments. many different fish species, shellfish, all basically what you would need to subsist on are located right behind me. The other thing here is transportation. In prehistory, the waterways are really the superhighways of Native American peoples. This would have afforded transport, contact with the mainland, also going to get resources on the mainland, such as stone to make stone tools. Shell rings occur as a worldwide phenomenon. Although they do occur in very specific areas. Many of them are coastal. We find shell rings, of course, in the southeast and the coastal areas or near productive wetlands. They also occur in Japan. And incidentally, they also occur in Colombia and Peru. In Colombia, Japan, and the southeast, these are all associated with some of the earliest pottery in these areas. Contemporary interpretations of shell ring sites really fall into two schools of thought. The first being a gradual accumulation theory or a village place theory, in which people are actually living in a circular ring village and depositing their refuse to the side or to the back of their houses. The other school of thought is sort of the ceremonial mound interpretation, and that interpretation really holds that the shell rings were places where groups of bands aggregated, came together, had ceremonies, and actually mounded shell that were the remains of feasts and things like that as an intentional monument. The most important thing that people, if they visit and take away from the Sapelo shell rings, is that it represents a point in not only Georgia prehistory of this sort of settling down, a sort of changing worldview, but something that is a worldwide phenomenon. In other words, this is a sequence of events that happened many times in human history, and this is not only a part of the Native American history, certainly part of the Native American history, but it also represents a phenomenon that is part of human history. And
the Etowah Indian Mounds is a prehistory site. It's a part of a larger group called the Mississippian culture. The Mississippian culture started around the Mississippi River, and it spread, this type of culture spread south and east. And it was a culture of building large flat-top mounds, having central plazas, and a type of pottery that was shell-tempered. The Etowah site has 6 mounds, 3 prominent mounds and 3 smaller little mounds. It's about 54 acres. We believe that the peak occupation was somewhere around 12 to 1250 AD, and about 2,000 to 3,000 people lived here. The site is surrounded by a defensive ditch, probably had a palisade wall. When we did excavations in the 60s, we did find remnants of a palisade wall, which leads us to believe that they did have one entirely around the site. The ditch at one time went into the river on the west side, but not on the east side. We do believe that the site had a land bridge and lookout towers or bastions where they were manned to make sure they were not attacked by surprise. The site dates from about 1000 AD to 1500. This is what we believe is the temple mound. It was probably where the temple to the sun was on top of the large mound, and probably also where the chief priest resided on top of it. This was for the important person, the person who, the commoners who lived in the flat area felt like he was a god. So they wanted to get him higher and closer to their god, the sun. He would come out of his house each morning and he would greet the sun with a loud yell. And he would also show the direction for the sun to go after he had smoked his calumet and blown the smoke in the 4 sacred directions to him. It's really interesting, when we did the excavations in 1994 and they were testing for where the steps were, the original steps, we found a red clay, we found a yellow clay and a white clay here, because we believe that he was so important that they wanted to bring in beautiful clays to represent this mound. Mound C was the only mound completely excavated and then rebuilt in the late 1960s. The first excavations done was in 1880s by Smithsonian. Some of the artifacts that were found in Mound C were ceremonial items. These were funerary objects that were buried with the people. And there were long flint blades, there was copper axes, pottery, painted pots and pottery, and the marble figures. One was 2.5 feet high, one was 2 feet high, the male and female effigies. We do believe that these effigy figures might have been placed in the funeral temple, and at the time of the burial of these important people were later buried with them or interred with them. There was a copper breastplate that was found at the site, and it had an eagle being, or dressed as an eagle being in there in that particular design. Also, some of the shell gorgets had the eagle design. It was the eagle man, and that was a very significant symbol in the southeastern Indian time period. In the river, they would put fish weirs. They would put rocks in the river from corner to corner of the river bank, and it would be in the shape or form of a V. And at that V, they would leave it open, and then they could put a basket. And if you get into the river and you're scaring a lot of the fish and they're coming down through the rocks there, you could catch a lot of fish to feed a large population. They also used the hook and line. We have found at the Etowah site some copper hooks, fish hooks, so we know that they use those. Also bone fish hooks also. It is extremely important to preserve sites such as the Etowah site. I think that we as Georgians, we as Americans can learn from our past, and when you come here to the Etowah site, you can see a civilization that their legacy, you can see their artwork, you can learn from their experiences. And I think it's extremely important that we do a good job in preserving these sites.
Well, you have to wonder about the purpose of the people in constructing these things, and know that a lot of people have been here in Georgia before us.
It's real important that we remember that long before we came here, there were other people that, as a sign at the entrance here says, live, fought, and loved. And I think it's just it's kind of humbling to me to think about those people and how they lived on the land around us.
We have only just begun to understand who the Southeastern Indians were, and I think that will become a major educational component in the future in understanding Georgia and its history.